to create songs that build people and leave people better than the way they met them, right? And the only way that we can do that is when we circle back to our why. What is your intention? I was listening to a podcast, and the speaker was talking about the power of intention. When once your why is fixed, and a better way to say it, when once your why aligns with God's mission and purpose for your life, it is really going to be easy. There's not so much of work that it's not going to be hard. What you would experience is you're just doing something soft, right? And you'd be amazed at how large, the result is going to get. Am I making sense? Yeah. So as long as we align ourselves, right, with the intent, the purpose of God's creation of us on earth, like, why did he bring you here? What is the reason, you are here on earth? It's as, like, let's start with that, When you understand that, every other thing in your life, it just absolutely aligns. So what is the result going to look like? You're creating songs that stand the test of time. Your song is you're not just doing music just because, but you're actually building a legacy. And so when people look back, when people call your name, they can match your name. I mean, they can put your name in the same sentence as, oh, this person had a legacy of love. A fine example I would like to bring to us today is Michael Jackson. I was having a conversation with somebody, and sorry, I didn't prepare slides. Like I said, I was thinking. I said, let me come and share with you people what I was thinking. Yeah. I honestly, and I didn't want to spend, because I ain't gonna lie, I have a propensity to talk for a long time, So I wanted to put myself on check. I wanted to put myself on check because I didn't want to keep you guys for a long time here. I don't know if you've been told, but we are supposed to end here, like, everything by 4 p.m. Yes, that's the idea. So I wanted us to keep to time as much as possible, respect your time, and keep to time. So I scheduled, a short time for me to just give you a little sprinkle, prepare your minds, for the quality of conversations that we'll be having today. But yes, I'm going to also get to that. So Michael Jackson, I was having a conversation with somebody, and the person shared with me that he gets it, why Michael Jackson is so great. And I say is because even till tomorrow, people will still talk about Michael Jackson. And he found out that it was just one reason. He wanted to leave a legacy of love while on earth. When I heard it, it felt simple to me, but I was like, that makes sense. Oh, now I get it. No wonder till tomorrow people will be talking about Michael Jackson. And still in that conversation, I realized that every other person that is famous today, dead or alive, the reason why their names will keep resounding is because they lived their lives outside themselves. So it wasn't about them. It was, how can I make everybody that I meet? How can the people that come in contact with anything that I produce, anything that I create, how can their lives be better? There are names that I'm sure are coming to your mind, but my favorite people to talk about are MLK, Nelson Mandela, I mean, we are here in Nigeria calling Nelson Mandela what really concerns us, but that shows the extent, of his legacy. I see. I love the fact that, yes, you have somebody, right? And I think that is really special, right? Because, again, I'm very sure you would agree with me. Not everybody will agree that Nelson Mandela or MLK, Martin Luther King is their hero. They don't personally resonate with that. But here you are calling that green. That's it. You have recognized that there was something that this guy did that was outside himself. So I'm presenting to us today. Music is something that is sacred. I know that we like to reserve the word sacred to church, but I'd like you to look at it like that. Music is a big deal. It's a very, very big deal. It is a tool that God created to make our lives better on every facet, on every phase of our lives, right? Music is a tool God created to make our lives better. What did you say? Exactly, to create sanity. I like that. I mean, sanity amongst other things, right? Let's match the energy of God trusting us with this responsibility. And when I mean match the energy, let's live our lives as responsible as we can. Ensure, as far as it depends on you, that whatever you create is not just for your own pleasure. It's to build others. It's to make lives better. There are songs that guys, I'm happy that I'm sharing this because there's somewhere in my heart, I know that we all here will go home thinking about this thing. There are songs that till tomorrow, this song will always give us a particular feeling.
I think an example is there are some wedding songs that have been played like they were made back in the days, but still today you see.
And then they will now be repurposed, to fit the sound of a particular generation, Who's is it Tosin Martins? Yes.
So those kind of songs still like
Who agrees? Are we all together? So I'm really proposing to us right now. Let's stop making songs just because we want to, right? Let's live that phase of our lives. Enough of that. Let's not be selfish, It's like God handed something huge to you. And what we are doing is just, there's nothing different between you and that servant that was given 1 talent. That servant with 1 talent, no be just, that was his disposition. He wasn't intentional about it. And because he wasn't intentional about it, it was taken away from him. What does that picture look like now? There are people that that were doing music, and because of how they went about it, nobody knows them. Nobody knows their songs. Upon all the work, all the plenty, the effort that they put into creating music, you know what I'm saying, Abi? You know what I'm saying? But nobody will remember. My question is it really supposed to be like that? It's not. There has to be an evidence, a standing proof. There has to be a standing proof for all the work that you put into creating your music. So even now, when people listen to your product, and I'm intentional about the word product because it's not just songs, right? It could also be beats, it could be spoken word, it could be poetry. When people listen to it, what is the feeling that you're leaving them with? Last year I spoke about the audience of one. And again, it was one of my musings, one of my meditation. When God speaks to us, right? Yes, he speaks to all, but he speaks to one. He speaks to one. When I said he speaks to one, you know that he's talking to you. It's not necessarily what another person heard, but you know what you heard. What if we applied that strategy, when we are creating music? I know, yes, we want the crowd to listen. We want the crowd to enjoy. We want the crowd to enjoy it, But hey, think about that one person. Think about that one person that when they hear this song, it's going to be a feeling so memorable, so life-changing, that they will now be the singular marketer of that song. You guys understand what I'm saying? They are the ones that will tell people Good morning. Their response is, have you heard this song? You get what I mean? How far, guy, how far? You don't hear this song? I said it on TV that now that I'm enjoying myself, people want to you should see these people. Oh. I said it on TV that there's an extent that music can be pushed with money. But how it will linger on social media, on the airways, is because people fell in love with it. They fell in love with it because it communicated to them. They took it as their song. This person made this song for me. That is the reason why they won't stop talking about it. So in essence, what I'm saying is put your heart into it. Match that energy. God gave you this gift. He gave you this responsibility. Don't treat it like the servant that had one talent. What is vibes? Leave vibes. If at all you want to do vibes, let it have meaning. Let it build. Let it add. Let it make somebody's life better than better than how it met them. Are you guys with me? It is a huge responsibility, and we should not take it with levity. Thank you. the guy caught it. The guy caught it, you know. So, I urge us, every one of us here, and I know that I'm not just speaking to artists alone, I'm speaking to the executives as well, right? We are positioned as executives, you know, to be the right voice to this artist. It is not, I would say this categorically that when I started working with artists, you know, I understood how important it was for people to be surrounded with the right information, with the right spirit, emphasis on the word spirit, right? Because whatever you consume, it will really show in what you produce, right? Exactly. So whatever you consume, so as executives, we are positioned to specific artists. I mean, you do know as an executive that you're not called to. Is the next speaker here? Yeah, please confirm if the next speaker is here. You do know that you're not called to everybody. As much as the greatest managers, you know, that ever lived exist, they did not work with every artist. They were strategic about the artists that they were working with, right? And that's also a way they were able to produce great results. We are strategically sent to specific voices of specific people as executives. It is your responsibility to be the good voice. One manager in Nigeria, artist manager in Nigeria that I totally respect, Godwin Tom. As a matter of fact, he was the first person that I encountered, you know, that I understood, like as a human being, you can, as one man, you know, you can deal with plenty talents. And he literally created a structure, right? And so in one of his sessions, he was speaking. I think he was sharing a story of how he was, I think, maybe playing game with Wandikol or MI. Like, these were also two artists that he managed at some time, you know. I think it was MI, because MI was at the early point of his career. I think they were playing video games, and it's like a thought crossed his mind, and he's like, you can come, please, you can come. Am I going to be the guy that will just sit down and be playing games with these people? Is that the kind of manager that I will be? Money is meant to be made, so to speak. You get my point? And we are spending that time that we can use to do something productive to sit down here and be playing game. For him, I think that was one of the moments, you know, that gave him a change in his mind. There's much more value that you can be providing as an executive, as a manager, you know. as somebody that works with artists, there's much more value that you can provide. So which is why I'm very, is the next speaker here? Okay, so I can keep going. Yeah, I need water. I need water. So you are strategically aligned with this artist, with talents, as the good counsel, as a good voice to these people. You get my point? Are you guys with me? So whatever you say, please understand that you have great influence. Whatever decision that you make, it tells on this artist. It does. In fact, A&Rs, you people are even more dangerous. How should this sound go? What should the lyrics be like? What is the, structure of this song? I mean, and I still insist, it should not be taken with levity. It is not something that we should be careless about. I put it to you that if we're intentional about everything that we do, how we live our lives, what we create, what we put out, what we share, we would be much more closer to the results that we desire, more than we imagine. Do you agree with me? So we are intentional. We are building, we are seriously applying the law of intent. You know what you want. Anybody in the room that knows what they want? At least every day, you're articulating what you desire. And I want to encourage and just share. Most times we don't realize that for every time that we show up, we are closer to that desired destination. We are way closer than we can imagine. I want to share this story. So, how many people attended Rhythm and Revenue last year that are here? Oh, wow. Only Nedu. Wow. Oh, shout out to Nedu, guys. Shout out to Nedu. Please shout him out well. And I'll give my reasons, Nedu is one artist that I actually love his songs. Nedu sings and creates songs from the heart. Even his heartbreak song does not make you feel sad. Even his heartbreak songs don't make you feel sad. They leave you better, You have something to dance about. But Nedu is one artist that I really enjoy and I'm particularly proud of. So last year, I had the idea to do Rhythm and Revenue. And honestly, it wasn't particularly easy. It wasn't particularly easy, again, because I would say that I had never executed something like that the way I wanted to execute it, right? So it was I was like, you know what, let the person that wants to do it, But I couldn't run away from it because I knew that it was a responsibility that was handed to me. And like every other responsibility, right, as God gives it to you, he gives it to another person. It is the person that is courageous enough to run with it, So I did it. And another thing I understood from that exercise was because I didn't do it to please myself, I didn't do it to get bragging rights, I didn't do it to, share to the whole world that, now me do events. It was really me obeying an instruction. Thank you so much, my darling. It was really me obeying an instruction, so I didn't have anything to brag about. I lost any bragging rights. Waiting I want, was it by my power? It wasn't by my, you guys. It wasn't by my power, so there's nothing to raise shoulder about, right? So last year happened. This year, my husband threatened me. You better do this event. I have paused all my activities just for you to do this event. Is it me that told you to pause your activities? Baba, do your own, I'll be going now. But he said it, and the thing just messed me up internally. The difference is, last year at least I had small savings. This year I did not have savings. So I did not know how it will happen. But I would say this, and I'm really sharing this because I know that it will come as a source of encouragement. I was scared to my bones because is it not money that somebody used to use to do something? If people know what I'm talking about. Say you want to do show, you want to do, hi, please, you can come and sit here. Say you want to do something, you need money now. Money accelerates all things, Abi. So things will move fast with. Guys, I do not say this with any shame at all. I did not have. So how are we here? I just knew. I just knew that it was in my heart to make sure that Rhythm and Revenue 2025 happens. And so I just moved, right? By moving, I was looking for venue. My husband said, "Oh, this place is available. This facility has training room. You can come and check the place out." I came here, and by the way, just really to shout out to Fidelity Bank SME Hub. They have studios. So when I got here, I realized what they are really doing. They are intentional about the creative industry. So intentional that they have 2 music production studios here. I think it's on the other side, you know. During the break, we can just, you know, I think we'll just talk to them. So they have 2 music studios, they have a podcast studio, and they have a photo studio. So they are actually, and the cost to use the place is not expensive. Honestly, like, they did not pay me to say this, to be honest. I was just really excited, you know. It's not expensive, it's actually cheap, you know. They are currently doing promo for their workspaces. Right now, I think it's 3.5. So if people in the area, if you want to, you know, do some work, yes, you can use the workspace. So when I came here, I saw what they were doing, you know. And then I was just moved to ask, like, are you people open to partnership? They're like, yeah, what are you offering? And I told them, they're like, okay, have you done this before? I'm like, oh, yes, I have. I did this last year. Did you do this with any of our competitors? Oh, no, I did it by myself. Oh, just, you know, me and my friends. We, you know, made it happen. I'm like, okay, we like this idea, so we would support you because we want to support the creative industry. To be honest, that's basically how it happened. It's like it really happened as easy as that. So why am I sharing this really? I know that everybody, I really want to believe that everybody here has something bigger than themselves that they're thinking about. One of my friends reminded me, if your dreams don't scare you, then you are not dreaming. It was until the planning of this event, I knew that is one of the most corniest statements ever made. Because yes, it did scare me. But these dreams were not given to us. God did not ask us to do these things because it will kill us. No. The process is really what He wants you to enjoy. The process of growing. I know I may be sounding a little, you know, spiritual, preachy, motivational, but like I said, the responsibility of music is a huge one. And so for you to do it and do it well, you don't need fear. You don't need fear. You don't need doubt. You don't need to be gambling with anxiety. As long as your intent, your purpose, and your why are aligned with God, it will be easy to move past the fear. It will be easy to move past the doubt. I'm not saying this just to encourage you. I think that somebody needs to hear this today. And whatever project that you want to do, it's valid because there are people. Did I know? I don't know half of the people in this room, but you guys are here. I'm not sure what I said in whatever you saw. 30 people came. But I'm telling you that that's the same way, that's the same effect you will get when you finally move past your fear and do the thing that has been in your heart for ages. People that you don't know will be recipients, beneficiaries of that idea, of that project. So to just sum it all up, then we can, move into questions and more discussions. Understand your why. Align with God's purpose and intent for your life. When we are operating from that point, everything else in our life becomes easy. It starts to get easy. We do not have to struggle. We do not have to fight. We do not, it go just stay easy. And because you understand your purpose, you are cautious about your input. Because you're cautious about your input, it will affect your output. So you are cautious about what you're listening to, what you surround yourself with. It will show in your product. It will show in your sound, show in your beats, And the result of that is that it will build people. It will leave people better than the way it met them. Are we together? Move past your fear. Fear will always be an enemy, a tool of the enemy, as a matter of fact. Do you want to really give it power? When you give it power, just know that we are acting in a manner that is less how do I say this? So forgive me, I consume a lot of Bible. That's why I like to use Bible as reference. Please forgive me, you should not vex for me, I beg. In Genesis, Bible says, and he blessed them. And he said, be fruitful and multiply, right? Mm-hmm. You realize that if you're not creating, if you're not being fruitful, you're leaning towards a fake version of yourself. Does that make sense? You're leaning towards the fake version of yourself. So you're acting below your potential. You're acting below your form, your original form here on earth. So it's important for us to create. How you know that you this creation really, they get idea. They get idea, Abi. They get idea, but things they enter your mind to do. That's really your creator speaking to you as a creator. We were not meant to be in this world and not just do anything. Everything that we consume, tangible, intangible, it was created by somebody. So what stops you from adding to that list of creators that the world will enjoy? I thank you all so much for being here, because it is proof about how much you want to grow. And let me talk about the reason why we have the speakers that we have today. The next person you will listen to is Mrs. Nnenna Kayode Lawal. Yes, I will do an introduction when she comes up. But the first time I listened to her talk about the power of vision, I knew that it's like I started reaching fake status. What have I been doing in my life all this while, So when I felt that way, I knew that it was something strong that I heard that realigned and shifted me. And so it was even my husband that asked her, Mama, will you be able to speak at my wife's? And she said yes. So please, for God, this one is a top woman. Just don't tell her that I told you. She's the head of corporate banking at Fidelity. So that she would leave her busy schedule, to come do this. It also speaks to me that, okay, yes, this is something that God wants to happen. Frank Ikemefune, a.k.a. Non-Fungible Frank. You guys know him, Abi? Yeah. You know him. You know him. Yes. There is no time that Frank speaks that I do not feel empowered. Just by the words, he has that gift. He'll be speaking on the business of being creative. The other speaker is Mr. Dolapo Musat, the founder of We Talk Sound. I personally admire him. and he has, like, I really brought him here to speak to the executives in the room. He has created something that is going to stand the test of time. You know how people build companies and then they now go and retire, there's now founder, for generations, like the Apple, Google. You mark this thing that I said, We Talk Sound is going to be that kind of company. It's growing massively, right? It's growing massively. He'll be speaking. Oh God, his topic is plenty. I wish I could get. Can you help me just get Mr. Delaco's topic? The next person is Chidera Oyekuru. She's a young marketing executive. Amplify your impact. What do you measure your income? Okay. All right. So Chidera Oyekuru is a marketing executive. She has done music, she's done corporate, but she has executed really great campaigns. I've worked with her before, and it's impressive, like super impressive, the results that she has created. Her topic is about content and storytelling. Why did I think about this? I think it's important for us to be intentional about how we craft our stories, how we make people, how we push it out there, what we are doing. I mean, let's move away from the, new song out, listen to my song today, but how you communicating this message to them, right? The next speaker is Mr. Emmanuel Olumodeji. He's going to be speaking to us about spotlight strategy. Again, another music exec that I don't think the industry has given him enough credit. He's currently the head of growth and marketing at Chocolate City. I have seen campaigns that he has executed. That guy has a Midas touch, I can't lie. And so it is a complete honor to have him speak to us today. And then we have Marvel Umar, my husband. Please put your hands together for him. So he's talking about living a sustainable life outside music. Why did I think about this? As much as we understand that we have a responsibility, right? I think that there's a wholesomeness that we can work towards. You get my point? Let it not be that you are doing this thing and there's nothing to show for it. It ends in our generation. There has to be something to show that you have invested your life into this responsibility of music. Do you get what I'm saying? There has to be something to show, right? So how can we live our lives well as much as possible, that we are maximizing every resource that is available to us? You get my point? Now, that's it. I do hope that we enjoy today. I do hope that we, what do you want? There are pens downstairs, so we'll get for you. So you did not write in my own session. Wow. Thankful for the people that wrote, sir. So I really do hope that we have a solid time today. I'm not going to lie, we're expecting more people in the room, but as long as people are here, I'm happy. I'm fine, But these are my thoughts for today. Please do with them as you feel. Thank you. So I'm going to take a few questions, maybe just 3. What's your name, darling? Brown Naya. Okay. Oh, you're the one that came from Ibadan. Guys, please, can we put our hands together for her? Oh my goodness. When I was told somebody's coming from Ibadan, I said, let the person come. Please let the person use train. But thank you so much. Sir, please, can you stand for a recognition? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Amazing. Mm. Thank God. Thank God. All right. Who's the second person? I know I saw some. Was it just my eye? I know I saw some people. Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Innocent Anzi. Actually, I'm a pastor already. So, when I listened to you on television, I said I must have that.
Oh, wow. Sir, please, which station? Okay. Wow.
Okay, I don't have to go too far because we have a lot of time ahead of us. But I found that you rightly spoke to the house, okay, as young people.
Mm.
Well, you've not spoken to people like us.
Okay.
So we want something practical. And I can say that by 1997, I actually had a lot of songs I wanted to sing, okay, go into this like these young people.
Mm.
But there was no money, and my wife said, look, you have to wait until you get money. And then by the time I started doing professional jobs, which both local and international, I forgot. Now last year, having done a job for himself for 3 years in communications, and working with these kind of people in the field, I'm an agricultural economist anyway, so
Okay.
I was doing some things. So he came back to me that, look, this thing I thought, okay, even though I practiced it in a few bits, but now I have to take it out in this form.
Okay.
And as we speak, I have 3 songs, okay,
Recorded.
produced in Abuja,
Okay.
distributed across the platforms
Okay.
by Amuse.
Oh, amused. Okay.
Distributed across Apple Music, Amazon, Spotify. But they were in Igbo anyway.
Oh, nice.
Very good.
Nice.
So, but when I saw it, I said, look, this one will help me. And that's why I'm here.
Thank you.
I want to thank you for the introduction.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good morning.
Yeah, so this is not a question. It's more or less like my thoughts in line with what Mrs. Teresa always said. So I'll start by saying, when she asked, what is your why? It really resonated with me because the why is the reason of exist, right? And initially, when I came in everywhere, we were just doing some gratitude session, and I was asked, or we were asked, what is one successful thing that has happened? That was the question was put. What was one good news?
One win, you are
One win, yeah. So I remember similar to what this beautiful great woman is doing right now. I also embarked on something similar. What I'm saying this is, I'm so sure that this is a divine gathering, and every single person in this room is an intentional meeting. Let's put it that way. I sought out to reach out to people for partnership and some things. And in one particular evening, I was out with one of my friends, and I saw that pizza company, Domino's Pizza. And I just walked into it and I asked that I want to speak with the manager. And to cut the long story short, that single act of faith made this partnership happen. And after that, that was when I got the confirmation that I'm actually working with purpose. This is not to try to spiritualize anything, basically, but I'm trying to say that we won't see the next phase of our journey until we take that level of faith.
Exactly.
And it's going on over your face. Thank you so much.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, I'm glad that okay, we're on the level of hope. All right. So, is there anybody that has a question? Anybody? Okay. Okay. No be lie. God will bless you. So, to be honest, it's interesting that you asked this question because I kind of had like an experience, say, as recent as yesterday. So I met an artist and we spoke, and then he shared his songs with me, sent his link to me. I listened. I knew that this guy wasn't there yet, but again, I knew it was not my responsibility to kill his dream. There was potential there, but he just needed to be consistent, So I think I first of all just appreciated. So there's a way we can do these things, right? First of all, acknowledge the effort, appreciate the effort, right? Focus on the thing that the person needs to improve on, and not the person. Do you understand what I mean? So instead of saying, guy, go make a, I think that your melody can be better. I think that your lyrics, I understand what you're trying to achieve, but there is more that you can do as opposed to sounding like somebody. When you sound like yourself, that sound that is only you that has it, And yeah, it's also something I wanted to talk about living in purpose, intentionality, it aligns with originality, right? So you're doing things that nobody else, the funny thing is, it would sound similar to somebody because, it probably, no, this is what I was, what type you want? Baba, you did not do it, But, hey, you, as much as possible, communicated your originality. So when you meet people like this, acknowledge their work, appreciate their work, focus on the thing that they need to learn, they need to improve on, I beg your pardon. And end it with an encouragement. So I think they call it like a sandwich method, soft, hard, soft, right? End it with an encouragement. And don't put yourself in a position of pressure that you have to do it. There's always going to be another person that unfortunately does not have values that can, So, and honestly, it's important. Don't put yourself under that pressure. I like the fact that you are clear on your values, stick to it. Stick to it because eventually people will come. Yeah, people will come. So, but yeah, apply the sandwich method. I hope that helps. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, okay. Are people joining though? Can we tell if people are joining the live stream? Can we find out if there are people? Just find out from AY. Okay.
Talked about execution, like I guess how do you navigate the
Yeah.
path of
Okay.
partnership? For instance, as a creative, I've always I know that the things that I want to do, I can't do them alone, obviously.
Mm.
And I've been trying like a lot, like okay, who do I collaborate with? Because I mean, and there's this advice that I usually get to like collaborate with people that are in your circle, people that you do together, even if you talk people, like they build to become that way, right? But what if the people that you're seeing, their values, like your values does not align with yours? How do you navigate it? Do you have to like go outside and start looking for the people that your values align? Or do you actually, like, this person is good at this thing, but then there's just like a difference between you two. Do you just like leave them and start searching? And because that search process can actually take a while. And if you know that this thing you need to like execute it as fast as you can, you still have to like just.
So this is what I'll say, and I also observe that it is something that a lot of human beings suffer from. We are. Is it just me or the temperature in the room? It's dropped. Okay, it dropped. Eh? Please, can you tell one of the volunteers to help speak to the facility? Yeah. So, yeah, we are always in a rush, right? We are always in a hurry to do something. Sometimes it's a problem because, why am I echoing? Is it okay? Sometimes it's a problem because we lose sight of what is important because we are in like with so much of a hurry. Yeah, like we are very focused on the results. Yes, but sometimes, please, this echo is distracting me. What God wants you to enjoy or go through is the process. Does that make sense? Yeah. So in the process to get into your destination, you would have to find the right people to work with. By right people to work with, people that align with you in values, right? Yes, the people that are available to you. Now, let me even say something. It is key, it is important to understand that this thing you're doing aligns with what God wants you to do. Why? Because it is with His wisdom. Let me say it well. When God gives us something to do, right, He gives us the right tools for that, right? No, girl, you're gonna make me preach. I don't want to preach. So there's a verse in the Bible, right, that talks about gold, silver. See, all this your notes. Okay, yes. So there's a verse in the Bible that talks about the difference between, I think Paul was talking about how there is the God provides, tools for us. Not necessarily tools, but gold, silver, yes. And this gold, silver, and precious stones, they represent something, right? And then there is the other tools like wood, things that are made of clay, things that are easily breakable, yes, they also represent things. Now, when I was studying, I realized that when God asks you to do something, right, He gives you the right tools for this. So, for instance, like marriage, He gives you patience, He gives you wisdom, He gives you the ability to love. That's how it is for every other assignment that He tells you to do. So, in this case, in your case, it is the gift of discernment. You get my point? Yes. Now, with the gift of discernment, you are able to tell this, if I do something, if I execute this project with this person, right, it may go, it would, you're sure it will go south, but you're so focused on what you want to achieve, right? It is supposed to be, it is something that you're supposed to hold on to, that's supposed to encourage you, right? But most times, our vision changes to distraction. Do you understand me? So we are so, like, we are looking at it, but we are highly distracted. That is not what you're supposed to focus on in that time. You're supposed to focus on your journey, how you're supposed to get there, you know, the various process that God is going to take you through, you know, the growing, the pruning, the, God. You understand what I mean, right? So, the direct answer to you is, as much as you know that there's something that you want to achieve, right? Don't let that be your distraction. Because if you're too focused on that, you'd want to use any way possible, any means possible to get there. Do you understand? Yeah. I hope that helps. Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to just final word? Final. So, but we are all good, Abby? All right. Auntie. Okay. So, please, if Auntie Nana is around, let her come up. Okay, so do you want to come and do your... So guys, so this is me officially taking a bow. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? It's on. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, hi. So while we wait for the speaker, I'd like us to do something quick, yeah? So I'd mentioned earlier that, I don't know, people I called or people that were called to remind them about it, I said that networking is also part of things we're going to do today. So I just want you to take like 1 minute of your time, look at the person beside you and introduce yourself, tell them one thing about you. You could exchange contact while we wait for the speaker. So I'm going to ask what the person's name is. So this is a test. Look, even if it's someone behind you, you can just do that. I actually like this energy that you guys are giving me. I love it so much. Chile. Okay. Chile. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. You cannot. Okay, you can. You can return it. A pen. Pen. Is she coming already? Okay. Anyways, I can see. I love the energy. I was saying earlier. You guys were so busy. You didn't even hear me. That's very nice. Okay, so I want to do something quickly. Hello, guys. Are you listening to me? So now, what I gave you was a test. So I'm going to ask you what you asked, and the person will now confirm whether the answer you gave is correct or not. So now I'm going to ask randomly. So hi, hello. Could you tell me something about the person that you asked? What's the person's name? One thing they told you about themselves.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I met Miraculous and.
You are cheating.
No.
Do not cheat.
My girl are Miraculous. So Miraculous is into the music business side of things. While Michael is a producer.
Okay. Is it true? Okay. So 1 point. Good. Well done. You passed. Hi. Hello. Could you tell me something about the person that you spoke to? What's his name? You see, I got it. What's his name? Wow. Tell me, what's his name?
I didn't catch that.
Wow. And what else do you know?
Yeah, like you work on the project.
What's the name of the project? Did he tell you the name of the project? So what's your name? Could you remind him? Dana, that's your name. Oh, okay. So, but do you remember his name? What's his name? Okay, good. You see, he remembers your name, but you don't remember his name. Wow. No problem. Hi. Hello. How are you? So tell me about the person you spoke to. Okay. Okay, so. So you found your twin. Okay. So you found your twin. I hope you collected his contact or his IG. Okay. Hello. Hi. I didn't meet you before. What's your name? So could you tell me something unique about the person you spoke to? Or something you found unique? That's what I'm asking. You know, you're meeting for the first time, so it's maybe there's something that caught your fancy when you said oh yeah. Okay. Interesting. So you guys, did you collect his IG and stuff? Oh, that's nice. It's lovely to know that, Mr. Camp. Interesting. I always tell people, I follow you, follow me back, so that I'll not unfollow you tomorrow. But I really hope you guys you converse and you get to do something together. What do you do things in line with one another? Okay, that means you people could actually go up from here. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome. Yeah, my name is Omalade, and we're waiting for one of the speakers to arrive. So while we're waiting for the speakers to arrive, we're trying to do a quick networking session where you introduce yourself to the person beside you. And I don't know, could you introduce yourself to the person beside you, or have you met somebody yet? Oh, interesting. So tell me, what's her name? Wow, you are cheating, no? You are cheating. So tell me about her. Okay. Okay, that's nice. You can definitely introduce yourself to this person beside you too. Hi. Hello. How are you doing today? So could you tell me, who did you introduce yourself to? Oh, okay. Hello. Hi. So I want to ask him a question about you. You have to let me know whether it's right or not. So tell me about you, about him. Okay. Eh? Wow, I didn't know this person that told me the state of somebody. Everybody did not tell me state. The others they don't even remember the names. So continue, my bro.
He's trying to get into the music business side
Okay.
of the industry. He's not there yet, but he's looking to.
No, that's really nice. You're kind of detailed. So Lushola, tell me about him. Did you ask about him? What's his name? Okay.
He said he's from Lagos, which you tend to believe that most of the people are not from Lagos.
Wow.
So he was trying to
You that are from Ogun State, you want the form territory for person wey dey Lagos. No now. Okay.
You guys say no one, people believe no one.
It's from Lagos. Yeah, right. I've heard that a lot. Oh, that's really nice. That's lovely. That's really lovely. Hi. Hello. So who did you meet? Manuela, interesting. So could you tell me something about Manuela that you discovered or that she told you? But I thought I saw you talking to somebody before you spoke to Emanuela. So now, who did you speak about? Let me ask you about the person you spoke about since I interrupted you speaking to Emanuela. So if you remember the person, things about the person. Okay. Okay. At least you remember his name. That's really nice. Okay. Okay. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? So, who did you speak to? Oh, okay. And what did he could you tell me something he told you about himself? Oh, okay. That's what he does. Okay. Is she correct? Oh, that's nice. Is she coming upstairs already? Is she coming upstairs already?
We just
Miss
need
Inin.
to set up first.
Oh, okay. Okay, so far, I would say that in this class, I'll give you people 7/10 because some of you did not get my answer right. Like this brother, you don't get my answer right. You don't even remember the name of the person beside you. So I'll give you 2/10. That's your mark because you don't get the name. So I was still waiting for the first speaker, yeah. So I want to say a few sentences, and I'd like if you can finish it for me. Anybody, I'm looking. So I don't know if everybody is listening. Can everybody hear me? Please, I need your attention. Attention, please. Thank you very much. So I said that I want to do a very quick exercise that I would start a sentence and you would help me finish it. So I have a few sentences here. Why are you laughing? Don't be surprised. Yeah? She's coming now. Okay. Okay, so now, if money wasn't a problem, I would what? What would you do? Not in your mind. No, you can say, I want you to say it out now. I'm saying it out loud. I said, if money wasn't a problem, I would what? What would you do? something I need to stop doing is. Do you get it? So maybe something I need to stop doing, procrastinating, or say I'll do it tomorrow, or no, I need motivation. So what is something you need to stop doing? Oh, fear. Okay. What is something you need to stop doing? Okay. That's a very deep one. What is something you need to stop doing? People that are talking too much, they bring them money. Oh. Broadcasters, newscasters. What is something you need to stop doing, Kian?
Not rating the ideas I have.
Not what?
Rating.
The ideas you have.
Thinking of it as very, very important.
Oh, okay. Like overthinking stuff.
Not necessarily. Like I always think about great ideas, but sometimes because I can think about it, I feel like it's not as
Important.
so. It's great.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll come back. Don't worry. You see me often, guys. You see my face.
All right, guys. How we doing?
Good afternoon.
Okay, we have
My name is Omolade. My name is Omolade. I'm introducing myself to you. Yes. I know. I know. Yeah, I'm just putting a face to Teresa's husband. Yeah, that's why. You're welcome.
For the people that were listening to me, I told you about a senior
Welcome,
person.
man.
So
This is your mic,
we
man.
have now
Okay. No, is it where you can hold it? So don't worry, I'll put it over you. Let me know if you are comfortable. Okay.
I admire,
Let me.
I
Okay.
appreciate, and I respect so much. Aside being the head of corporate banking at Fidelity, she is a phenomenal,
Do you want me to put it over here?
capital, phenomenal woman. You know, and
I don't know if it stands like that. It should. It will
an
stand.
actual big deal and a huge blessing that she'll be speaking to us today on the power of vision. So guys,
Hi, it's over your head.
no further
It's
ado,
mine.
please make some noise for
It's over here. It's supposed to be here. Yeah, it should come. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, man.
Let's go out and do it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I need to fix this.
Sorry.
We shouldn't be doing this here. We should have done it by then.
We, okay. Hey, sorry, man. Okay.
Is it okay?
I think this should work.
It's to test it.
Yeah.
Not to test it.
It's on.
So we shouldn't have.
Can she speak?
Before I entered, I should have had the mic.
Yeah.
Now they've
let,
announced me and we're still testing.
let me ask if he can hear you. Could you say something? Can you hear her? Yes, you can. Please come in. You can hear you.
It's not, please come. We've not
No,
finished.
I'll.
Now, for you. Let's go into the bathroom. This is not how to do
Oh,
this.
okay. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Open my.
Okay.
It's okay. And I didn't say you should
Oh.
open everything.
Sorry, ma. I apologize. So where
Just put it
Here?
inside. Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Is this,
Hook it up.
should I hook it to the?
Yes, hook it to my brow. Something
Oh,
so it
that's-
doesn't fall.
That's why I opened
You
it.
don't have to open everything now. You can see it.
Okay.
Ah,
Sorry, ma.
Jesus Christ.
I apologize. Okay. I think this.
So guys, another round of applause for Mrs. Selena
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually intimidated by this. Good morning. Thank you.
I'm just standing.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me. I'm usually very nervous when I'm speaking, but I get used to it. Am I supposed to sit or stand?
Anyone.
Okay. Which one are you more comfortable with? I should stand. Okay, let's just flow. So my discussions are usually very interactive. This is just so that it will be as if I know book. I don't know book like you people. That's why when I saw people, I was intimidated. I was like, oh, look at these intelligent people. What am I going to tell them? But we'll just have a discussion about vision. That's why we're here. Vision is a very important, critical part of... Can you all hear me? Okay. Not very well. Where's the mic? Yeah. Can you ask them?
Hey. I don't know.
Mic, no mic for the audience.
Yes, there is. I don't know who is in charge of it. That's my problem.
Okay, let's. So, vision is actually a very critical part of our lives, and
I don't really know how that
the Bible says, "Without a vision, my people perish." How many of us have heard that? It says, "Without a vision, my people perish." That means any one of us that don't have a vision, yes, it appears that we're living, but we're not living a fulfilled life, a purposeful life, the kind of life that God has ordained us to live. So that's why the Bible says, "Without a vision, my people perish." And then if you reverse that statement, that means with the vision, you cannot perish. Do you understand? And it was just, I think it was 2 years ago, that T.D. Jakes came for a Spirit Life conference, and there was something critical that I learned. I had been studying and teaching vision, but I learned another part of it. The Bible says, "Without a vision, my people perish." So with a vision, what happens? You can't perish. So, and I found out from his teachings that vision is actually an insurance policy. Do you understand? Vision is an insurance policy. No power in this world can kill anybody that has a vision and is focused on vision and is pursuing vision. It's a spiritual law. So vision is an insurance policy because we all come to this world with a purpose, and once you fulfill purpose, there's nothing left. But there are some people that have vision after vision after vision. So as they're fulfilling one, they have another one, they continue going. What was the purpose that Christ came to the world? He came to seek and save the lost. Do you understand? So he came for a purpose. He had a vision. And once that vision was fulfilled, at 33, what he came to do was finished. He had to go because there was nothing else left for him to do. So that's the first and most important thing I want us to learn, that vision is an insurance policy. So any of us that don't have a vision, some of us have vision, but we're not following it because the Bible says, write your vision, make it plain on paper, that he that sees it will run with it. But do you know how many of us read our visions regularly? So it's that reading part. So when you write it, you must read it. If you don't read it, you cannot run with it. Even though you know what you've written, but you have to read it. And how do you read it? Every morning after your prayers, I teach vision, so I teach vision book. All of us must have vision book. If you want to succeed, It's not, most of us have been programmed that it's hard work that makes us successful. The world has programmed us that way. But you must work, because faith without works is dead. But if you are working hard and you don't go by the other spiritual principles, you will struggle. That's why you see some people working very hard. You see some people, they make first class, they don't get the best jobs. You see some people, they work 20 hours, but there are people that they'll put in 5 hours and they get results. Why? It's a mindset. It's more of the mindset than physical activity. So I'll just give a summary, then we'll go to the definitions and all that. So vision, the first thing to do is have a vision book. You have a vision board. You can have a vision board which you can have in your bathroom, in your room, anywhere. You can have it on your fridge. So what the vision board does to you is, by the time you've highlighted your visions and you've written the plans, when you have a vision, you put it down. You can have many visions though, it's not only one. Me, I have one big book, where I have plenty. As I think of, okay, I want to travel to where? Maybe somewhere, I hear a new place, I write it. That's my travel goal. So from your visions, you write down your goals. So on different pages, you have your relationship goal, financial goals, commuting goals. You can decide you want to buy a Toyota Corolla. You don't have the money now, write it down. Your academic goals, your work goals, family goals, children goals, marriage goals, you must put them down, because science has proven it. That's how the brain and the mind work. So when you write it down, and every morning after your quiet time, you also write your affirmations in that book, and your affirmations must be in the present, as if it has happened, as if you are living that life. So you write your affirmations, and every day you read out your affirmations. The Bible says what? You shall decree a thing and it shall be established. So they're all biblical principles that scientists have taken and written into books. So when you make those declarations every day, as many times as possible every day, and your brain and your mind begins to align. Do you understand? And vision, vision is not, vision is from the heart. You see from the heart. When the Bible says that God told Abraham, what can you see? It wasn't his eyes he was talking about. He said, what can you see? He said, as far as you can see. So what we should ask ourselves concerning the areas of life we want to, want to succeed is, what can we see? There's nothing. The Bible says all things are possible to them that believe. So it's just a function of, what do you want to do? How far do you want to go? Forget money. When you're writing your vision, if I want a G-Wagon today, it doesn't matter if I don't have the money in my pocket. It's happened to me several times. They know my testimonies. Once I say I want to do something, I focus on it, because they say that it has to, first of all, happen in your mind before it can happen outside. So there was this story I heard from the woman. She said she was, I think in the 60s, she was in secondary school in the US, and she got pregnant. I think she was 14 or 16, she got pregnant. And in those days, it was a taboo, teenage pregnancy. So they had a different school for evening school. Yes, for people that were badly behaved. So they said she cannot come to school. She had to go to evening school. So, everybody that goes to evening school is already profiled. So that wasn't the kind of life she wanted to live. But her parents said, two of you, the boy and girl, move together. You people will marry. You must have this child. And she became depressed because she said she wanted to be a teacher. So it was as if her whole life had crumbled. She didn't know how it was going to happen again. So she started going to evening school. But what happened was, because of her negative emotions and thoughts, because of what happened, she developed kidney problems. She got depressed, And her thoughts, another thing we need to learn is our thoughts are very powerful. The Bible says, as a man thinketh, so is he. So what you think is what manifests outside. So all of us here, whatever we're manifesting today, whatever is happening in our lives today, whatever successes or failures we're having today, just know that it's as a result of what you thought about yesterday. It's not coincidence. Nobody can do you. It's not village people. Even the village people that you think are doing you, you acknowledge them in your mind. So if you accept that fear that somebody can harm you, then you've authorized them. You've authorized that person to harm you. So nobody has the power to do anything to you except you accept it and give it power in your mind. So she became sick. She had kidney problems. And it was so bad, they needed to do a surgery. Then there was no dialysis and all that. So they needed to take out her kidney. She said she was in a Catholic hospital. And there was this nun that used to go to the intensive care ward to pray for people that were either dying or going for surgery. She said the nun came to her bed and asked her that, can I pray with you? She said yes. She asked her, do you know that in this life everything happens twice? She said she didn't understand. She said, how? Can somebody explain to me how everything in this life happens twice? Yeah. So it has to first happen in your mind before it can manifest outside. That's why the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so is he. And that's why the Bible says, whatsoever things are lovely. It advises on what to think. Whatsoever things are lovely, true, and of good report, think of these things. So we have no business thinking about negative things or things that will make us afraid. But what happens is TV, all this media, their own is to program us to fear so that they can sell their pharmaceutical products. Because if you are not programmed, why don't they sell good news? Why is breaking news only bad news? They have an agenda. And it's deliberate. The big farmers own the big media. So they drive you with fear to hospitals, to, so. Where was I? So she said the nun told her that everything happens twice. It has to first of all happen in your mind before it happens physically. She said, how? She asked her a question, said, okay, why are you here? She said she's removing a kidney. She said, okay, what kind of life do you want to live in the future? So what the nun was teaching her was envisioning. So what kind of life do you want to live? She said she wanted to be a teacher before this thing happened to her. But that she wants to be a teacher, teach primary school kids and all that. So the nun told her that, okay, why don't you... She had already had the baby. The baby was like 4 months old. And she said she wants to be alive to take care of this child. She doesn't want anybody to, take care of the child for her. So the nun told her to see herself in the future with everything she wants to do with that child. So she said, the nun said, every time before you go to bed, imagine the things you want to do with that child. When you wake up, as you're waking up, she said she started doing it. That she imagined her boy being in nursery school, kindergarten, and she was a teacher. She would take him to his class with his water bottle, and she would hear her, heels and all that. From there, she would progress to primary school. When he graduated from primary school, secondary school, university, his graduation, when he was getting married, so she saturated her mind with all those thoughts constantly. And the best times to create is first thing in the morning and when you're falling asleep, because the brain goes into a state that you can create. So those are the best times that your visions can go into your subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind is the creative mind. Do you understand? So the mind we're using now, even though the subconscious mind is active, that's why sometimes you're going past a place or you get into a mall and they're playing one music that maybe you've never heard. 2 days later, you start singing it. And you're like, what's going on? So what happened is that your subconscious mind picked it. So what has been happening to us is we're all running on a default setting. Like our mind is like a computer. The brain is like a computer. And we've been programmed negatively from childhood, unconsciously. So that's why sometimes the very things you say you don't want to do, you see yourself doing it. Not because you want to do it, but there's a program running that controls your actions. But you've prayed, you've told yourself, this new year, I'm not going to do this again. But that's not how it works. You have to override those programs by getting new programs and either listening or making declarations, affirmations. That's why they talk about affirmations. That's how you can change that software in the computer, which is the brain. Then once you change it, automatically, your behavior changes. So she kept doing that and kept doing that. She went into the surgery, came out. I think a few weeks after the surgery, her second kidney was also going bad, but it wasn't as bad as the first one. So they went for a review. They did a scan. She said she was sitting down. The doctors came out. They were arguing for like 15 minutes. Arguing. Then I called her. They said, we know that we did the surgery. We removed your kidney. She said, yes. He said, but you have 2 kidneys and 2 of them are, do you understand? Your 2 kidneys are perfect. Look at your file. We did x-rays before we did the surgery. We can even see the scan, everything, but your kidneys are okay. So that's the creative power of the imagination. If you read the Bible, you see that our imagination is creative. That's why the Bible says that we cannot enter the kingdom of God except little children. We're too adults. We're too matured for God. And that's why we struggle. What do children do? A child comes here. They take Barbie doll. They build house. Do you understand those things they're doing? They're imagining. That's the way we're supposed to live. We're not supposed to be adults where God is. But because we feel that we're in control, but that control we think we have is not how it works. The way it works is imagination. That's why you say, I don't know how many of us know this book, Think and Grow Rich. Napoleon Hill. It doesn't say study and grow rich. It doesn't say work and grow rich. It's your mind, your thoughts. So every morning, you have to decide, tell yourself today, in line with my vision book, these are the things I'm going to think about. You have to control the mind. That's why they say the mind is like a horse. You see a horse or what? You have to tame it. The mind is actually very destructive because those negative programs that are running in your mind. Why is it that sometimes something that happened in primary school comes up? And once it comes up, your emotions go wild. You just get upset. And maybe you see somebody that looks at you somehow. The mind reminds you, this person did this to you. Maybe it's the same thing this person is. Meanwhile, the person is not even aware of what you're thinking about. And you start fighting somebody that nothing has happened. So we just have to tame the mind because our vision comes from the heart. We have to tame it. That's why vision book is very important because you have to decide where am I today? Who am I today? Who do I want to become? And then when you decide who you want to become, that's why they say begin with the end in mind. So get to the end. Then you walk it back. Then you do your plan in milestones, short term, medium term, long term, and you can change. You can change your goals and everything. So that's how I lost a bit of my thought. That's how vision works. So that lady, because she has started seeing herself doing those things with the child, she became healed. And so she still became a teacher. After teaching, what she now did was she went to start studying Nelson Mandela and all those world people that their minds had, understood those visioning very well. Mandela was in prison. What happened to him? How many years? His spirit never broke. Why? even though he was physically there. I've gone to that prison, and they said there's nothing they didn't do to him. But as they're flogging him, he would tell them, you can't, he's the spirit man. His vision was focused on somewhere. So whatever they did to him, he did not allow it to take away that vision he had documented. And he knew he was going to be president. How can you be in prison and say you'll be president? But it happened. You know, look at the story of Joseph in the Bible. Was it not his vision that put him in trouble? And he was stupid enough to tell his big brothers that, all of you, I saw you, all of you bowing to me. He said, if you don't kill this boy, you know, and that got him into trouble. But another thing is that when God gives us our vision, he doesn't let us see how we're going to get there. You know, the plan unfolds, you know, gradually, because if Joseph knew they will almost kill him, throw him into a pit, sell him, go to jail, he will say, God, keep that vision. You know, none of us will, you know, want to deliberately go through those things. But once you have that vision and you're saturated with that vision, when the challenges come, you just know, okay, this is a hurdle. Once I cross it, I'm getting to the next stage. And another thing is that I study successful people. I mentioned Ronaldo. I don't know how many of us have seen it. And they were asking him how he does it. He said, before I get to the field, each game I want to play, I know how many goals I'm scoring, and I know at what time. I know the minutes. I know what minute. Why? Because he said he envisions it. He plans those games. He plans how he's scoring. So in his mind, he's practicing it. He's seeing himself scoring. He has written in the 43rd minute, I'll score the third goal. In the 52nd minute, I'll score this, or I'll score back to back to back. Sometimes it might not happen exactly, but he said most times the way he envisions those goals. So if you study sports people are very good in vision. You know why? Because sports disciplines you and helps you to focus. I used to be a sprinter. I used to run for Niger State. So you know when you are training, your vision is single. It's focused. So by the time it's like you get into a field, you have hundreds of thousands of people cheering and shouting. Do you know when you are on that track, do you know you don't see anybody? You don't see, and all you see is the finish line, no matter what anybody is saying. So that's the kind of focus we need to have on our vision. Because those your visions that you've documented will be tested. So when it's tested, do you have that kind of tunnel vision to keep looking to say, this thing is here, that's where I'm going, it will pass. And it will be tested. And C.D. Jakes said, he said, sometimes when it looks like your work is challenged, maybe you get fired, or for those that have children, your children have challenges, or you're having marital issues, serious. He said, it's not about your job, that the devil is attacking the vision, because he knows the kind of powerful person you will be if you get to the end of that vision. So when you are attacked in any way, strengthen yourself and know that, okay, the job is gone, so what next? The vision will still happen. It happened to me. I lost my job. And that was when I was really studying these things. I got to work one day, 11 o'clock. My MD sends for me. I go to his office. He said, you're fired. I said, what did I do? He said, I have your file. Your performance is not here. It wasn't in this bank, somewhere else. So he said, it has nothing to do with your performance. They said you're a bad person. I said, since when did they start firing? I've not gone to, you're supposed to set up a committee to investigate how bad I am. and give me evidence, then you can fire me. He said no, that in fact they said he can't even transfer me to another branch. I just have to leave. You know, it was a setup. And that was when I was studying all these things. So it had to be tested. So I said, okay, then why don't you tell me what I've done wrong? I said, I'm fine, I will leave. Tell me what I've done wrong. So when I go to another place, I won't make the same mistakes. But if you don't tell me, I might make the same mistakes. He said, no, I should just leave. I left. He sent for me again. I should come back. I came back to his office. He said, okay. That he would tell me that. He said, I'm a very bad person. I'm this and that. I said, well, I said, he should be, I said, advise him. I said, whoever said these things to you, you need to investigate. Because they will use you to destroy innocent people. And the punishment will come to you because you authorized it. You know, so that he should be careful, he should investigate, but it's fine, that's how it will go. And when I walked out of his office, the secretary, I still spoke to the secretary, we gisted, we laughed, I passed. So I said, under my breath, I just said, God, you said that all things work together for good for me, that this is for my good. I don't know how, but I'm convinced it's for my good. I left, I went to my office, packed my things, called one or two of my people. One of my close boys, he started crying. I said, why are you crying? I said, do you cry when somebody is promoted? He said, no. That's another thing. While you're working in your vision, be careful what you say. Because death and life is in the power of the tongue. What you say will cancel that vision if you're not conscious of it. So I told him, I said, do you cry when somebody is promoted? I said, I've been promoted. This is promotion. I don't know how it's going to turn to promotion, but I'm telling you it's promotion. You will see it happen. So he wiped his tears. They were packing my things, packed my things. Another, you see, they say when you feed yourself with the word, when you have challenges, the word starts feeding you. That was when I experienced it the first time. And then the second one that came to me is, okay, while I was with my MD, I remembered when Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. So I remembered the law of honor. No matter what happens, you must honor him. I remembered one day my pastor was preaching that message. You know, sometimes things just resonate, even if you've heard it 100 times. So he said, when Daniel was brought out from the lion's den, what was the first thing he did? He bowed to the king. He said, "O king, live forever." Somebody that said they should kill you. So I said, okay, honor. So I was very conscious of the fact that I had to honor him throughout the conversations, because it's a law. So I left. Another one, when I was leaving, I didn't want. Another thing is sympathy. Sympathy is very destructive. Don't let people sympathize with you. Just disappear. So I didn't tell anybody, only 3 people that helped me pack my things, and they packed them small. So I didn't want that people will start crying and, you know, you now start feeling bad. It kills the spirit. So I went to my backup. I told him, I said, Nii, I said, I have 3 meetings. And I had 3 meetings that day. I said, I have 3 meetings with this person, this person, this person. I'm going for the meetings. I said, take charge. Make sure nothing goes wrong, blah, blah, until I come back. But I'm going for them. And I went for the meetings. Because the scripture that came to me is, do your work as unto the Lord. You already have, it's not the customers did not, they're not the ones that fired you. So you can go there. I told one of them, the other 2 I didn't tell because I didn't have that close relationship with them. So I still did the meetings, went and stayed in my friend's office till evening. I didn't tell my husband until I got home in the night. Friday, I don't know what he's doing at work. You now, breaking news, bad news. All his plans for the day will scatter. It wasn't worth it. So until I went home, he said, why didn't you tell me? I said, because I know it's for good. If I tell you, it will affect your business. So I didn't want to tell you until you finish what you were doing. I know that it's for good. I said, don't worry yourself. It will turn, but how? I don't know. You know, I just held on to that word. And somebody now sent me a message. I think it was a TD Jakes message, 7 minutes message that said, leave it alone. You know, my mentors had gotten signs for me. You cannot be fired like that at your level. The board has to meet before they fire you, blah, blah, blah. And it was genuine. So one of my mentors called me on Sunday to say, have you spoken to the son? I said, no. They were upset. They said, why? You're not serious? I said, please, can I send you something? I sent that message. She said, okay, it's fine. We'll go with you. And because that message said, if you do anything about it, you'll cause more collateral damage. He said, be still and know that I'm God. That's why you know that all the power is within you. Do you understand? If you just understand the laws and how to walk. You know, there's one book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. It's on YouTube. I think it's audio book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. It teaches us that God created this world with laws. And once you understand the laws, that's why you see good people prosper, bad people prosper. Why? It's not about how good you are. The Bible says the rain falls on the righteous and unrighteous. So a lot of the good people have not studied how life works, how God created the world. It's a game. And once you understand the rules of the game, it's like you go in to play chess or whatever game or football, and you don't understand offside. You score 5 goals, they cancel all of them, and you're crying. You didn't play by the rules. So a lot of us are living life and being good, being righteous and everything, but we're not playing by the rules. So the rules are working against what we're doing. Just like the law of gravity. There are different laws. The major law is law of sowing and reaping. And when we say sowing and reaping, it's not just financial. It says if you need love, give love out. Whatever you want to receive, look for people that are lacking in those things, and where it can be 10 naira in those things, give it out. You see that your own problems will be solved. It's a law. It's a spiritual law that God created. So you see that I've not even gone to this thing. So it's basically the vision book. Very important. Is a must do. And Napoleon Hill, I read a lot of his books. He says in the morning, he said, you should leave your house and walk as if God sent you. If God calls you now and say, go to that place and do this thing, what kind of confidence will you carry? He said, every day, leave your home, walk as if God sent you. Whatever you are doing, just walk. I can't read it. I'm not wearing my glasses. Okay. He said, walk as if God sent you. With that kind of confidence, put your plans together. That vision book is very important too. If you see me sometimes, I'm walking on the road, I'm talking to myself like a mad person. What am I doing? I'm saying my affirmations as many times. Do you understand? I'm walking, I'm saying my life is abundant in every way. I'm successful in all that I do. I'm full of love and beauty. I'm grateful for all I have in life. I'm divinely guided and protected. You know, it's very important because we're created to create by speaking. People will say a closed mouth is a closed destiny. You must speak. So those of us that pray in our mind, we have to find a way to change it. And again, in the morning, we have to learn to plan our day. You can actually plan your day, plan your behavior. Say today, I'm not going to be upset with anybody, no matter how I'm triggered. You can plan it, write it down. You see that once you've written it down and you're conscious of it, you will start, your brain, your subconscious mind will start following it. And then in the evening, do a review. These things I wrote down, how many of them did I do? There's no failure. You know, that consciousness means that you're already succeeding in making progress in that direction. Oh yeah, let's look at the slide. So it will not be as if we didn't look at the slide. Okay, let's just go through it. Can we start? This is not the beginning. This is not... Okay, the power of vision. Okay, we all know the definition of vision. Clear, inspiring statement defining what you want to achieve or become. I'll share it with everyone. The destination you are aiming for. a visual reality of your destiny, foresight with insight based on hindsight. So based on where you are coming from, where do you want to get to? And the purpose is your why. Your vision is your what. Purpose is a statement that defines why you exist and the impact you want to make. Your core values and mission, the reason for your being, the foundation from which vision emerges. My purpose is to impact every life I come across. Every day I leave my home, I say, God, send me help, send me people to change, to impact their lives. So the origin of vision is not just imagination, it's a destiny revealed. It's seeing what you were born to do. God will show you your vision, but will never tell you how to get there. That's what I said about Joseph. Why? Because vision is a glimpse of the end. If you knew the difficulties of the plan, like Joseph knew the difficulties of the plan, like Joseph's prison, you will definitely reject the destination. Next slide. The journey between here and there, your past. God gives you a past and prepares you. Your history is the training ground for your future. Then the plan, the secret process, like Joseph's journey to the throne. The plan prepares your character for the promise. The destination, the vision realized, seeing the end from the beginning allows you to endure the process. Another illustration I want to make, this building was built by an architect, or designed by an architect. When you want to build, the first thing you do is you draw, you design, quantity surveyor, approvals, and all that. And why do they do that? So that can somebody tell me why they do that? Yeah, you're right. Sorry? Okay, yes. Okay. You're all correct. So that when you're building and there is an error, when they're building, they're checking the drawing. So they go back to the drawing to confirm if there's a place that is not aligned with what's in drawing. They pull it down and keep, That's why it says start with the end in mind. But the building is not as important as our lives. We design our clothes, design shoes, design everything. But none of us sits down to plan the most important thing that we have, which is our lives. So I want us all to live here. Go back to the drawing board, draw your life. You can actually decide, okay, who is the person living the kind of life I want to live now? You can start from there and say, okay, this person is living this life. Maybe Okonjo Iweala is who I want to be like. I'll say, okay, what has she done? How did she succeed? You start working backwards. If there are certifications you need to do to get there, if there are trainings you need to get there, if there are mentorships you need to get there, you start putting them together. Because if you don't design your life like an architect, you won't know when you are falling out of line. But if you have designed it to the end, and every day you look at it, there are some opportunities that will come to you. You know that this one is a distraction. It's not aligned with where I'm going to. You quickly just drop it. And even if you take it, you know that it's temporary. Okay, I need some money. Let me just use it and make quick money. But that's not where I'm going to. But sometimes, because we've not designed our lives, something comes, we follow, okay, everybody is jackpot, let me jackpot. It's hard. You come back. They say it's Canada. You go again. Do you understand? But when you have designed, no matter the difficulties you face, you continue pushing. That's why when Joseph, even in prison, they still made him a leader in prison because he had character. He knew that he had a purpose. So those difficulties did not distract him. Okay, sight and vision. Sight is limited by visual capacity. Vision, the only limitation to vision is your imagination. How wild can you imagine? Look at Elon Musk. That guy is just having fun. He's just having fun. And that's how God created all of us in his image. That's why they say entrepreneurs are crazy, because they sit down, think of something that is impossible. And we're telling the person, this cannot happen. The person is just resign and go, because the person has seen it in his mind and is convinced. Okay, next one. Um, um, Vision is the most powerful force in the world. It allows us to see the future before it becomes reality. It fuels persistence. When you visualize the end, no obstacle can deter you. You have a clear understanding of the prize. A life driven by vision is defined by purpose, resilience, and deep satisfaction. You know, another person that practices these things, whether we like him or not, Donald Trump. I've studied him. Once he's focused on something, that's why they did everything to stop him from getting it. They wanted to make him bankrupt by all those law cases. He made people to love him because he's aligned with his vision. All the forces of the earth will make sure you get that thing once you are not distracted. You know, they did everything, even tried to assassinate him. Who do you shoot? And he gets up and he's doing like this. Because he has seen himself at the end. Most people would have, but he kept pushing. And he never said anything to the contrary. If you notice, what's this? I have a dream. What's his name? Martin Luther King. He was a visionary person. But his words, he said he might not live to see it. He said it. And because he spoke it, God must align. God has given us authority. So what you speak must happen to you. Once you speak it, your brain and your mind starts getting things to make sure that those words, your brain takes it that my master has spoken. I must make it happen. And recently, there are videos that, what's this black American lady? Candace Owens. She played some videos. She was very close to Charlie Kirk. You know, everybody is shouting, why did he die so young, blah, blah, blah. Do you know he said it? He was saying it that he would die, that he feels that he would die young. So he made declarations, and that's why that assassination got him. They would have attempted, but failed. But they've played videos where he continuously expressed the fears that he would die young. Do you understand? So we have to, the words are powerful, our thoughts are powerful, our words are powerful, our feelings, that's what they haven't taught us. The way we feel is more powerful than our thoughts and our words. So we must be very conscious of what we're thinking about, what we're saying, and how we feel. Our feelings are creative, more creative than words. Some of us know the story of Esau and Jacob. Esau and Jacob. The father said, what did he say? It sounds like Jacob, but it feels like Esau. That story is to teach us that feeling is more creative than words. Feeling is more creative than words. So even when we're making our affirmations, we must make sure that we look for things that put us in a state of joy. You cannot create in a negative state. So if it's music, if it's books or whatever, you can read and study to alter your state. Science has proven it that we cannot attract anything good. No matter what you pray, prayers, God has answered the prayers, is in the storehouse. But it cannot come to you because you are angry, you are jealous, you are resenting somebody. So you know when the Bible says, forgive. If we don't forgive, our prayers will be hindered. That's what it's talking about. Science has proven it. They have tested people, the magnetic field around people, and they've seen that miracles happen when somebody is in a state of joy. So it's very important. When the Bible says unconditional love, it's actually selfish to forgive somebody that hurt you. For you to go and say, you hurt me, I'm sorry. Why? To free yourself. I have my vision. Because somebody annoyed me, my blessings now will not come. I can't give you that power. I'll go and beg you. I'm sorry that you are angry with me. I'm sorry that you are used. That's why the Bible said, if they slap you here, give them the next one. But it's not rational. But if you think about it, that's why Christ said, forgive them for they know not what they do. You know why? The law of sowing and reaping says, if you do something bad to me, the Bible says, vengeance is mine, I will repay. Because the law of karma is there to take care of it. Every seed you sow, every seed grows after its kind. So if you hurt me, you must get it back. So if I now decide because I'm very angry and you embarrassed me, I want to do you back. If I do you back, do you know what I've done? I've sown a seed, which I must get. That's why the Bible says, vengeance is mine, I will repay. So when somebody hurts you, leave them. Focus on your vision. All those are distractions. Yes, let it be that they embarrass you, walked into someone, they embarrassed you. Yes, go and find a way to put your mental state in a good place. You must forgive because of where you're going to. It's selfish for us to forgive and walk in unconditional. You can, even science has proven it, you can only create when you walk in unconditional love. So let's leave. These are certain, principles that, unfortunately, they don't teach us every day. But those are the things that make people successful. Unforgiveness is deadly. It causes cancer. It causes different sicknesses. So we have no business. So you can write the vision, do everything. But if you're holding on forgiveness and you don't love and you don't, just know that anything you do to somebody, just ask yourself, do I want to get this thing back? If you don't want it, just go back and tell the person, I'm sorry, I did not know where I was. The person will not know that you're protecting your vision. They'll think you're stupid. Let them think, I can kneel down for anybody. Just so that I can keep my state in a good place. Because there are plenty of things to do now. And now say because somebody called me a fool. But am I even a fool? It's only when you don't know yourself that you get upset when people trigger you. But when you have programmed yourself in the morning with your vision and your affirmations, you come out and somebody say, look at that fool. You just smile. It's compassion. You say, oh God, help that person. They don't even know that I'm not a fool. You will not be upset because you have spoken to yourself. You've spoken to your day. So you are not easily triggered. So what triggers us is when we have not planned our day and we don't know how we want the day to go. Okay. I said this. Entrepreneurs are considered very crazy because they keep seeing things that others can see. The visionaries are often called insane because they do not live by what they see with their eyes, but by the reality they carry in their hearts. Next slide. Life without vision. Many people live unaware of the value within them. They drift without direction, leaving their potential untapped, living without understanding of life's purpose. The gold within awaits realization. The tragedy is not death, but life without purpose. Everyone has a unique purpose that only them can fulfill. Unveiling the gold within. How do we mine this potential? Identify your dreams. What do you like? What are you passionate about? Another secret I need to share with you people is that you cannot succeed in something you don't love. It's a spiritual principle. If you're doing a job, you're working somewhere, maybe you're a banker, you say, this banking work is too stressful, I don't like it. You can never succeed. You keep toiling. So no matter what you're doing, even if it's something you didn't really want to do, every day be telling yourself, I love my job, until that love, until you love the job while you're doing it, before you get something else. Just remember, you cannot succeed in something you do not love. And there are practical examples. There was these Lebanese people, they succeed. They're very successful in restaurants and all that. So one day, when they turned around Blowfish, I don't know how many of us know Blowfish. It's a restaurant in Via. That place was dead for a long time. So the people that took it over, one day I said, Friday night we went there. No parking on that street. We had to park on the next street. Nowhere to sit. I'm like, so we're asking, we said, how do you people do this? This place has been here for years, run down. Different managements came and went. No, he said there are 4 things. He said Nigerians do not succeed because they don't love Nigeria. He said we love Nigeria more than Nigerians love Nigeria. He said you cannot succeed in a business you don't love. So even if you don't like it, be telling yourself, brainwash yourself until you love it while you're doing it. Until you change. While you're doing it, you must be successful. Because the Bible says we must succeed in everything we lay our hands to do will prosper. So before I get to the next job I'm praying for, this one I'm doing, every morning I tell myself, I love my job. I love everybody around me. Do you understand? So I started observing people and found out that, and studying, I found out that it's true. You cannot succeed in a country you don't love. In Nigeria, there are poor people. In America, that everybody's running to, and UK, there are very poor people there. So the most important thing, while you're here, if you want to jackpot, you can jackpot, but while you're here, love Nigeria, pray for Nigeria, love yourself, love your job. When you get to the UK, make sure you love the place. If not, you limit yourself. They are spiritual laws, so if you don't, you can't get away with it. By refining these elements, we allow our unique gifts to... Okay. So you find your skill set, engage it to help people become better at it, using it to help people. The part people miss is using it to... No, the part people miss is not using their gifts to help people. So when you start using your gift to help people, you begin to enjoy it and you love it. And you are always successful when you do what you love. That's what I was just trying to explain. Gandhi says you find yourself when you lose yourself in the service of others. Honestly, the best thing that can happen to you is just any opportunity to help people. Honestly, that's the path to success. When I hear these things, I practice them and I see that it works. If you see anybody that needs help, if you're lucky, I practiced it. I had mortgage issues. I couldn't pay my mortgage 3 years ago. We missed like 4 to 5 payments. And the mortgage company wanted to come and take our house. And I was reading one book by Neil Donald Walsh. The man keeps preaching. He said, that which you want to receive, give it out. He said, give it out. As many people as need that thing. So one man came for his conference. That one said, what will I give? I don't have money. I came on scholarship to this meeting. I only have 3.5 pence on me. He said, there's somebody on the streets that needs it. He said, go and give it out. And the guy gave it out. And the guy said, that I don't have anything. He said, what are you good at? He said, he's very funny. He has humor. He said, then go around making people laugh. That's a gift you're giving. You're making people laugh. You're making them happy. Even compliments. Just compliment. Make people happy. Whatever you are good at, just share it. You see that things will begin to come to you. So there was somebody in our house fellowship that had accommodation problems that was thrown out. They said everybody should contribute. You know how when they say we should contribute for somebody, even those of us that can afford it, you see people contributing 5,000, 10,000. Do you understand? As if it can really help. So everybody contributed. They came again. It wasn't enough. So I remember the book I was reading. My spirit was judging me. He said, complete it now, balance it now. They needed 52,000 to complete the money. That was years ago. That was a lot of money. I said, if I give him 52,000, how will I finish the month? But I kept reading that book because the way the subconscious mind is reprogrammed is repetition. If you read something, you must read it like 100,000 times, 200,000, so it can change your mind. So I said, okay. I had about 73,000 in my account. I said, let me even try this thing. Because Oyedepo said, we are hearers only, not doers, deceiving ourselves. So when I hear those things, I practice it. So I wrote a check. I got to church. I said, where is that guy? He used to register children's church. They said that he's not on duty today. I said, thank God. I left. But my spirit was still judging me. We've already made up your mind to this. Why don't you do it? I kept it. That week was very long. The next week, as I cited him, I didn't even know his name. I just gave him, I said, my card is in the envelope. I don't know your name. Write it, send me a chat. My number is there. So I can confirm the check when it comes. The prayer the guy prayed for me. Meanwhile, I cleared my account too. I said, God, they say we should try this thing. I've tried it. I'm trying it too. I don't know how I'm going to finish this month. I have children. So, do you know 4 days later, somebody that had done transactions for years back was in town. The PA called me that guy is in town, blah, blah, blah. I went with my colleague. I said, oh, yeah, business. Let's go and get new business. We got there. So when they said we should come in, we're going. He said, no, I should come in. I came in. He said, you served us for so many years. We never did anything for you. He said, take this envelope. I said, why? I said, I didn't do it for. I said, that was 4 years ago. He said, no, they just feel that they should bless me. I didn't collect it. He just dropped in my, he said, I have a board meeting, dropped in my bag and left. I was like, why? It was a small envelope, so it was like 100,000 naira. I left. I felt bad because I wasn't used to taking gifts from people. I got to the office, put it in my cupboard. I didn't touch it. I didn't even call him again to say thank you because I was upset. Why are you giving me money? So 3 days later, I said, it's not nice that I've not said thank you to this man. I brought it out and looked at it. It was $4,500. Nobody had dashed me $100 before. And converting it was exactly what we needed to pay for 5 months mortgage payments. That was, do you understand? That was when I said, this thing works. So when I see people that have said they are practicing this thing, so I practiced it and it worked. Somebody I did something for how many years? Just call you from nowhere. I think I'm going to get new business. I was scared. I ran to my MD. I said, so that they don't say I collected bribe, but I said, see you. Because I was scared. I said, see what this man gave me. I did not ask for anything. He said, don't worry that he will call him. I just wanted my conscience to be clear. But what I'm trying to say is, that thing that you are looking for, there are people looking for it in other areas. If it's people that are looking for a job, maybe a cleaner is looking for where to work, direct them. Somebody has accommodation issues, your own is 2 million to pay rent. You can't afford it. Somebody's own is 20,000 or 50,000. Solve their problem. Once you do it, it's a law. God will send, it can be a stranger so the person will just meet you and say, and you start talking, and the person will be like, oh, this, and the person will say, okay, take this. So I think I've gone beyond my time. So any questions? Maybe we can take a few questions. Because I can keep talking all day because I'm living it and I'm enjoying it. I don't lack anything. I'm proud to say that I don't lack anything. Once I need something, I know what to do. My book, every morning I'm writing. I'm writing, I'm reviewing what I've written, I'm imagining it. I'm listening, and the mind cannot stay in an idle state. So what I advise is, what I do, if I enter my car now, as I'm going, I'm listening to something positive. Because once you leave the mind, it only digs up the negative. And once you go a bit far back, it takes a longer time to bring it back. So if I get up, even to pee in the night, I just take my phone, and even it's 2 minutes, I've listened to something. Because I understand how it works. And most faith teachers tell you they don't go to bed without playing faith messages. Because the subconscious mind does not sleep. It doesn't sleep. So while you're sleeping, you can play something on low tone. So whatever you want to become, look for things, look for books, look for messages, and look for music. And just keep hitting your mind with it. You see that your life will change. And we'll begin to share testimonies. Questions? Any question or clarification or... Okay. No, it's okay.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Just clarification or form of question. I know there are times as creatives when we crave silence. Right. What I mean by silence, I just want you to give more credence to what you're saying. There are certain times where I do not want to listen to, or should I say, what you're saying maybe it's subjective.
Okay.
And it depends on the personality,
Yeah.
the persons that you're engaging with. There are times where I just want, for example, I want to meditate.
Yeah, no, meditation is allowed. If you're not meditating, that's when I'm saying listen to something. No, meditation. If you check in the Bible, the only places, one of the best ways to succeed, or the only way to succeed is through meditation. As they don't teach us. I read Kenneth Hagin's book, the How to Be Led by the Holy Spirit. Towards the end, he said he was doing crusades. Before any crusade, he would fast, he would pray. So there was one he was going to and he was tired. And God was like, why are you stressing yourself? Just go and meditate. He said, meditate. The big crusade I'm doing, I should not do all night vigil. And he said that was the most successful. So after then, that's when he started meditating. Meditation is the way to success. What does Joshua say? This book of the law shall not depart from your mouth. You shall meditate on it day and night and observe to do all that is written. And only then can you make your way prosperous and have good success. Sorry, I missed that meditation part. Psalm 1, what does it say? But his delight is in the law of the word of the Lord, and in it he meditates day and night. After that meditation, what does it say? A tree planted by the reservoirs of waters. And everything he does will prosper. Go and study the Bible. Everywhere there's meditation, there's success. So meditation is the only part. As you are studying, that's why you have affirmations. You study, you have affirmations. You listen, you have affirmations. Then that's why they say, take a scripture relating to the challenge you're going through and meditate on it. Without meditation, you'll struggle with being successful. Meditation is very important for success. It's very important. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mom. I really appreciate your time. And my question is, what would be the mind can be misleading?
Yeah.
Sometimes we think we are doing the right thing and we are just over our mind. We think we are, and so my question is, how does a person align the mind on the right thing?
On the right.
Yes. Like, because I'm talking based on experience.
No, I know.
I've seen some people in their head, what they are doing, they are the right person in the world.
Yeah, I know. All of us think we're right.
I don't know. It's just what this person knows.
Yeah.
How does the person, I don't know. Everybody here is not even a Christian, so I would say the person read the Bible.
We don't have. We don't have to be Christian. I only use the Bible because I'm a Christian. All these things are in the Quran. I have the Quran. I read the Quran. I listen to Buddhists. I learned forgiveness from a Buddhist monk. The way he talked about it. So if I don't study their books, how do I engage them? Do you understand? If I'm talking to a Muslim now, I read the Quran. I have the Quran. We'll open the Quran and I'll tell you this is what it says. So why are you doing this? It's contrary to what the Quran says. So all these principles, the major religions are aligned in so many of these principles. They agree. Even Buddhists, they say Christ was the highest prophet. They acknowledge him. The miracles they say he did, we don't even know most of it. So it's not about religion. It's about the laws the God that created. All of us are worshiping one God through different sources. So it's about the laws that God put in place. To understand those laws and walk by those laws, I will be successful. Sorry, I missed that meditation. Meditation is the only place in the Bible that once it talks about meditation, it says success. Everywhere meditation is in the Bible, there's success. So it's hard to be successful without meditating. I didn't answer your question. So, no, it's for us to start from the end. Design our life. Because if we knew it, they say where you are today is as a result of what you thought about yesterday. So if you want to change your life, change your thoughts, change your words. So if it was working, you won't need to change it. But if it's not working, that means they are not doing the right thing. That means you're not doing the right thing. Just go back, observe. Another thing is observe, be conscious of the words you are saying. Because most times we pray, we say God answered, but we use our words to cancel it. Sometimes we don't even know what we say. So that consciousness of of listening to what we're speaking, at the end of the day, check, oh, what did I say contrary to this vision I've written? Once you're able to isolate all those things and make sure your words, your thoughts, your feelings align, there's no power that can stop whatever you're believing God for will happen. You know, when they said, when 2 or 3 shall agree concerning a thing, I was reading some of the ancient religion. You know what it means? When 2 or 3 shall agree concerning a thing, shall be established. When your words, your thoughts, your words, and your feelings agree, no power in this world can stop it from happening. Because sometimes you're making affirmations. Your body is telling you that you don't believe that thing you're saying. You're not feeling it. It will not work. That's why you must always be in a good state, a happy state, a loving state. Because of yourself. Oh. And that's why, you know, when the Bible says that you eat deadly poison, it will not hurt you. There's a book I read by James Allen. It's called The Heavenly Life. He said, when you walk in that was when I got the revelation that I must forgive everybody. He said, when you walk in unconditional love, the power of love, which is God, must protect you from all harm. And science has proven, there's this scientist, Joe Dispenza. People should listen to him. They're all on YouTube. Then there's another book, The Biology of Belief. These are scientists that have left science and aligned with religion or belief. So they teach it from a scientific perspective because they'd have to prove what they are teaching. So, what was I trying to say? Yeah. I've forgotten. Yeah. If you walk on unconditional love, nothing. No, there's nobody. You eat poison. No, I'm not saying you should go and look for poison, but so they've tested the field. Even Kenneth Hagin said that sickness and disease and poison cannot survive in a body that works in unconditional love. And I was talking about Joe Dispenza. They've tested it to say that when everything around you is love, no harm, because it's energy. The negative energy from outside, there's something called the law of boomerang. So if somebody sends something to you, maybe they plotted against you, or they send juju anything to you, that thing actually lives and progresses towards you. But when it comes to you, what kind of energy do you have around you? If all you have is positive and love, it must go back somewhere, boomerangs, and goes back to the sender. That's when they say return to sender. It's the law of boomerang. So it's actually selfish to forgive and love everybody, because you don't know who is plotting what. So that whatever they are plotting, it will not touch you. It will just come around you and go back to the person that sent it, because the person said, the message you sent me, I cannot attach because there's so many benefits. The basic thing is, if you want to be successful, work in unconditional love. All these people you are seeing, forget that they behave as if they are crazy. They apply these principles. All these billionaires, they apply these principles. Somebody that got close to Aliko was telling me how the man prays and how he does everything. He wakes up, he has made his declarations, he has done this and done that. And we're wondering, why is he taking the whole world? He understands the laws. And he wakes up and he takes charge. He's taking everything. He has planned his life. So let's plan our life. So the next time we meet, it will be testimony time. We'll all be billionaires. Thank you. I hope I made sense. Thank you. Thank you.
So our next speaker is going to be coming on.
Thank you.
Please, another round of applause.
How many minutes did I do? 1 hour.
Shout out to people that are
Oh, I was just enjoying it.
10 minutes as now that she's here, let me behave myself and say that Chidera is an exceptional marketing executive. You know, let me not lie, she's one of the best in the industry right now. And she is talking to us about storytelling and content.
Good afternoon. Hope you're having a great day so far. Your face is serious. I'm not here to give you some words on marble. It's going to be a conversation, so let's try to lighten up. How are we all doing this afternoon? All right. Okay, she's done a good job with introducing me, but just for the sake of it, once again, my name is Chidera. I'm here to take you through the topic content architecture and storytelling. I would harp a bit on the concept of storytelling. So years ago, when we're probably in primary or secondary school, we would hear people say a lot about storytelling, folklore, and all of that. And to us, it meant maybe gathering children in one community, one compound under the mango tree and telling them stories or what have you. But in recent times, the concept or the word storytelling has actually become a bit more popular. And you see people nowadays even creating job descriptions. I got a contract one time and they're like, oh, we need you to come on board and become our brand storyteller. And I'm like, okay, brand storyteller, that's interesting. Because when I started out, it was either marketing exec, communications exec, or something else, or maybe a digital arts specialist. But people are now, more in tune with the concept of storytelling. And what is storytelling? Basically, storytelling is putting together words and, doing something very much intentional to put out or to tell the world, tell people who are interested in your brand persona, the reason why that brand exists. And before I move forward, I'd like to say that we are all storytellers. So you may not be a writer, you may not be a vlogger, a content creator, or whatnot, but you are a storyteller. And why do I say that? You have social media handles. Everybody here is probably on social media. At least you are on one platform. And by virtue of the fact that you're posting something, it means you are telling a story. You could produce a song and you put out maybe a BTS video of yourself producing that song. And when the song is live, you post it and you're like, okay, this is what I did, this is this is the process I went through to bring this sound to life. That is storytelling. You might not be doing it professionally, you might not be doing it with the biggest cameras and stuff, but you're telling a story. So by virtue of the fact that you have an Instagram account, Twitter page, TikTok page, Facebook, whatever, you are a storyteller. But what we'll be doing right now is to take you through how to do that more professionally, how to do that to get results, because I think a lot of us here are either music or entertainment execs or creatives. Let me use the word creatives. So we're going to be learning how to tell the stories better. So I have here how artists build immortal brands in a noisy digital world. For someone like me that works in media, marketing, and communications, I can tell you for a fact that at least 12 times in a year, that's once every month, I consider deactivating all my social media accounts and just going ghost. And the reason is not far-fetched. There's so much noise online, and I think I want to focus. So what that says to us is, the digital landscape is very noisy. There's so many things going there. There's so many people posting. Every day we have new content creators, new people trying to create content, to do something, set up tripod, do what's not. We even have bankers now that literally vlog a day in the life. I just recently, I used to work in corporate, like a very, very corporate organization, and I had colleagues like that. They would literally set up. I'm like, you guys have time, oh, can't be me. So it's very noisy. People are, struggling to make ends meet through content creation and stuff. But how do we stand out? How do we tell our stories in such a way that we stand out? I'll give an example. I know this room is probably filled with people in music and all, but I'll try to make my examples a bit broader to cover the brand side. I think a lot of us here should know this lady, Ade-Ife. If you know her, please. She's my favorite example of someone who knows how to tell stories or how to do things in such a way that you get the needed reaction, you get crazy reactions. How did she start out? She used to post videos every day of, oh, I'm 23 years old, I spent 10 million a month, I spent 23 million a month. And the online outrage was immersive, it was crazy, and it got her numbers. She wasn't doing anything strange, she wasn't doing anything out of the blues. She was just telling us, this is what I spent in a month. Now, we don't know if it was correct, if she was telling us the truth or not. But what that did for her was she got the needed attention. And now she's an influencer. She has built 2 brands. She has 2 companies online that makes her a shit ton of money. And she goes out for speaking events, people pay her, and you can also pay her to post for you on her social media platform. That's what you can get if you tell your stories very well. So next slide, please. All right, so I have here art is content and content is currency. We're probably all music execs here, but before your music pays, your story has to pay. We understand that if you are an emerging artist, you can't drop a song today or tomorrow and expect to start making money immediately. It takes time. But within that period where you're still building, you're still trying to get a community, how do you stay relevant? How do you build currency for yourself, or your brand itself, even before the music starts moving or before your craft starts moving? It's through storytelling and building a community. Community is really, really key. Okay, so what comes to your mind when you see these faces? This is obviously Davido and this is Timaya. Like I said earlier, this is going to be very interactive. I'm not here to speak. It's not a one-way type of thing, so we're having a conversation. I could sit if you want me to sit so you feel closer to me, but let's talk. What comes to your mind when you see this guy on my left? I'll be right. OVO. Okay. Yes, to me it's OBO. It is we rise by lifting others. There's that as well. Then this is Timaya. Just one phrase. What's that? God bless you. Yes. So when he first came into the scene, it was all about the whole plantain boy thing. On social media, in interviews, he was talking about how he used to hawk plantain. Even in his songs, it was plantain, 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 plantain. And I think, I may be wrong, but I think I'm right, that this is one of the major reasons why he stayed relevant at that time, because a lot of people could relate to that story. He didn't come and say, oh, I'm the biggest, or he didn't just come and start releasing music. He was telling people, this is my struggle, this is how I started. And I believe that Timaya was speaking for at least 90% of the country's population, because we only have a few people who are stupendously rich, let me use that word. The rest of us here are, I will not say struggling, but we're trying to get there. And Timaya at that time was speaking for people like us. There were no handouts to him or anything. He just started from a very humble beginning and he's been able to achieve so much. Next slide, please. So that's the power of storytelling. The fact that you can see those 2 pictures and that message comes to your mind. It's the power of storytelling and community building. Like I said earlier, I would also try to use brand examples. When you see let me use this word, a figure 8 shaped bottle that doesn't have a cover or even a wrapper around it, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Thank you. Yes, Coca-Cola. That's the power of branding. So in our own instance as creatives or music execs, your branding is how you tell stories, or how you're able to tell stories that help people associate something unique with you and help you build a cult following. Now, I've said, attention is now the first stage of artist development. I think years ago when A&Rs discovered artists, they probably take the artist underground, help him or her go through, artist development, the academies and whatnot. But nowadays, things have shifted a bit. The first thing is now attention, because it's rare for someone to even just discover an artist just randomly. The person has to be doing something first before they even discover him. I was listening to an interview, I think years ago, Don Jazzy said he discovered Crayon and I think Boy Spice because they used to post their freestyles online. So first off, you even need to grab the attention of whoever you're trying to reach. So gone are the days where you just do your music thing, you don't tell any story, you don't post online, you don't do anything, and you expect your next Don Jazzy to come to your room and find you. It's gone. You need to first think of how to grab the attention of the needed people. And he also says storytelling is the engine of fan acquisition. When you've gotten the attention of these people that will probably discover and train you, how do you retain their attention and how do you keep your fans invested? It's by telling stories. And when I say storytelling, it might seem a bit too mechanical, like you have to sit down and write something or be too serious about it. No, as a matter of fact, remember I said earlier, because you have a social media page, you're already a storyteller. Just tell people, let them feel close to you. Let them not think that this person is out of reach. Bring them into your daily life. That's why we have a lot of influencers nowadays making money. I had to run an influencer campaign recently and I asked, how much you charge me for a video? This person has less than 100K followers. And she told me almost ₦1 million. Why? Just because she's been so good with storytelling. What does she do? She vlogs her day, get ready with me, day in the life, blah, blah, blah. And she's making a shit ton of money from that. That's how you keep your fans engaged. Let them know what makes you beyond the music. There has to be something else that interests people about you. A good example of that is Adekunle Gold. Excuse me. Adekunle Gold was doing very good until I think there was a turning point, and it was when he sent out a newsletter telling people how he was struggling with sickle cell anemia. After that moment, a lot of things changed. Why? People were seeing Adekunle Gold as the fine boy, nice voice artist. Well, I think it changed something in their minds when they could read and see that their icon was actually going through something, and he felt comfortable enough to let people in on everything that he was going through. At that point, I wasn't subscribed to his newsletter, but that thing made me subscribe. I don't really follow artists like that, except I'm working with you directly. I followed him, and now I'm very much interested in what he does. Why? Because he's not just putting out music and living larger than life. He's bringing everyone in on what makes him Adekunle Gold. He understands that the role of a fan is not just to stream my music and attend my shows. The role of that fan is to understand who I am, connect with me, and in the long run, help me build my career. Are we on the same page? All right, so I said here, content architecture is the system that keeps an artist relevant even between drops. The average life cycle of a release is 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, it's very difficult for the song to continue trending, except something great happens. And believe you me, you can't consistently drop every 6 weeks for the entire span of your career, even as Shake has rested. So when you are not dropping, you need to do something in between that keeps your audience engaged. Let it not be a case of, only when this person drops is when they come to the artist page. When I'm not dropping, when I'm not in release phase, what am I doing on my pages? What stories am I telling to keep people really, really engaged? I'll go back to Adekunle Gold again. He's in everybody's faces. He's granting interviews, he's doing a lot. He has released another video. It's because he's in his release phase. But even after that elapses, he will still be in the minds of his people. Why? He will continue sending them newsletters. And when he sends it, he will still post it online. Oh, my people, I've sent you a newsletter. Have you read it? It's as simple as that. Like I said, you don't need this very big camera there. Just identify one thing that works and milk it. Like, literally squeeze it out. When it stops working, maybe you go back to your drawing board and think of something else. Next slide, please. All right, so in our course to build storytelling portfolios, we need to understand what makes up an artist's DNA. Once you understand this, you are able to tell a story better and put forward ways to connect with your audience. So the first thing here is your archetype. Who are you? What makes up me as an artist? Are you the rebel? Are you a lover boy, whatever? Are you a sage? Are you the rock star? Are you the prophet? You first need to understand the kind of brand that you are. There are street artists, there are R&B artists, there are altar artists, and what have you. So first things first, for you to even know what kind of stories or how best you build your audience online is to know who you are or what kind of artist you are or want to be, how you want to be portrayed. Then the next thing has to be your origin story. Everybody has a story. Even if you're not a creative here, there's something behind why you started doing whatever it is you're doing. If you're a videographer, there's a reason why you decided to pick up a camera, come here and start shooting. If you're a makeup artist, there's a reason why you had to go to a studio to learn how to, do that for ladies and even the men that do makeup. So you need to understand what your origin story is. Don't wake up one day and say, oh, my story is I was just hungry. I need to make money. So I think music is the next thing for me. No. Be more creative. That's not going to sell. Next thing, your purpose. I believe that every work in life, no matter how little, even the janitors have a purpose. There's a reason why they are doing that. And every role plays, or every job description plays a huge role in the success or otherwise of an organization or a system. So you need to understand what your purpose is. If you ask gospel artists what their purpose is, I think everybody here knows. They'll tell you they're trying to propagate the gospel and get more people to come to the kingdom of God. So if you're a secular artist, what is your purpose? If you don't know that yet, I think you should go back home and think about it. Once you know what your purpose is, it'll help with the stories that you tell, the kind of messages you put online, and how you connect with your audience. Next thing will be your aesthetic language. Aesthetic in the sense that when you're doing all of this, you're probably putting your stories, your messages online. There has to be some sort of aesthetics attached to it because people nowadays want to see something nice, something flashy online, especially on platforms like Instagram. So what are your brand colors? What's your visual identity? What's your vibe like? If there's any artist, in terms of colors, if there's any artist that has actively hacked that space very well in Nigeria, it'll be Omale, because once you see the color purple, you know he's the one. When Rema started, he used to go about with this huge teddy, and he looks like he used to be, or I don't know if to say he still is like a very, very cute person. So that was his aesthetic, and that's in itself is storytelling. If you hack storytelling, it means that at a point you don't need to say too much or do too much. People can just see something and associate that with you. So we have future myths, which is the last thing, and it is your vision. Who are you becoming, and why should people bet on you? When Burna Boy started, it was always African giants, African giants. It not exactly have been as he was saying. He was probably still very much in the Nigerian space, maybe not blown enough to have gotten to that place, but he was consistently saying, oh, I see myself as the African giant, I'm the African giant, blah, blah, blah. And that way they should take a bet on him, follow him, and, invest in his career. So again, fans don't follow talent alone. There are a lot of songs that come out every time. If you produce movies, there are a lot of movies that come out every time. So nobody really cares. People just want to be entertained. But beyond entertaining people, you should care so much as to ask them or make them know why, or give them a reason why they should stay put with you. Which is why you need to understand who you are, your origin story, your purpose, and where you're going. And beyond understanding it, you need to properly communicate that with your audience. Next slide. All right, so we have the audience psychology. Beyond understanding all of that, you move to the next step, which is entering the story that your fans are already living. Your fans are human beings just like you. They already have feelings, they have emotions, they have visions, they have goals. How do you, as a creative, tap into that? The first one, you need to understand the identity of the people that you are telling these stories to. Who are they? Who are the kind of people that consume what I am putting out. If you sing R&B, for instance, you know that people that consume whatever it is you're putting out are lover boys and girls, maybe people that are getting married and whatnot. So once you understand or you identify those people, you know the kind of messages that you need to put out and how best to sell it to them. Then the next thing will be emotion. Every song has an emotion embedded in it. Every song has an emotion that it seeks to evoke in the minds or in the hearts of the people that are listening to it. So understand that when you're creating this thing I'm doing, what emotion do I want to evoke in the minds of people that are listening at the end of the day? Think of that when you're creating. Then escape. When these emotions are evoked, there has to be another angle of escape. That means that once this emotion is evoked, your music or whatever it is you're creating has to be able to transport these people into a realm. It could be positive, it could be negative, it could be neutral, but you need to know that, identify that, and factor that in when you're trying to build your messages and connect with your community. Then finally, status. People associate themselves with something that gives them something good in return. Nobody is running a charity organization, or most people are not running charity organizations. Once you do something for them, they expect that they get something in return, even if it's not material. So if I'm associating myself with you, what do I get in return? That is why most people online are really happy when the artists that they follow or communicate with possibly repost their content or even comment or respond to their comments. Once they do that, it sends a message to the fan that, okay, this person sees me, and now I feel like I'm a part of something. Like I said earlier, I barely follow artists except I have a personal relationship or working relationship with you. But there's one I followed, and the reason wasn't far-fetched. I think it was my birthday years ago. My sister tagged him. He responded and wished me a happy birthday. And as at then on social media, it made me feel like a big person or like I had arrived. That is status. It made me feel like I was closer to this person, and I'm like, okay, yes, he deserves a follow. Next slide, please. All right, so in trying to build this, there are 4 pillars when you're trying to put out, when you're trying to build a community or tell stories that connect better with your audience. There are 4 pillars you need to be aware of. The first one is the identity content, who I am. This is quite self-explanatory. Like I said earlier, here you just show your personality, your lifestyle, the things that make you who you are, and just connect with your fans. What this does is it helps build familiarity, because people then see you as not immortal, but as someone that actually has feelings, that has values, and that lives a real life. So I have examples here. This first screenshot is from an artist called Major AJ. Years ago, he started putting out music, and he thought, okay, what next can I do to connect better with my fans? I need them to see something beyond the music. And he started vlogging. Like, he would attend parties, take a very small camera, and just start vlogging. And that did something for him. Like, he has a lot of episodes, if you check his YouTube. That did something for him. Helped him build community. And in less than a year, I think he was able to collaborate with a UK Afrobeats reviewer. His name is Just Vibes. What did he do? He just took a camera and was going around vlogging at events, at random things. And at a point, people, like his fans, were literally saying, oh, I'm not even really pressed about you dropping music. When next am I going to see the next episode or edition of AJ Originals? That's why you need to think of something else that connects you with your audience beyond just the music. Like I said earlier, they want to see that you are not just an artist. You have a life. You have other interesting things that make them interested in you. Then I have this artist. She's not based in Nigeria. Her name is Shewa. I'd been hearing about her for like months or at least a year. But the truth is, I never followed her because to me, there was no need. until a few days ago, someone sent a post to me, and it was a carousel she did. She was talking about, if you have Instagram, you can actually search her now. She was talking about her newly released project, and one of the songs there was dedicated to her dad. So that post was about how her dad died, the role her dad played, and you know how it's affected her and how she has to record a song for that. Now I read that post, I digested it, and I'm like, okay, now I'll go and listen to that song, I'll listen to the project, and I'll follow her. Why? She didn't just put out music, she told people why they had to listen to her or why that song came about. And apart from that video, or apart from that piece of content, when you scroll down her page, you see a lot of funny videos, nice videos, cute videos of her promoting her events, promoting different things just by using Twitter or TikTok trends and funny stuff that other artists would typically not do. She's just really, really creative about how she connects with her audience. And you find out that the algorithm favors that kind of content. Even if at first glance, you're not really interested in kind of music she does, when you see that piece of content, you would want to take the next step to at least engage or follow her. And from there, one day you probably find one song that really resonates with you, and before you know it, you are a fan. It's as simple and straightforward as that. She's not manufacturing anything that's not happening. She's just telling her real life realities. She didn't have to lie or anything. Her dad actually died. She posted about it. She made the post really nice, and she made a song about him. It's up there, and that post has a lot of engagement. So people want to see or understand what you are going through, or things that are happening, so that they feel like or understand that you're not immortal. You have emotions, and then there are things that they can learn or pick up from you. The next one is This Is My Art, the creative content. This is straightforward. This is where you put out your studio sessions, your writing process, remixes, live performances, whatever. What this does is it helps you build credibility. I have a picture here from Ashake's live symphonic concert in collaboration with Red Bull. He had been silent for a while, but after this performance, everybody that's online could see that his name kept on appearing in conversations. Why? His artistry. So you need to, even if you're not very comfortable with telling people the nitty-gritty of your life, at least put out your studio sessions, put out your creative process. If you're not a music enthusiast here or an artist here and you do any other thing creative related, put out the process. Let people see how you get to where you are. Next slide, please. Next one, community content. So people want to feel like they're a part of something. They want to feel like they're helping you build something. So you need to carry them along. And how do you do this? Fan duets, remix challenges, UGC, questions. There are artists, one artist that I think has had that is Chike. If you follow him on Instagram, randomly, I think on most Tuesdays, you check his stories and he's asking questions, like just random questions. Oh, how was your day? And he puts a question tag and he actually responds to some of those. That's community building. And that's storytelling in itself, because when he does that, you find out that at the end, he now says, oh, I've seen all your responses. This is how my own day went. And then conversations go back and forth. Again, people want to feel like they're a part of something or they're a part of your life. So you have to give them that access. I'm not saying show them everything, but show them a glimpse and be very creative about it. Next slide. It's not reflecting yet. Nice. I'll just carry on because I have it on my phone as well. So, yeah. So the next one I have is commercial content. So you're telling stories, you're building a community, but at the end of the day, you need to make money. So how do you build a community? How do you tell a good story while still making money from it? The avenues are not that much. We have merch, brand partnerships, shows, and live performances as well. This helps build revenue. We see a lot of artists that collaborate with fashion brands, to do like a joint drop. Their artists or your fans rush to get it. Why? Because my favorite artist is associated with this. They don't mind paying a fortune for that, just because it has the name of their artist. I have here one artist, not so big, that has sort of hacked that space. His name is YKB. He does something with Active Yard. And you see a lot of people, when you go for events, you see them wearing that shirt, you see them even attending, because they also have like an event, so you see them attending it as well. And who does that? YKB. YKB is not the biggest Nigerian artist, but he has hacked community building and telling his stories in such a way that he's able to attract partnerships and also get revenue for himself, even beyond just the music. So you don't have to sit around and wait for your royalties to come, for you to get streams or what have you. You have to be creative, tell stories, build partnerships, build relationships that give you that money. At the end of the day, there's passion, but like, we have to eat, we have to make money. So be very, very creative and smart about it. All right, I have a quick storytelling formula here. First one, your hook. What's your hook? Your hook is that thing that attracts people or that sustains or makes people want to stay and watch. Remember that when I started, I said the digital world or landscape is very noisy. There are so many people competing for attention. There are so many videos online, so many pictures, so many posts. So the first 5 seconds of your video, if it's a video, has to be very, very catchy. Has to make people want to stop and scroll or listen to what you have to say. And that is your hook. The next one is the conflict. Conflict is not as it is. It's not fights, in quotes. It is, what is the issue? What's the core message you're trying to pass across? Then emotion, like I said, whatever story, whatever message you're trying to pass across has to evoke an emotion in the minds of or in the hearts of people that are consuming it. Then you go to insights. You have the time or you have the opportunity to want to dive a bit deeper into what you're telling people. Say for instance, you're telling a story of how you got invited to an event and you got there, you met like a lot of people. The amount of people that attended the event were like ×2 of the people you expected, and you were a bit confused. So you start talking about how you were able to quickly put up your speech, how you did your research, and all of that, and what you gained from that experience. That is where insights comes into play. Then shift is what's the next thing that happens after that thing. And finally, CTA. CTA means call to action. You're telling stories, that's fine. You're trying to make people happy. You're trying to make people connect to you. But at the end of the day, people need a push. You need to tell them to do something. I'll go back to the Shewa story that I shared. After everything, after she put out her father's death story and all, in the caption, she mentioned that this is track, I think 6 on my project. Go and listen to it. It's as simple as that. Go listen. Even if you're not exactly selling something or you're not exactly telling people to listen to a project, something as simple as saying, stay with me on this journey is a call to action. You're telling them what to do. So no matter how or what format your content piece takes, there has to be a call to action. People need that push. You need to tell them what next to do. You can tell them to follow you. You can tell them to join your channel. You can tell them as something as simple as stay with me on this journey. Almost done. Next slide. And here we just have platform domination strategies. I think everybody knows this. We have TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, DSPs. TikTok thrives when you show relatability and emotions. I think everybody knows that. You need to be very real and raw on TikTok. Then on Instagram is where aesthetic comes into play. Instagram is like the social Pinterest. Then we have YouTube, long form content and depth. You remember I gave an example of AJ Originals, that's long form content. And beyond music, we have people like food bloggers, even folklore storytellers on YouTube that just put out long form content. That's the kind of content that sells there. Then Twitter is just personality and POV. I like to see Twitter or X as a reflection of people's minds or how they think. So you share your point of views, your personality on Twitter. And on DSPs, digital streaming platforms, your visual story, that's your pictures, your headshots, and your metadata. And this is for conversion alone. So when you've hacked or when you've gone through social media, the final point should be conversion, which is where DSPs come into play. And I mentioned this before, as you're creating your stories, you need to make money, we need to get revenue. So how do you do that? Streams, live shows, merge online and see something interesting that will make them want to come back. I think you need to think about that. Next. All right, so quick cheat codes before I wrap up. Engage with others genuinely, share small wins, not just big breaks. Like I said, you don't need this big camera here, you don't need anything out of the ordinary. Just tell your stories as it is. Collaborate, the ability to visibility loop. You can't do everything alone. Instagram now has a collaboration feature, TikTok has that, and most recently, YouTube already has that as well. So collaborate with other creatives within your space. No man is an island. Audit your brand quarterly. Find out what's working, what's not working, how do I need to improve, and what do I need to do more. Like I said earlier, you just need to find out one thing that works and you milk it. Then finally, be real. People connect with honesty, not polish. You don't need to lie, you don't need to tell what is not real. Just share your story as it is, and you definitely find people that already connect with you just as you are. Finally, artists don't rise because they are talented. There's talent, but then there is community building. They rise because they become unforgettable. And unforgettable artists are built on architecture, story, community, and consistency. So in all of this, stay consistent. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Do you have any questions before I? No questions. All right. Thank you.
Somebody has a question.
Oh.
I just want to know if the slides are going to be shared because it was quite fast and I missed some
Yeah, they were actually. Okay, I had to stick to time because time is fast spent, but you probably have to speak to the organizers. I shared my slides with them.
proper round of is heavenly. He is speaking today on the business of being creative. So, guys, with Jesus joy, please make some rhythm and revenue noise for Mr. Frank Kevin.
How many people here are? Oh, it's not. Please, could you turn it off? I don't know how to do it. Who's gonna do that?
It's on now. Is it on now? Alright, cool. Yeah, thank God I haven't gone far, so. Okay. If you're into film, let me see. Nobody into film here. Artist management. Okay. Alright. Fashion. So it's mostly recording artists. Okay. Fashion. Oh, okay. Is that the capacity in which you are here? Okay. All right. It's familiar territory for me. I used to be a recording artist as well. It did not work out. But I'm glad it didn't, because that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. And so all of this preamble is for me to find the proper place to start, right? So, okay, I'm talking about the business. There's a mistake that we creatives make, which is that we see creativity as a product. It is wrong. Creativity is not a product. Creativity is the factory. When you stand and you're having conversations with people and you tell someone, oh, I'm a creative, it does not mean anything. It does not mean anything. So creativity is a factory, and out of that factory, anything can come out. So, back in the day, for recording artists, your colleagues are fellow recording artists. Or your colleagues were fellow recording artists. For those who were in the fashion space, your colleagues were those in the fashion space. For those in film, your colleagues were those in film. But today we have something called the digital economy. The digital economy collapsed every facet of entertainment into one industry. The creative economy, or the digital economy, right? So that means for you as a recording artist, your colleague is a skit maker, is a fashion designer, is a vlogger, is a gossip blog, right? YouTuber. In fact, your colleague is anybody who is vying with you for visibility online. That means Tony Elumelu is your colleague as far as the online space, the social media space is concerned. He's your colleague because all of you are vying for visibility. I bet you have not looked at it from this perspective before. Yeah. Because you see successful people who go into podcasts, and when they are done, you know these people are wealthy. But when they are done, at the end of the episode, you hear, subscribe, like, and share. And I'm like, what is wrong with you? You are this small, followership that we are managing. You are still valid. It is because, the times that we are in speak a very different language. Influence is the currency of the future. and everybody knows it. Who knows Mukesh Ambani? Who knows Mukesh Ambani here? Okay, so Mukesh Ambani is the wealthiest man in Asia, the wealthiest man in India, right? So his son got married, was it last year or 2 years ago? And they imported the entire Hollywood it was early last year, right? Yeah. They imported the entire Hollywood into India. In fact, the boy's mother, when she was walking into the venue, she was handheld by Kim Kardashian. And then you start to wonder, what does Kim Kardashian know about Indian culture? Like, they are not even related, right? Now, if the wealthiest man in India could do that, then you understand these people have access to data that we don't, right? So you start to wonder what's in play. Influence, annexing your influence in knowing that America is the culture capital of the world. If you can bring the biggest faces out there, bring them over to India, you have extended the influence that you already had, right? There was a prediction by one of the captains of industry in America a couple of years ago when he says that the future is a technocracy, and very, very soon financial viability will stop being the metric that we use to describe countries. So right now we have first world, second world nations, third world nations, and it's based off of economy, capital, right? The world that we are headed into with big data, with artificial intelligence and all of that, it's going to be less and less about money and about digital footprint and influence, transatlantic influence, right? So you need to bear that in mind to understand, you're welcome, sir, to understand what the future is saying. But we are still talking about money because we are in an economically disenfranchised environment, right? So let's talk about money, really. I'm glad there are a whole lot of recording artists here. So if you're doing music for passion, or if you're passionate about your music that you are doing, let me see your hands. Oh. All right, it's great. It's great. Now I have a question for you. Until your fans and your listeners, until they pay for what you do, who will pay? I expect answers. for
What's it going to pay my bills to sponsor it in the time where it can stand on its own?
You do realize that if your craft is taking the backseat to something else, you cannot attain mastery within a short period of time. And you also understand that music in this part is a young man's game. It has a shelf life.
After a while, you are no longer appealing, except you make a certain type of music. What kind of music do you make, sir?
Poetry and rap.
Poetry and rap. Then you know, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you? Yes, sir. Late 20s. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I hope you're not embarrassed. I don't mean to embarrass you, right? I'm old. I'm older, so you know. But yeah, you do poetry and rap, so like rap is your thing, and that's great, right? Who's the oldest Nigerian rapper you know?
This guy from Port Harcourt. I think Iblis.
Okay, Iblis is not from Port Harcourt, from the east, but yeah. So Iblis is around mid-40s, thereabout, right? Yeah. So after a while, and Aoz isn't even a full-time rapper anymore, right? He's into documentary and because he's a personal friend of mine. So, when I say that, you people look at me as if I'm old. I'm 32. So, don't make it look like this is an old pensioner talking to you. But yeah, man, you see, I've come to understand some things. Right? Okay, I'll give you a practical example. Look at Tunde Onokoya, for instance. Right? Tunde had this project that he was super passionate about called Chess in Slums. And for a very long time, he pursued this for a very long time. Chess in Slum, Chess in Slum, Chess in Slum. He will preach that to whoever cared to listen. But in 2023, something fundamentally changed. Right? What changed was that Chess in Slum had to take a backseat a little bit, and then they started pushing the Tunde Onokoya brand. You see, let me tell you something. For those of us who are like creatives and whatnot, we're in the passion industry, the sacrifice industry. The people that...
All right. Is there anybody in the world who is as passionate as you about your music? Who is as passionate as you?
Okay, who is as passionate
as you? So, say the passion you have for your music is 98%.
Yeah.
That person has 98% as well about your music.
No.
Okay. So, who would you say after you is most passionate about your music?
My project manager.
Your project manager.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Your project manager. That's good. I don't want to ask how much your project manager has invested in your they may be here, so it's already. But the general idea, the belief that they have doesn't necessarily translate to commercial viability. So, the sustainability and commercial viability conversation. You don't have that.
Fellow sacrificers or passionate people like you. You have it. Their question is, what am I getting? Exactly. So that's a different conversation. When they tell you what am I getting, it's no longer about your craft. Please, you can take the microphone from him now. So at that point in time, capitalists are no longer, it's not a concern that you are passionate about what you're doing. How am I going to get return on this thing? Now look at Tunde Onokoya. He pursued the Guinness World Record. That had absolutely nothing to do with Chess in Slum. Although the confluence is still chess. But he didn't go there to fly the flagship of Chess in Slums. He went there as Tunde Onokoya, gunning for a global title or global record. Right? Now he did that, and all of a sudden, Tunde is invited here, Tunde is invited here, Tunde is invited here, Tunde is invited here. In those rooms, he can now start talking about, oh, I have this project, Chess in Slums. I have this project, Chess in Slums. Now, you have the attention of the capitalists. Because they are not discussing Chess in Slums with you, really. What they are discussing is Tunde. Now, Tunde is a viable brand. I know if I invest in Tunde, there's ROI. Nothing concerns me with Chess in Slum. Do you understand? But they will still tell you, oh, great idea, great initiative. But what they are really investing in is Tunde. Do you understand? Exactly. Now, Tunde came out of all of that experience and started selling chessboards, customized chessboards. $10,000, $7,000, $3,000, thereabout. So he now started selling status. Now, he started to communicate the language of capitalists because capitalists enjoy exclusivity. So if you are saying you are selling the best chessboard available, like this one is custom made and is made of gold or is made of bronze or something, now you have my attention. I want to have that in my collection. Let's talk. Give me 2. Give me 3. Right? So now when you ask Tunde, who will pay for chess in slums? He will tell you, me. Without having to relegate chess in slums, without having to push it to the background, I'm still the one who will pay. So now he's leveraging on himself being the revenue generating machine. I'm going to circle back to something and tell you why I made mention of it initially. I talked about the digital economy, how everybody's your colleague now, right? How, as a recording artist, content creators, and vloggers and whatnot, everybody is your colleague now. That means you're not really a singer, are you? You are a creative. And as a creative, your creativity can function anyway across all of the facets of the digital economy, which means it is a complete disservice to yourself to box yourself right now. If I call Nas Boy here now, I may not know how to introduce him, whether a comedian or a recording artist. The lines are so blurred now. Do you understand what I'm saying? Exactly. So the more that you continue to constrain yourself, right, the creativity that you have, that you think it's just for music, it's not just for music. Again, we circle back to what I was saying. Creativity in itself is not the product. It's a factory. Anything can come out of it. Music can come out. Vlogging can come out. Culinary cooking content can come out of it. Fashion can come out of it. Comedy can come out of it. It doesn't water down your creativity. In fact, it propels it, because again, creativity is a muscle. The more that you use it, the better that you get at using it, right? The product becomes better. So you have to stop seeing yourself as just this. You can function across board. I know people personally who they have passion for music, right? But what brought them into limelight was something other than music, right? How did we get to know Falz? Exactly. Does he still do the comedy now? He doesn't do it as much because it has served his purpose. It has served its purpose. What he initially wanted, what he wanted was for people to recognize him as a recording artist. When that, for the longest, did not work, he had to look at another way to get onto the scene, right? It's the same for Nas Boy. Nas Boy did not want to do comedy content. It was music that was always on his mind. Now, I don't even want to tell you how much Nas Boy got for, as advance for his project. I don't even want to tell you, because it's ridiculous. Kata Efe is not a recording artist, is he? He got an advance for the song that he dropped. Why? Because he has influence. For the song that he dropped. Why? Because he has influence. Right? He can't, I'm not sure he can sing a note. He didn't even sing in the song now. Exactly. So what are we talking about? Yemoli has a song. Does Yemoli sing? He's my guy. Does he sing? He doesn't sing. Obi Kubana is now singing. Sorry, Kubana Chief Priest is now singing. And his songs are fire. I'm not even going to lie. So for the longest, he was a promoter, and all of a sudden, now he has songs that are on the charts. And we are out here saying, I'm an artist, I'm passionate about music. Be passionate about it, but the passion, extend it a little bit, right? I want to ask you, as recording artists here, be honest, who here has a LinkedIn account? Okay, not as a recording artist, for something else. All right, good. Exactly. Okay. What is the number one platform for business in the world? Okay. What does that say about you and how you project what it is that you do? You know your challenge. Your challenge. I won't even use up to the 10. Don't worry, I'm almost done. Oh, okay. Your challenge, and I understand it because I've been here. Your challenge is that you have not transcended being a creative yet. You have not started to see what you do as a business. Because the day that you see it as a business, it does not matter. You will be at business conferences. You will be at things that are outside the scope where you will not see traditional artists. You will be there. I'm in a business community that, you know, has a combined net worth of over $10 billion. Like all of these founders, popular founders in Nigeria are there, from fintech to edtech to agritech. All of them are there. I have a lot of founder friends based on the work that I do. But do you know, since when Gaze Baba has been pushing himself like a business entity? Gaze Baba is on that platform. He's the only artist. The only singer or musician, let me say musician. At least the one who does music for commercial viability. And doesn't even do secular music, gospel. But he will be there. Every hangout is there. Popular guy in the community, he will speak, he will talk, drop his perspective and all that. Because he sees his business. It's the way that you position your craft. That's what will determine the kind of conversations that you have. Do you know? I wish there was a film person here. Sorry. I wish there was a film person here, right? I was having a conversation with a film director from America. We were just talking. And then she told me, she was like, do you know that there are times where we would not have budget to shoot an entire movie? But we'll have budget to shoot trailer. So we'll shoot trailer. And go and pitch. I didn't blow the way that I thought I got out. Now, the entire time that I was doing music, no acknowledgement, nothing. Kobo, inodi. Nothing. Kobo, inodi. But I got out, and then I was doing one comedy content called If an Agbero Had a Diary. Samo. I did that, and then I started collaborating with brands, getting paid stupendous bar. Patrice Eva came to Nigeria and wanted to meet me. I was like, what's the correlation? I was like, the content, he loves it, and this and that. You know, Burger King came down to Nigeria. I was one of the people they wanted to first work with as a comedy content creator. And then I became brand ambassador for 9 Mobile. On the same day, they signed Buju, Benson, signed Beauty to Kura, and signed myself. Right? And when telcos sign you, you know it's not small money. No matter how much they are portraying that they are struggling. Now blood money, now everyday money they enter, you understand? So I made that as so I know how to do so many things and whatnot. And now I've realized the error in that statement, right? I asked them, who told you you can do so many things? Say, my friends, my mother, I said, they are supposed to tell you that. When you come and tell them, oh, you want to do, you're doing something, or you know how to do something, they are supposed to encourage you. They're not supposed to discourage you, right? How you know you are a multi-potentialite is when people who are skilled and knowledgeable in those things are telling you, oh, you are good at this thing. That's how you know. That's what qualifies someone for being, I don't even want to talk about being a polymath because people abuse that term, right? But for a multi-potentialite, you are above average at so many things. And that was me growing up. I was so good at football that people thought I was going to go pro. My father was the only stumbling block. I ran from Ibadan and came to do trial. I was 13. I came to do trials in Lagos, Pepsi Academy. We were over 2,000. They picked only 32. I was number 12 on that list. It remained for your father to sign. I knew instantly that it was it. Yeah, because I won't forge my father's signature, and I know my father will not agree. Do you understand? So that was what ended that for me. I was good at football to the point where thugs were my friends. They loved me dearly. They would always bet on my head and say, "Hey, Omar score, say." Right? I was that good in Ibadan. I was that good. Apart from that, I was in a dance group that was invited across board. They would dance and do all of that. My father initially kicked against it, but after a while, I was like, his term was Omotemi Alajota. Do you understand? And so I did that. I was good at drumming as well. Like instinctively, it came naturally. In the performing arts, debates, quiz, whatnot, I was always there. Drama there, music there. So I was really good at a lot of things. But you see, there was something that my mentor told me a while ago. He said, for people who come to ask you, oh, I'm good at so many things, which one should I pursue? He said, pick the one that has the quickest pathway to visibility. If you find out that you are good at so many things, pick the one that, and when you pick it, you will, the moment you start to gain visibility through that, don't be so hasty to bring the other things you know how to do. No. It's gradual. Position yourself as if that's your position yourself as if that's the only thing you know how to do. Then gradually, when you have built brand equity, when you have built trust, you can then start introducing this. There's a psychological conditioning. Man, I wish I had time. There's a psychological conditioning wherein you've enjoyed my being. If it guarantees a quickest pathway to visibility, then let me prioritize that. Knowing that when I have built visibility, I can then introduce music or introduce some other things that I do. We've seen people do it. Fowles has done it. Nasboy has done it. Nobody questioned them. In fact, people accepted it naturally because the talent is there. It was never deniable. Right? It was never, questioned. They just had to get to a point where they had earned the trust of the audience. Do you understand? So many talking points, but I will just end it there. Interesting. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. So I'll make a few questions.
Do you want to discuss amongst yourselves? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the answers as brief as possible. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank.
Yes, sir.
Are you Yoruba or you?
I'm from Delta State, so Delta Igbo.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Oh, that wasn't the question.
That was it.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just kidding.
So I have quite a few thoughts.
Okay.
You've actually answered some of the questions in the last part of the conversation. So you are unique, right? Everyone is unique, actually. And not everyone is as multi-talented as you are. Right, so I'll give reference to Clay Roxu. Clay Roxu is I don't know how many of us know Clay Roxu.
I know Clay Roxu.
Okay.
No Clay, I know her sister.
I was listening to one of our radio conversation where she said that it is a struggle to say you want to focus on music and there are no fundings. Mm-hmm. So she was trying to lay emphasis on use what you, because I remember someone mentioned something like that. Hi. So she mentioned that she uses her personal funding from business or in her corporate world to fund her music. Now she's at least at a level where the music is doing all of those things, funding for her. Now, based on what you said, I can't really remember or to quote you, but if I'm going to paraphrase, it sounded like if you don't put in all your energy in music, you don't get mastery of it, you don't put passion. Now, I want, if you can give like some context or some...
Okay, let me help you.
So let me just finish your question. So you just
The questions are
no, they are not much. They are not much. The second one is let's see, I don't understand digital economy. Okay, yeah. So it's about the digital economy, right? Do you advise, or would you say that structure is being put first? I'll give context to what I'm trying to say. Not all the audience that we have is or understand this digital economy. You know, like I said, you answered most of it at your end part of the conversation. So, are you saying, do you advise that let them see you for this first, in as much as it is, we are all colleagues in the creative economy or creative space. Let them know me for this. Then, after that, I can start introducing. I will try to quote what Tunde Okoya said in one of the meetings I attended. He said, the spotlight was on him, then he shone the torchlight on Chest to Slum. Right, so he allowed spotlight be on Tunde Okoya.
That's what I said there as well.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that if that is exactly, because there was also part of your talk where you said that it's all.
His mentor is my close personal friend, so I know all of the everything that went into.
Yes. So that is like those are like my questions. You know, you first is you are multi-talented. Not everyone is multi-talented. You were able to quickly remove or navigate the creative industry because of you are multi-talented. That is one. How do you advise people who are not, who don't even understand that? Yes. Secondly, it's about Clerox. Should I focus on my music to gain mastery, or should I use other sources of income? I think someone mentioned it before.
Yes.
This sort of income. Then the third one is about digital economy. Instead of me knowing that the digital landscape is vast and you can do almost everything, don't I just focus on one first? That, like I got what you said, give visibility first, then do it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think the
Okay, so we are going to like this testimony time in church. You know, when people are doing testimony and you're already using like 3 minutes to say time up. So 1 minute, summarize your questions and do it. So
okay, let me quickly. He asked a lot of questions, so like I don't. So when I was talking about
doing some other things might affect, your mastery of the art form, right? It was in response to what he said about maybe you have another job that you're doing and all of that, and that's why I say it'll affect your creativity as an artist. But you see, if you are still within the same creative space, right? Do you understand what I'm saying now? So say you are a recording artist, but you are still using that same creativity in other form within the ecosystem. It works because it even makes you better at the music that you are making. Do you understand now? So it's different from you are a tech bro and you just know that your music will suffer because the demands from that space would not allow you focus and put in the man hours required for you to attain mastery at music. But you see, if you are putting that same creativity into, say, cooking or writing, it makes you a better singer, whether you are, or makes you a better artist, whether you are aware of it or not, because it's still that creativity that is being utilized. Do you understand that question? Do you understand? Then the second one, honestly, funding, right? Yeah, that was the crux of. Yeah.
I'm talking about the multi-talented.
Okay.
No, this one you're talking about the creativity where you are in the same circle, you're in the same space as a creative.
Okay.
You answered that where I gave example like
Yeah.
That is what you just answered. The second one is you being multi-talented.
Okay.
While the last one is which you've actually answered.
I've answered the third one, Abby. But this one is about me being multi-talented. Okay, what's the question there?
So the question is, as you know that you're multi-talented, so it was easy for you to get out from this to enter this. But people who maybe don't even recognize that they are multi-talented.
Yeah.
I'm very multi-talented.
Yeah.
People who don't recognize that they are multi-talented, do you advise that they quickly move from one place to another, or they focus on one thing, get it done before moving to another?
As far as I'm not going to give a blanket answer to that, but as far as I know, as long as you are using your brain, for an art form within the ecosystem, right? That's not the only thing you can be proficient at. Do you understand? What talent do you need to vlog? Do you understand what I'm saying? What talent do you need to do vlogging? But people are earning millions of dollars vlogging, right? On ring lights, do something. You are passionate about something, is it not? There are people on TikTok who, recording artists on TikTok who are fans of anime. And they also brought other fans of anime, and that was how they introduced them into the music that they make. Do you understand? For some, it's gaming. Whether you are not aware, the gamer community in Nigeria is about to break the bank. People are making stupendous, so it sounds strange now, but people are making a lot of money. The question is, we don't, anything outside of our domain and what it is that we don't, that's the challenge, right? There's so much, there are so many opportunities. The other day, my friend who's a head of growth at a global company was telling me that there's somebody who charges $25,000 to give children names, newborn baby. They contract her. Yes, they contract, and she's booked all year round. She will ask you your ancestry, the circumstances surrounding the birth, what work you do, what work you compute all of that. She has the algorithm, how she works, all of that. Give the baby 2 names, collect $20,000. She's off to the next pregnant. I'm telling you. So it's incredibly, it's wild. So seek information outside of your domain. The possibilities are endless.
Leader, I want to say that it's a privilege to listen to you. I think I got in contact with you when we did this Cypher 2 with Piper, Barry Lane and the rest.
Yeah. He was my boss then, bro. Like he was, and he's still my boss.
So I think this is my wife. We usually listen to.
She's you.
No,
okay.
This is my wife.
Hello.
And this is my baby. So we usually listen to you guys rap and Cypher. We listen every single week since and I want to say that it's a privilege. It's a really a privilege to me. I didn't even know like you are going to be here.
I know. I'll change.
I didn't know really because well when you were doing the NSF, I think you were on
no, I used the plural.
Yes, yeah, I think so. So I
now I'm trying to like.
So I want to say I like your storytelling approach. Every of your rap lyrics, I can follow your story, and then that was what got me launched to you and everything. So I want to say that I appreciate this privilege. Thank you so much for being here. And my question is the fact that I'm a tech person, okay, and I'm transcending into the music industry. I'm just doing music and looking for now. Okay. So what do you think is the transition model? Like what was your transition model? So the thing is the fact that I used to tell people that so far you're a rapper, you are a very intelligent person. I agree. See, every of my friends that rap came out with the first class.
I didn't, but it was my choice.
Yes, no. I said like I tell you that
it was my choice.
If they're intentional and they want to have a first class and they're serious, they will have it because it's not easy to actually.
I do.
Yeah, like really man, they're putting the lyrics and ensuring everything. So I know that it's like that. So I want to ask, what's the transition model? Like, what do you think? It's a different. I know that you were saying that in the creative space, if you're doing this, you can easily translate this. But what if you are doing something that is totally different from music? What's the transition model that you have actually used? That makes sense.
What worked for me will not work for you. In fact, it very likely will not work for you because I came onto the scene in a different climate, right? The metrics were very different when I came onto the scene. Content creation wasn't this crazy. You know, the digital economy was pretty much at infancy at that point in time, right? So, but here's the thing: since you are not doing it for commercial viability anyway, you have a means of livelihood, right? Exactly. So just on your social media, just keep posting videos of you rapping for fun. Go and record music, put it out there. Look at it as your online journal,
right? And just keep doing it.
It's a personal brand thing. So imagine if you are the CEO of a
that all of that is changing because we have CEOs who are DJs now, right? He's very aware. He's a juggernaut in the tech space, so he knows all of these things. He's a tech bro who raps. He raps as well, but a tech bro who raps, who is the founder of a company. Do you understand? Exactly. So the lines are increasingly blurred. Nobody really cares that much. If you are delivering your KPI, right, you can use the spare time to do anything else, right? And then you build that gradually. Personal branding is not something that is definitive. They give you maybe a 2-month stretch and say this is what it's going to look like. No, you continue to iterate over time. That's it.
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent. It's a lovely thing hearing you.
Yes, sir.
And for me, it's the first time being in this kind of community because you can see that I must be a retired person. Okay, so, backing on what you just said, it's about transition. Right?
Yeah.
And for me, like in my LinkedIn, I've been out in LinkedIn for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
And in all the social media, I've been in for a different economy.
Yes.
Now I'm in digital and I'm in music.
Yeah.
And the challenge is, for instance, going to put in my LinkedIn account, Innocent Nazi is now a music maker.
Yeah.
How does that rhyme? That the transition is like a confusion.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yes, sir. You talk about it. It's like, so here's the thing. Yeah. The thing is, you are the one who will communicate to what extent you take what you are doing seriously before anybody else comes on board. People will interpret it how it is being communicated. If you go on LinkedIn today and you talk about today's experience, as somebody who is now a music enthusiast, I was at a conference today and people talked about this, people talked about I learned this, I learned that, and all of that. It indicates that you are taking it seriously. But if you feel that, or you're wondering how people are going to take it, are they not the ones that you still tell to listen to your music? Or you want to listen to it by yourself? Exactly. So, is them wondering, when did you start making music? Better they have the back end now. So that by the time that you drop music, it will not be a shocker. And say, okay, we follow the trajectory. We understand. You are not doing music because you want to eat. You are doing music because you enjoy it, right? Or it's something that you really want to do, even though it has potential for commercial viability, right? So all of that must be communicated. You know, it must be they must see that you take it seriously, and the same goes for all of us. Why I was asking about LinkedIn initially, you know, for me now, I don't really use LinkedIn, but the reason why I don't use LinkedIn like that is because I have a personal website that carries all of the things that I do, you know, and I have my unique way of establishing, you know, the kind of contacts and relationships I have. I've taken a lot of those relationships offline, you know, so, but with this knowledge that I now have, if I were still in the music space, I'll be on LinkedIn. And I'll be talking about it. I'll talk about how an idea came and how I was penning it down, how I was in the studio. The same way they write all these epistles on all these LinkedIn thought leaders, influencers, how they will write epistles talking about, oh, I came across an epiphany and all that. You will write your own. You write your own. Again, it's called music business and it's very lucrative. It's very, I may not have the numbers. He does. He will give you the next session. He does. But there's a lot of money. He tells me there's a lot of money in music. So if it's music business, then you must portray that it means business to you other than just a leisurely activity. Right? I hope that. So yeah, write whatever it is you want to write. Are we done? Danad. That's your name.
Thank you.
Sit down, my guy. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sit down. I know what I'm saying. You are tall. You don't block that person.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So, my question is funding for one as a creative, like I'm not just, for example, I'm in music archives. I'm somewhere now. everything. So, but like there are other projects that you are working on, even as a creative. Probably you have like maybe a recording project, you have live projects, probably maybe CSR, like other projects that, and they all require funding. So how do you advise to sell to people like that can be partners, like financial partners, to not see that you are all over, not which you are not actually passing. Like from your standpoint, all of these are very important within the period of time that they must be achieved. So how do you project it in a very stable form?
So the question that you have asked is not a skill or talent problem, it's a capacity problem. Right? So to you, it doesn't look all over the place. To somebody who wants to invest, it's very likely it will seem like you're all over the place. Because what exactly am I investing in? Is it your live music or your corporate social responsibility or your studio time, right? So I think there has to be a disparity between, these ventures, right? And also, since it's all music, why is it not collapsed into one purpose, right? That way, you are ticking all boxes, you are killing all these birds with one stone, right? So if you project and say you're a recording artist who has sentiments in corporate social responsibility, now that is the language that investors would like to hear, or people who are philanthropists, right? All of these organizations, these multinational, corporations and organizations, right? That's what they want to hear. But if you say, well, this CSR part of the music that is different too, there's one that I do for rave. Do you understand? Like, it doesn't mean that when you make this, you can't inject this, right? But it has to be presented as a unified front. You haven't built brand equity to the point where you can present all three together and they will say, you know what, we trust you in this, so that means we can trust you in these other two. Remember my example that I gave previously. So you have to present one. And it's the one that gets you to the highway quickest that you present. When you present that,
build brand equity, you can then introduce these other things. Does that answer your question? That's it, right? All right, thank you. I appreciate you and thank you for your time. How do I
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank. And I believe that the sessions are very insightful. My reflex, man. So I believe the sessions have been really insightful. So I believe the sessions have been really insightful. So we're going to go on 10-minute break. So the 10-minute break, you should stretch, take a walk, please. 10 minutes, my God. We are coming back, we are starting, no African time. So stretch and take a walk, network, meet somebody. Some people are just coming, so you can meet somebody else. Say hi to them. Don't just sit idle. We came here to network, we came here to meet people, we came here to learn, we came here to get enlightened. So don't box yourself. And remember your why. So, why you are here. Enjoy it, right? Thank you.
guys. So for those that are meant to be inside, can you be inside? Can we come in now? Okay. Just I just want to put it out there. Please be vigilant. Can we close the door? Can the aces maybe come on and then... Yeah, so our next speaker is somebody that, another person I really admire. Please, let me just make it clear. Everybody that is speaking today are people that I really admire, appreciate, and I totally respect and love. So, again, I think people that really are enjoying today are people that came early. Yeah, so earlier I talked about an individual that is building a solid company that, in a few years from now, it will most likely be listed, on New York Stock Exchange, because Nigeria will be too small for it. Amen? Yes. But he is coming to talk to us today, especially to the executives, the people that work with artists. Not a lot of people have a template of how to build, Yes, there's a lot of theoretical speech out there, theoretical things said, but there are a few people that can present to you what is a significant template. This is how I did it, this is what worked for me, and this is what I want to show you, right? And it is a complete honor, a complete privilege that he is speaking today. He's in fact here. He's literally the Lagos today, London tomorrow, SA next tomorrow kind of person. Yeah, so that's, there is the time to do this. I don't take it for granted. So, humans of rhythm and revenue. Please make some very difficult noise, Philippines. Revenue for the one and only, the founder of the Talk Sound, Donako.
Hi everyone. What does one say? I don't know how much time exactly I have, so I can... How many minutes? 30? Okay. I'll just quickly go through the slides as quickly as possible and then leave enough time for questions. What I've been told is that why I'm here is to really share how to turn what you like doing, whether you're an artist, an exec, creator, into sustainable income, which I would say is one of the hardest things to figure out in this creative space in general, whatever it is you might be doing there, whether you're even a content creator, influencer, fashion designer, whatever it might be, or just an artist, a producer. And it's something that I've had to obviously go through, so I'll give a bit of context about who I am for people who might not know me, and then get into it. So can we move to the next slide? Who's controlling? Yeah, so this is what my presentation looks like, but let's move to the next one. This is me. I have an interesting background, if I do say so myself. I studied electrical engineering in Ibadan, started this community as a group chat while I was in school. The group chat has pretty much become a company called We Talk Sound, which is what I now do full time. But in between then and now, I've also worked in corporate for a while. I worked at KPMG at some point. I worked at Bolt at some point, and I worked at Google
for almost 5 years, but I quit in March to fully focus on We Talk Sound, which some people thought was a crazy decision. I don't know. I guess we'll see. So yeah, that's me. I'm a professional member of the Grammys Academy. I vote for the BET Awards. I've spoken a bunch of places across the world, and yeah. But ultimately, I'm just a guy from Ibadan at the end of the day. That's my background. Can we go to the next slide? But yeah, let's get into it. So one of the biggest challenges with being a creative is that, like we all say, there's very little structure, right? Like, I'm sure that term has been used by everybody has heard people say it before. There's no structure, and it's also very unpredictable, right? It's like today you get a gig, tomorrow, next month, 2 months, nothing. You can't really plan. You can't really build any system around what you do. It almost feels like you are in a hustle, like you are hustling. And ultimately what you want to do is elevate from hustling into being able to create a system that passively generates income and then that you can turn into wealth. Hustling is just like, oh yeah, even if you make 5 million naira today, you don't know where the next 500K is going to come from or when it's going to come. And so you're in this mental state where it's like you're struggling. It's like every day you don't even have enough room in your mind to fully think creatively. And no matter how much you love music or whatever your passion is, when it starts to affect your actual, the hierarchy of needs, the basic things like food, clothing, shelter, being able to move around and just live your life, you would even start to hate your passion if it cannot provide the basic things you have. So, yeah, everything depends on moments. There's no structure, nothing repeats itself. And some of the reasons why creative income is unpredictable is some of the things that I've put down here. You approach each project as a one-off, as opposed to figuring out how to build templates that can be reused. So that means every single time you have a new project, you're starting from scratch. You're spending valuable time. There's a term that we use. What's that term? Reinventing the wheel. Yes, thank you. Like that's what you're doing every single time. No thread linking one project to the next, even in terms of how you present your work and how you tell your story. Because people who are following you have seen you do this project. Maybe you're a designer or you're an artist, a musician. You drop this song. This thing happens a lot. Artist drops, you announce, oh yeah, I'm dropping this song in 3 months. You do all this content. You drop the song. You push it for like 2 weeks. Then no one sees you anymore. 6 months time, you come out and say, oh yeah, I know you guys have missed me. My next song is dropping. And it's like, okay, it's like you're stopping and starting every single time as opposed to building a consistent story. And that way, people are just going to forget you. And results depending on timing instead of intention. It's like you're really just freestyling. Like there's no real plan or strategy behind how exactly you're turning what you're doing into money. But I would say that based on my experience, and I'll try to use as many personal anecdotes as possible as a song, you obviously will make more money if you had 20 songs than if you had one song. So you cannot discard the impact or the importance of volume. No matter how impactful your single projects might be, the impacts can exponentially be more when you have multiple of that thing. So that's one. Value is obviously like what exactly is the value of what you're creating, right? It's like, and that also connects to the positioning of your brand. As an artist or a creative in general, how much would people pay for it? Is it the kind of music you're making, the kind of music that your goal is to be mainstream, it has to be everywhere? Or are you making something a bit more niche maybe you have only you have a fewer amount of fans, but those fans are more higher end people. So you want to perform live in certain places in Ikoyi, in VI. You don't have to have the biggest amount of audience if you are making a certain kind of music, but you might make as much money as someone who is making music that is everywhere. So what's the value of what you're actually creating? Then efficiency. This is very important, and I think that a lot of creatives, we struggle here. And I would say I also struggled here because I started out being more of a creative, but over the past 10 years, I've evolved into understanding the business, the structures and everything, as well as the creativity itself. And in the beginning, I would say that, yes, efficiency was a problem. And it's one of the biggest problems that creatives have. Like, everything is done in such a manner that depends on how you feel. And what's your mood like today? When do you feel like creating? As opposed to how you would run even if you had a small business, because you think about, how can we sell, if we're selling pure water, how can we sell the most amount of pure water in the shortest time possible? That's all you're thinking about. How many people do I need to put in this shop to do that? But in a way that will not eat into my profit margins. Those sorts of thinking, they don't naturally come to us as creatives. As creatives, you are just so hyper fixated on what you are creating to the point where, it might take you 6 months to even finish one song because you're like, this thing has to be, the way it sounds, the mix and master is not great. While in that same time, Shay Vibes has dropped a song that is not even mixed well. And it's number 1 in Nigeria. But you don't even have a budget. You're obsessing over. So that's why you need systems around you that can tell you when it's time to let go and actually put this thing out in the world. Another thing is leverage, which is like sort of later down the line when you've created, you've built a brand, you've built a name, and you have a lot of value, and then all that can now be used to negotiate for something or to demand something, which is like in context of music industry, for instance, you hear about deals all the time, like, I want X amount of budget from this label. I want this label to sign me and give me this advance. Everything is based on leverage. And that leverage could be how much you're already earning, like based on the songs you have, or it could just be the size of your audience. Say you know how to use TikTok, and you have a huge following on TikTok. Even if that hasn't converted into money directly from your music, that could be what you put forward to a label to say, if you invested this in me, see how much of an audience I have, see how people engage with my music or my content. Your artists don't have this, but I have this, so give me this money. And that's why you will see that there's a trend now of creators being able to pivot pretty easily into music, because at the end of the day, the world we live in now, no matter your industry or what you do, whether it's tech, it's music, it's content, it's media, it's fashion, the most important thing is how many eyeballs can you attract to whatever it is you're doing. We're actually all competing in the same space. There's no segmentation between, like, anyone can be anything, anyone can do anything. Apple is a tech company, but they own Platoon, and Platoon is a music distribution company. Who invested in United Masters? Google. It all does it. Everything is so modern. But the same Google probably has fashion companies they've invested in, gaming companies they've invested in, automobile companies they've invested in. The world is just about how can I make sure that whatever it is I do, I know how to gather attention. Now that I've gathered the attention, what do I want to sell? I can change what I'm selling. I might be a musician today, but I'm like, people like my music. A lot of people follow me. I want to start a fashion brand like you've seen with Zlatan. And that's why at the end of the day, what matters is how much can you command an audience, and that ties into your leverage. Yeah. And obviously, if you're strong at some but weak at the others, holistically, you can't be strong, because even if you have leverage, efficiency, value, but you don't have volume, you're limiting the amount of money you can make. Like, if you have one song that's doing well, or one album that's doing well, and for the next 4 years, you don't drop anything else, you could have made so much more money if you had more material out. See, like everybody knows Marvel, I assume, but one of the strong points around his movement so far is that he already had a catalog. He had volume out before he had Escalade that blew him up, and so now the numbers on his back catalog, the numbers on his older stuff, it goes through the roof every day. I was speaking to someone who works with 1RPM, and I think some of his older stuff is with them. And she was telling me like how the numbers are just going crazy on those songs because he had already done all that work. So now that he's having his moment in the sun, there's a lot of songs for you to choose from. If you say, oh, I hate the new Marvel, well, there's the old Marvel that you can go listen to. But if you didn't have any songs out and it was just 1 or 2 songs, if you hate it, you hate it. There's no option. So you have to sort of be strong across all the 4 verticals. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, so this is just a revenue map that shows a broad range of ways that you can look at how you can make money, especially in music, but even outside of music, some of these things still apply. A lot of the time, we look at making money in music as, oh, Spotify and Apple royalties. I think that's the default for an emerging artist especially. That's like how you think about it. And then maybe shows, someone should book you for a performance. But even I am still discovering more and more revenue streams in music. Like there's just so much money possible in this space. But I think a part of it is also due to the fact that we don't have a lot of structure here in this market. And so some of these revenue channels had not really been unlocked until recently when we started to partner with international labels and sign all these deals that our artists are now, signed to maybe a label in Nigeria but one in America. And people's eyes now started opening to the fact that, oh my God, there's so many ways that you can make money. Before, it was really just live performances, sales and downloads, endorsement deals for the most part. Yeah. But now, key revenue areas, music and IP, obviously streaming, publishing, which is an area that a lot of people don't necessarily understand yet. It's sort of complex, but even within publishing, there's so many different parts. There's mechanical, performance, neighboring rights, sync, and these things you have to sort of invest in educating yourself to the point where you understand things. Because you might feel like, oh, I'm an emerging artist, I don't have numbers, so why should I care about this? No one knows me anyway. But I've seen songs that have less than 100,000 streams get used for sync placements. And sync placements are like when your music is used in an ad or a film or game and gets hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like unpopular songs that no one knows, make that kind of money. Like it happens. So the fact that you're small is not an excuse to not know how you can make money, because if the material is good, it just needs to get to the right person, and it might not blow up. No one might know the song, but you've gotten a bag for the song, and now that money you can reinvest it into your actual music career and promoting your songs. Brand and content, which is like brand campaigns, partnerships, licensing, like your image. Again, you might say, oh, I'm a small artist, how does this concern me? But even if your music specifically is not that big, but you're a great content creator and you have a good following on social, brands can still work with you, because brands frankly don't care. They just want whoever is going to give them the maximum amount of reach. So I think Frank was saying something like that earlier around the fact that you're doing something, whether it's music, does not preclude you from doing other stuff that might give you visibility. Like I said, everything is modeled up now. You don't have to stick to one career path. Like I haven't stuck to one career path. I worked at Google for 5 years while building with Talk Sound. And people just were fascinated by, oh, who is this tech guy that is doing all of this in music? And that's sort of what has defined my own journey so far. So, moving on to digital assets, which is like, I'll say this is more so leaning towards like execs. There's so much that, as an exec, that you can share of your knowledge and the things you know and what you've built for your artists. For instance, I know someone who, I don't know if everybody knows Mr. Rollout or if anybody knows Mr. Rollout. Yeah, like he's done some work with like creating educational packs that he sells, like EPKs, like templates for how to make an EPK. And people buy these things. I don't know if everybody knows what an EPK is, electronic press kit, which is like a document that shows your CV pretty much as an artist. So, and as a producer too, you can sell beat packs. It's just about being entrepreneurial with how you look at what you're doing, as opposed to just being streamlined on, oh, I need to make a hit song, and that's the only way I can make money. There's so many things around the ecosystem, and money is flowing into all these things. And now that there's unfortunately sort of an oversaturation of money in the music industry because of foreign labels and companies that are investing. It's just about you being able to provide some value and know the right people, and you'll figure out how to make money. Services as well. I'm sure like a lot of the execs here are already doing some of these, like management, creative direction, rollout planning. This just sounds like what Mr. Rollout does actually. And then building communities, right? One good thing that's happened now is that a lot of these platforms that we use now have the modalities for you to monetize your audience. Like TikTok has, YouTube has, even Twitter now has. You can get people to subscribe directly to your page. Even Instagram does. And there are platforms like even.biz. I don't know if anybody knows even.biz. Does anybody know even.biz? One person. So even.biz is, I think everybody should check it out. Everybody who's an artist or an exec or working with artists. It's a direct-to-consumer sales platform that allows you as an artist release music just on that platform and sell it to people. Not that people are going to stream your music and Spotify will pay you 0.00 something dollars per stream. You set a price and people buy from you directly, and the platform takes a percentage and the money comes to you. So this is something that we actually used to do back in the day with, like, there was Seller, there's a Nigerian platform called Seller, and some Nigerian artists used to do it, but I think when streaming boomed, everybody sort of forgot everything else, and it was just like, oh my God, yeah, I can make money from Apple Music and Spotify and get an advance, and everybody just focused on that. But I think that direct consumer is coming back, where artists that have real fans and real communities, you can put your music on, you should put your music on all the DSPs, all the platforms, but you can make exclusive content, exclusive songs just for platforms like this to sell to your real fans. And if you're selling a video or a drive that, even Drake did this thing, I forget what he called it, where he dropped this folder of like, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Drake did this thing recently, where he dropped like a folder that had like videos from studio sessions. Yeah, he called it some name, I can't remember the name, but like the drive had so much content, old songs, leaks, exclusive content, and he just released it online. But if Drake were to, what did you say? Bernard, if Drake had sold that, you know how much Drake would have made from all his fans across the world having access to something exclusive that no other person has seen before. And so if you have a community of 100 people, and this is something that we did back in the day, so it's not even like it's just theory. Even if your community is just 100 people that can pay for you, do something for that community and sell it directly to them, and you can make money from that. In terms of just building momentum, there are different ways, right? It's like the foundational thing is royalties, publishing, like all your, just being able to get to a point where every quarter, every month, you're making a certain amount. Even if it's $100, you know that you're already making money. Then what you need to do is, what has worked to unlock that $100 per month? How can you do more of that so it becomes 500, 1,000? And I'm saying this from the perspective of an independent artist who, like, you don't have a label, you don't have a, but if you have a label, obviously, your label probably wants you to go from $100 to making $10,000 per month. But if you're just doing this on your own, it's about scaling that growth bit by bit. And then your growth income is like, okay, now I have like some fundamental money, like I have some structure around me as an artist. What can take me to the next level? And that's where people now start booking you for shows. you start doing collabs, you start selling merch, or people even pay you to write songs for them or to make songs for them. And then high upside income is like, okay, the kind of money that might not come all the time, but can take you from where you are like 5x. Like when you can get one big sync placement, like if your song gets used in FIFA 26 and no one knows you today, a few things will happen. First is you're going to get a lot of money just for them to use your song. Then, if you obviously expect that you have your publishing set up, if you have that set up, you're going to continue getting money from publishing, and then people will find the song in the game and then Shazam it and go and find it on streaming, and you make money from streaming again. And that's how one placement can completely change your life. But that typically comes after you've put a bit of structure into your business. Brand partnerships as well. Yeah, like we've seen many artists. You see Thames, and Thames was with Jameson early in her career. Thames was with Jameson earlier in her career. Now she's with Hennessy. You've seen the growth. Jameson is a more alternative niche. Like, we want to support what's underground. Hennessy is like, I have made it. Like, now I can't be with Jameson anymore. Jameson does not align with where I am. I'm now like one of the biggest African artists in the world. So, but even when she had the thing with Jameson initially for Try Me, which was the song that blew her up, Jameson actually funded the music video. And that was an emerging artist. Only had like, I think 2 records out. Mr. Rebel and Luku Luku, I think, before Try Me. But she obviously had a team that had connections, and they were able to convince a brand to fund a music video, do a lot of product placements, and she blew up. And she's a part of Jameson's story, and Jameson's a part of her story. So it's not like all these things are impossible. I think that one loop that artists get into is that it's very easy to get sucked into that pessimism after a while of pushing music and it does not work. And you feel like, yeah, what do I actually need to do to even, like all these people that are winning, is there something they know or something they're doing that I just don't know? Like, why are things just not working for me? It's like everybody always feels that way until it works. Like, that's just how life is. Next slide. Yeah, so, no, next one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, here. For execs specifically, this is just a framework for how you can structure the way you work, right? Because as an exec, you should definitely have more structure than the artists around you. Like, if you don't have more structure than the artists around you, then how are you helping them? So you, as an exec, having very clear categories for the things you actually do. You don't have to do everything. You don't have to provide all services. I think, obviously, because of the economy now and the way things are, you see someone say, oh, I'm an A&R manager, creative director, I do everything. Like, you're not an expert at everything. Like, you can pick an area that you're actually good at. And having a simple workflow for every project. I think I'll use an example of how we work on our agency side, because we do a lot of marketing campaigns for Empire, Sony, like for all these labels. And one of the reasons why they like working with us is because they have structure in their companies. They want to work with people who have structure as well. And so just a simple thing of, they tell you, oh, we have this release, we have a budget, what can you do for us? Sending a very organized, clear plan of what you would do and how you spend the money, like that already sets you miles apart of most people in this industry, because most people in this industry cannot even sit down in front of a computer and create that. Like, you'd be surprised. Being able to do that, knowing exactly what you're supposed to do, doing it, and then being able to send a report of what you've done in a clear way. If you can just do that, you're already better than most people, because most people are not accountable, most people cannot communicate well, and most people are not trustworthy as well. And so when these labels or brands find people who fulfill these things, they are most likely to lock in with you. Define deliverables. I think this is a big issue in the industry, where we are not speaking the same language in terms of what I want you to do for me and what you think I want you to do for me, and then we'll now fight at the end. This is like an everyday occurrence in this industry. So being able to define what exactly both sides want and execute it is important. And then standardizing your processes, just in general. Like for us now, we have templates. So if we want to do a single release, there's already a way that we structure how to create the plan for the label or for the artists. So that way it's clear and we don't need to go back and forth every time we have a new project. And a repeatable process for organizing timelines and updates, that is really what structure means. This thing can be repeated and can be replicated. Like this is a system that we've built that even if we close our eyes, we can do it because we already know how we do it every time. If you're able to achieve this as an exec, whatever role you're playing, even as an artist, as an indie artist who you don't have a big team, you don't have funding, you need to be able to do this by yourself and operate on this level. This next slide. Okay, sorry. So yeah, this is just like a list of tools that can be helpful for, especially for execs or indie artists. Like for us, we use an onboarding form, for instance. Like when we meet a new client who wants to do a campaign, whether it's a TikTok campaign or whatever it is, we send the client a form. The client fills the form. The form asks questions around what do you want to do, what's your budget, what do you hope to achieve from this. When you fill the form, that's when we now take what you put into the form and use it to create the plan. So having that, just like the client even feels like, okay, because you can jump on a call with a client and say, you all told the client, say, yeah, we're trying to do this, we're trying to do that. It's not documented. And so at the end of the day, there might be disputes in terms of, oh, but this is what we wanted to achieve. Don't you remember that I said it on the call? It's not the same as if the client is actually giving you this information in a structured way, and you can always refer back to it. Then a release timeline showing all the steps. It's like basic marketing, like actually having a timeline. Like week 1, this is what we're doing. Week 2, this is what we're doing. When we release a song, this is what we're doing for the next X weeks. Then we'll do a remix. Then we'll do a challenge. Content outline as well. I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. Template emails and partnership pitch formats for brands or outreaches. So as execs, I just think that these are some of the things that you should just have down. And shout out AI, like ChatGPT is here for you. Like, I don't think that anyone has a real excuse anymore to be like, if you are saying, oh, I don't really know how to create documents or whatever, like, you don't need to create anything from scratch again. Just say what you want and you at least get something you can work with. Please. Yeah, so this is more around, now you have all these skills, like you have a structure, but how do you actually like get to reach people? Like how do people actually find you? The flow is attracting people. So make your identity and your work easy to find and understand. Obviously, personal branding is key, but don't over-index on personal branding when you have no substance, because that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the industry is really suffering from that now. And you might make some money in the short term, but you will cast at some point. Because everybody will know that, oh, this person just makes noise on Twitter, but actually, I worked with them on a campaign, or I did this with them, and it did not turn out well. So, but also having an identity, having a way that people can distinguish you from everybody else. However whether it's a name you call yourself, whether it's the niche you've picked for yourself, or how you approach your work, whether as an artist, as an exec, it's important. Then packaging, like exactly present your work. There's a way that you're going to present your work, and no one from a major label will ever approach you just because, for the lack of a better word, it looks ras. Like, you have to present your work on the level that you want, the level of the clients that you want to attract is how you must present. If you want to get the kind of money that you think is worth what you do. And leverage is when you've done certain works, you've done campaigns, how do you then use those to get more? Like, how do you use the fact that, oh, I worked on a campaign with Joe Boy. How can you use that to get Ruga to give you his next campaign? How do you present it in a way that, you show what exactly you did, the value you added, and now say, I'm now open to more projects. Yeah, I know my time was soon run out.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. I just want to, because I like you people to finish, right? you're able to your fund about your interest. Thank you very much. And
Okay. Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, so these are just some components of making yourself visible, especially as an exec. PR, having a narrative around yourself, what you do, targeted outreach. That's something very interesting. I think that more creatives should come on LinkedIn and use LinkedIn. People feel like LinkedIn is just for tech or corporate people, but there are just so many opportunities that I've gotten from that platform, even in music and in creative world. So actually reaching out to people. This is something I used to do back in the day, actually, with TalkSound, actually DMing people with a note to say, oh, this is who I am. I'm building this platform called We Talk Sound. I'd like to connect with you. I had a note that I saved in my notes, and I would just copy and paste it when I found anybody. So, but people don't do a lot of that anymore. What'd you say? Twitter, LinkedIn, everywhere. Like, yeah. I mean, a lot of people never responded, but so social content, influencers and creators, collaborations. So these are basically ways that you can extend your reach and
Thank you so much. So you said that you worked in Google for 5 years and then you went into business. So, have you saved up money? because I'm like wondering, how were you able to get the guts? And what was the process? Did you have to save maybe 2 years salary? Because if you want to start a business, you know that you don't even know when the business will blow.
Okay, so simple answer to that is that I didn't leave Google to start with TalkSound, and it was already making money while I was at Google, and that's how I knew that it was already making enough for me to know that I don't need to be here anymore. I should face it fully. So it's like trade-offs, right? Me, I had to go through the pain of doing a serious 9 to 5 and building a serious business at the same time, because I didn't want to do that, quitting my job at a point where I was not sure what my business was. So I actually continued to do both until I got to a point where I was like, okay, no, I cannot do this anymore. And I don't even need to do this anymore. Like, I'll figure the rest of it out, but like, we're already in a good place. And that's when I knew that just post cringe content on TikTok. Now, that's one artist. Now, if I found another artist whose music was also good, or whose music is also good, or, around good in the same range, but the artist has not been able to show me that people would actually care about your music. It doesn't have to be something huge, but it needs to be something you can, which is where I talk about leverage. It needs to be something you can use to show that, like, even with this small, I only had $50 to do ads, or $50,000 to do ads, or 50,000 naira to do ads, and I got this result. If you now give me $5,000, imagine what the results will be. But if you have nothing like that, then you just want me to throw money into like something that I don't know what. So I feel like as an indie artist in today's world, you need to be able to create motion by yourself first. Like, and I'm not saying motion has to be big. And even the big labels, the labels that have billions of dollars, it's the same thing. They are not trying to go find Maven's newest guy, Cupid, is not like some unknown, an artist that no one had heard of before. Like, no one is trying to do that again, because you have tools available to you as an artist to start something. If you've now been doing it for 5 years and you can't show any sort of success, no matter how small, then maybe you should not be doing music, unfortunately. Like, real talk. Yeah, so but in terms of the other question around how to be visible, like what Chidera was saying, like, just be authentic. If you're authentic, the music is good, you will see the responses. If you've tried all these things and the responses are not there, maybe you need to have honest conversations with the people around you. Like, is my music actually good? Or have you guys been deceiving me? Because I feel like if we all hear a song that we like, I don't need anybody to use an influencer to market anything to me. If Do you know how many times I'm in a random place and I Shazam songs? Like, I'll use this guy as an example. This guy that's wearing a hat. I auditioned him at for Next Afrobeat Star, like the pre-auditions. I don't know if you guys know the show. Yeah, and like I passed him to the next stage, and I told my team that, oh, I met this guy. His music is like street music. He has his Fuji vibe. Why did I tell my team that? Because there was something about him that struck me, and when he made it to the next stage, I sent the video to my team again. And I'm like, there's one guy in this video that I liked from the pre-auditions, but I didn't tell them who he was. But I was like, he has this Fuji vibe. And my label manager was like, he found him and sent me a screenshot like, is this the guy? Because I heard what you heard. And I'm like, yes. And today again, I've seen him here. Like, of course, I'm going to have a conversation with him to learn more about his journey and be like, oh, how can we work? That's how it works. Exactly. But he didn't need to go and pay an influencer to impress me. Because people actually just want to hear good music. If music is good, then it is. And even if it's just 100 people you can reach, within that 100, the energy should be able to show that if you expand that thing to reach 1 million people, it will also reflect. But if you cannot show any of that, then the product is probably just not good. And you should not sink your hard-earned life savings into promoting something that may not work. Yeah. Is there any other question? Okay.
Okay, sorry, please hold on before you ask the question. I shared 3 shades. I've only got 2. Where's the third one? Okay. Right, yeah.
Alright, thank you so much for your call. You have such an insightful time. And there are lots of questions on this. I love good music. And at what point does empathy comes in at the end of the day? Now, imagine there's an artist that, the sound is really good. I love the sound and it's good. And this artist has problems with funding, money. And, the artist comes, you ask, like you said, you send a form, ask for the artist's budget. And this budget is actually, it's not feasible at all. So how do you deal? And these artists, this person has potential. This person is really good. You won't help the person at all. So when does empathy come in? And is it you taking a risk? And is it every good artist that actually makes it big in the industry?
Okay, so great question. Pretty easy answer. The way we work, at least I'll speak for us, we talk sound and just the way we're structured. The agency arm of the business, which is the side of the business that handles marketing campaigns and stuff, is different from the label and distribution part of the business. So the agency arm of the business is a service that labels or artists pay for. But we have we have our own label and distribution arm. That's where what you're saying will come into play. So if we find an artist that we like, we're not gonna. They are not a client. So there's 2 different things. There's the business of it, which is maybe you already signed to a label or you have your own money or whatever, and you just want us to do X, Y, Z for you. So you pay us to do that for you. But the other part of the label is we find an artist we like, then that's where it now comes in that we invest in the artist or we even send the artist to someone else that we think might be able to invest in the artist. So there are 2 different things, yeah.
Thank you. There's one more question. But before we proceed, I'd like to ask, I think for you to get this is quite important for us. Please, if you've never seen your name, please let me know. Have you already seen your name on this sheet? Oh, thank you. Last question.
Yeah, good afternoon. So, apart from music artists and execs, apart from big numbers, I want to ask about leverage. Apart from big numbers on social media and DSPs, what else do you think investors would be very interested in?
Insanely good music. There's.
So sorry, you already make insanely good music.
Oh, if this music is insanely good, undeniably good, then I don't see, maybe you just not reach the right person. Maybe the issue that you have is then you're not tapped into the industry enough to reach the person that needs to hear it. But everyone is looking for music.
Like
bro.
every I guess it's just a dilemma of life in general. It's not even just music. In many scenarios or industries, it's similar, where the people who have the resources, they always complain about not finding enough good people to deploy the resources to. But people that have the talent are always complaining about there's no one that wants to invest. So it's not about how you it's not about how you navigate that, and that's where like networking, coming out, making yourself visible, building relationships, all those things come in. But there is no lack of, and this is Moyo. Moyo cannot be hiding here. Head of marketing at Chalk City here. So, and I'm sure you agree with me that you guys are looking for music, are you not? Exactly. Every day, every time, like we're always on scene. Everybody wants to sign this person before someone else hears them. So, and I'm saying this from the perspective of like execs and people that sign artists. If the music is that good, there's an artist that we've heard his music recently, it was a few months ago, and we sent him a deal. He's like, nope, he wants 4 times what we're offering. And like, we're just like, actually, fuck this guy. But then, we'll be talking again, and I'll be like, oh, this guy is just so good. Like, and the guy has not released, he has not dropped the song or the project he's supposed to drop. They said we're going to drop in August. Because I think they are also like, we're not going to drop, we know what we have. So, we won't drop this thing until someone drops what we want. But the music is actually low-key, that's good. Like, if I had the money, I mean, barring other issues, I don't really like his team and whatnot, but if I could afford what he's asking for, I probably would do it because it's just that good. So, yeah, like, and especially in today's time when there's already a saturation of a certain kind of sound, people are sort of tired. If you actually have something that is different, trust me, every label exec that you can imagine from Nigeria, from America, from UK will probably be in your DM today asking for a meeting, because that's how it works. And I used to think that way before. Like, oh, we have so many good artists, no one wants to invest in them. But over the past few years, when I've sort of crossed to the other side of things, I realized that it's actually a lie. Like, these guys are aggressively looking for artists to sign. But the artists, maybe the right artists, are not visible enough to the people that can make the decisions. And that's where that's your own role to play, like networking, meeting people, harassing people on social media. I mean, disturbing, let me not say harassing people on social media, but like just making sure that people see you, tagging people. Because if someone tags me to a random video, I don't know the person, I've never followed the handle before in my life, I've never seen the artist before, and I play the video, and the music in the video is good, first thing I'm doing is sending it to my team's group chat to say, who is this guy, who knows this guy, someone should reach out to him. And I'm sure that's how everybody does. Yeah. More questions. I think 2 more people. Hi.
My name is Maxwell. I just want to ask, like, to be sure, when we say investors, who are we talking about? Are we talking about a record label or something, or like some individual somewhere?
I mean, investors.
Now, where do we find them?
Investors could take any shape or form. It could be a label, it could be a distribution company, it could be an individual, it could be a rich uncle. I don't think the word itself has any specific
connotation. It's just anyone who has resources that you don't have and is willing to give you those resources to push your music. Obviously, the terms of the investments would now be different depending on who you go and meet. If you meet a label, it's different. If it's a distribution deal, it's different. If it's a rich person that just has money, it's different. And it can also be someone that just wants to dash you money, and the person does not care if they ever make it back. And where to find them? I would say for labels and distribution companies, these companies have people that work there, like their A&Rs, the people that work on the team. They are all on social media. You know some of them. You may have abused some of them on Twitter before without knowing. They're on LinkedIn. They are like, if you go out enough and you talk to people enough, you know, oh, this person works at Empire, this person works at this. These people have events, or there are events where these people go to. Go there, walk up to them and say, I'm an artist. Some people might say they are not interested in talking to you, but most people will probably listen if you present yourself in a decent way. And follow me on Instagram, send me a link. If they have time, they'll listen. I also know that obviously there's going to be a failure rate of this. There's going to be a percentage that will just not pan out. So instead of focusing on the percentage that will not pan out, just focus on increasing the overall number. If out of every 10 people you talk to, only 2 people actually listen to your music, then make sure that that 10 is like 100, 1,000. Like instead of saying, oh, people are not answering me, like you're going to get so many rejections. That's a normal part of it. And they'll regret, and it's not even personal, by the way. Like sometimes it's just like you're too busy to listen to the music. It's not because, or you just cannot, you don't have the resources to do what the person wants, or you're just not in the best headspace. And when you eventually pop, it's not personal. The same person that you sent your link to that did not listen might end up being someone that signs you again years after. So just detach like too many sentiments from it and really just do what you need to do. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Innocent. Thank you again for your invitation on this. For some of us who are just new, this is my first time of being this kind of conversation. So there are terms like independent artists, and then the one you're trying to explain. Can you please enlighten me further of the play between the independent artists and then your ones you've been described?
Okay. Well, there are different ways to look at it, but I'll say the simplest way is that independent artist is someone who is not contractually tied to a bigger entity, which could be a label, which is most likely a record label, because you can be independent and still have a distribution deal. Distribution deals are basically there's a specific commitment within a specific time frame, and that's the entirety of your commitment to that organization. So distribution deal could be, one distributes one album with us. This album is going to be with us. We're going to have the rights to this album for 5 years. That's it. Once you distribute that album, you can go on and work with another one for another album. But if you're signed to a record label, like you are properly signed to a label, then for whatever duration that deal is, the label typically has exclusive rights on everything you do in that period. So you are like attached to them. But independence means you sort of have free will to a degree. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is this: would you say that it's the same opportunity for artists in mainstream, let's say like doing mainstream song, and those I will not necessarily say gospel. Let me say maybe artists that are maybe alternative or loud about their faith, or like like you can't do every other kind of But so will you say, because from the way when you look at it, you see that labels or people tend to they're attracted more to people that are in the mainstream, and I think I feel they're more opportunity. So I don't know.
I think that's a fair question to ask, but over the past few years, there's been a significant surge in the consumption of gospel music digitally in Nigeria, and so I don't think that it's as bad as it used to be. I think it's actually going to the other side now. Even like we are trying to find like gospel artists to sign. Spotify in particular has placed a huge focus on gospel. Like they have gospel playlists. They did their Greasy Tunes thing. I don't know if anybody was there. The events, they had a gospel presence there. Gospel is literally, even when they report their statistics, like, how many people listen to this kind of music, gospel is a key pillar for Spotify. At least Spotify, I know of. So I'll say that if you're a gospel artist and you can make music that is not too confined to, like, music that can appeal a bit more broadly than just a niche audience. I think like the No Turning Back song is like one of the biggest songs in Nigeria in recent times, and it's a gospel song. doing insanely well on YouTube and on Spotify. So, yeah, I feel like if the music is good, people are now more open to signing gospel artists. Yeah, so that should not be a barrier or a hindrance.
No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do I really need this at this point? Okay. So, thank you. Are we enjoying ourselves? Are we getting value for our time? All right. So, just so I don't waste. I mean, I really want to keep. Well, sadly, it's almost 4. But let's see how we can get by 4:30 we are out of here. So our next speaker is B. In fairness, he has heard me say this about him. For every marketing campaign he works on, right, he puts his heart into it. And I would honestly tell you guys this afternoon that he has a Midas touch. So there's no campaign that he has worked on that hasn't done well, right? Like, there are specific metrics, there are specific metrics that the campaigns must always hit. Guys, like, in my own opinion, he's a superhero. He's a, he's a real life superhero. So speaking to us today on the Spotlight strategy, guys, I present to you no other than the one, the only, Mr. Emmanuel Olumodeji, aka King Mo! Clap like you're excited. Where are you going to?
Hi everyone. So yes, my name is Moyo Sore Emmanuel. I've been in marketing, started out in the tech space, came into music, worked with creators. Currently head of growth and marketing at Chocolate City Music. For Chocolate City, I was head of marketing at Trailer. That was competitor to TikTok. So both in the creator space.
Please don't go yet too. I have to give you guys something. I'm coming. I am coming.
The Afrobeat space, gospel artists, as well as hip-hop artists. So it's quite a range. So before we go ahead, I just want to quickly understand the demographics of the people that are here. Artists is just indicating a
Show of hands. You're an artist. It just helps me know how to tailor the conversation. Okay. Creators. Sorry, I didn't get that. Okay, artists are okay. Content creators. Oh God, I get you, but you understand me. Okay. What other category? Producers. Okay, 2 producers. Okay. And other creatives. Others. Oh, great. Great. So basically, like I said, this session is going to be about Spotlight strategy, right? And what I'm going to try to do in this session, let me see, so I work with time. What I'm going to try to do in this session is to give you the building blocks, right? And the reason why I'm going to give you the building blocks is that there is no one size fits all, right? What works for A would be different for B, would be different for C, would be different for D, right? So what I'm going to attempt to do in this session is, it's more of a very it's a more of a very strategic session, right? That you have your building blocks, then you decide how do I want to build, right? So that's basically what I want to do in this session. So I'm going to be dropping a couple of things. Some of those things that I'll be talking about, you already have it in motion, and it just helps to open your eye to how to refine it better. Some of the things I'm going to be talking about, you have not had them, or that you'll be hearing them from a completely different perspective. But at the end of the day, what I think is most important is that you're able to take a couple of these things and merge it together to say, what resonates for me, what works for me, how do I bring this and this to work for me. So that being said, first thing is, it's important that you don't approach any campaign the same way. You don't approach any release the same way. Everything is always, there's always a difference at every given point. I don't know if my great. So, also I want us to understand, right, that when you're talking of the spotlight, I'm not talking of a viral moment. I'm not talking of a viral moment here, right? Because what I discovered that is that a lot of people want to go for width rather than depth. Like, you want to cut across a lot, right, rather than the depth of what you're doing. Now, you discover that it's the depth that really helps. That's why most times it seems that you have a little bit of traction and it disappears, right? Because you're going laterally like this. Meanwhile, what you should be doing as you're going laterally is that you're building depth in it, right? That's what's going to sustain whatever viral moments that you have. A lot of artists, a lot of creators ask the question, they say, how do I turn this to an hit? How do I come into the spotlight? But I like to answer, and I like to say most times that it's not just about turning something into an hit. I think for me, the answer that I always tell everyone every time is, how do I get people involved? How do I get them interested enough? Right? How do I get them interested enough? So you discover that a lot of the things that I'm going to be talking to you about is really about to get the things that will get the people interested enough. That's the key. Once you're able to unlock that, you discover that, and you find out that content creators have really unlocked this strategy, right? For a content creator, it's not putting out the music. It's not putting out the music, but you discover that they have followers back to back, because what they do is, how do you get people interested enough in what I am doing? Most times what an artist is trying to do is, how do I turn this into a hit? So like I said earlier, that this is basically a framework, right? The way you now decide to build with a lot of those things would now determine the kind of results that come out at the end of the day. So you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so like I said, number one, you need to understand that the spotlight is not accidental, it is engineered, right? A lot of people think that, and I get the question, and I saw in Dolapo's session, oh, how do they find me? How do I find them? Like, those are not the questions to ask, right? Because if you ask the wrong questions, you end up with the wrong answers, right? They are not accidental processes. Oh, you see a song blows up on Spotify, or a song blows up on TikTok. It's not accidental. Anyone that comes in and looks like it's a little bit accidental, if there is no structure behind it, if there's no machinery behind it, the way it came, in an instant you discover that it's gone, right? And even you discover that there are times that you have a little bit of traction, but after a while, it looks like it's gone. So I want to say first that it's not accidental, it's engineered, right? You need to build a machinery behind it, right? The machinery doesn't need for you to be the biggest artist out there, right? How do you build that machinery to work for you, considering your own level during the artist development? You know, there's a stage you are in your artist development, right? At this stage of my artist development, what machinery do I need to put in place that takes me to the next point, right? What machinery do I need to put in place that can amplify what I'm doing at this point of my artist development? So that's very important. And also, it's important to understand that whatever machinery you're building behind yourself needs to be something that is repeatable. You can replicate it over and over. That's when you come into the spotlight, right? It's not, oh, the viral moment, and it just goes. It's something that takes you there. You can replicate it over and over and over. And it's simple principles, right? Understand it, build your blocks. If you need to tweak something, you tweak it. You come back to it again. Look at the results. We tweak it again. The reason why you would always throw a stone up and it will land, you throw a stone up, it's going to come down because it's a principle, right? Basically, it's the principle of, right? You throw something up, it will come down. It's a principle of gravity. It will always be like that. So for us, what we want to do in this session, like I said, is really to understand how do we create our building blocks. It's going to take me through a couple of things, basically, and I hope that at the end of this, you're able to, sort of walk some case studies, maybe using one or two artists as we go through to arrive at that point. So yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start with brand. I know that we've had a little bit of conversation on this. I saw the flow, so I know that I just rushed through this, right? So basically, a brand is whether a personality, whether a corporation, whether a corporate brand, whether a personal brand, whether an artist brand, whatever kind of brand. Basically, it needs consistent identity, but flexible interpretation across regions, right? It means that identity is constant. You need to find what is that thing about your brand. I like to say in music that there are two things, right? There is the product and there's the brand. A lot of artists come in and what you want to push is, you want to push the product. Your product is the music. That's the brand that is the artist, right? You discover that people will engage with you on either of the two levers or on both of them, right? Some people will engage with you because of the product. That's the music, right? A lot of people will engage with you on that. Some people will engage with you not because of the music. They're going to engage with you because of the brand, right? Because of the brand. I give a typical example. For those that know Black Bones, you understand that a lot of people that engage with Black Bones, that interact with Black Bones, discovered him first, not through his music, but through the brand. He came in as an hip-hop artist, right? Hip-hop is not the most commercial, viable gens that we have in Nigeria, in Africa, right? So he had to use the brand to build up that follower base. So a lot of people came in contact with the brand, they loved the brand, then they went back to listen to the music, right? So there are two things you're going to be pushing on, and the biggest companies in the world, they've hacked this, how to push your brand as well as pushing your product, right? So it's very, very important. You discover that a lot of things that a lot of artists do and they say, oh, I'm not getting traction, I'm not having engagement, is you're constantly pushing the product. The song is out and you say, oh, new music out now. There's an artwork and the song is playing. New music out now. Tomorrow, it's lyric video. New music out now. Like, all you're constantly doing in that place is, and I see it over time, that's the strategy. When you are running ads, it's still that same artwork and the song playing under it. And you're spending whatever little money you've been able to gather together to push that. At the end of the day, those things are not going to get you. You need to understand that the best companies, I'll give you an example, is Apple. Apple has a range of products, right? From the iPhone to the MacBook to the iPads, right? There's a range of different products, but the brand is consistent. Apple announces a new phone. People have not seen the phone before, but a lot of people are pre-ordering because they're not pre-ordering because of the product. They're pre-ordering because of the brand. So we need to understand that it's important for every artist, everyone in the creative community to understand that. Unlike, I could be, if I'm not in the creative space, if I'm selling something, I'm probably just selling, or I'm selling a pen, or selling this. I'm just selling a product. It's easy for them. But for us, you need to sell your product as well as the brand. So like I said, a brand has consistent identity, but flexible interpretation. What's that thing about your brand that is consistent, that you cannot change? What is that thing that when you leave here and whether it's a live recording or it's a digital release or it's on a content, speaks to your brand, right? Like I said earlier, what I'm trying to do is just give you the building blocks, right? It's not left for you to sit down and say, based off of these building blocks, how do I combine them? How do I connect them together to get what I want at the end of the day? So the first one I'm starting with, the first block I'm starting with is your brand, right? What is that thing about your brand that needs to be consistent? You leave Nigeria today and you go to the UK. What is that thing about your brand that is consistent? Because I discovered that what we're trying to do most times is we are constantly trying to scale our immediates. That's what we're constantly trying to do. And when I say you're trying to scale, it could be scaling into regions, it could be scaling into new audiences, it could be scaling into demographics, it could be scaling into cultures, right? Because when you're trying to push out your music, you need to understand that I'm not just trying to reach a new audience. There are a lot of barriers that you are trying to break. Number one, you're trying to break culture, right? Not everybody has the same culture as you have. Not everybody sees things from that perspective. So it means that if I'm pushing out my music to somebody else, I don't know him before, or I don't know her before, it means that there's a culture barrier that my brand needs to be able to break, right? There's a demographic barrier that my brand needs to be able to, because I don't even know who the song is going out to. I don't know who's listening to it. There's a demographic barrier I need to make sure that this my product or my brand is able to cross. Right? It could be region. It could be a regional barrier. Oh, you're putting out a song in Lagos, but this is still Nigeria. Somebody in the north can still be listening to it on Spotify or Apple Music. Right? There are regional barriers. So it's important that you understand for your brand, what is that constant thing about the brand that is consistent everywhere. That thing must be recognizable, it must be repeatable, and it must be relatable. There are 5 pillars to that. Right? Number 1 is the identity, who you are. This talks about your story, right? If you listen to Ayo Math very well, you understand that both the brand and even the product, as much as it's street, there's a story behind it. There's a hustle story around it. There's a grass to grace around it, right? And you discover that these things are consistent across. So you have the identity, you have the promise. What does the audience expect from you? You have the aesthetics. What's the visuals looking like? Right? What's the visuals looking like? Because we just want to put stuff out there and automatically you just want people to jump on it. Right? What's the visuals looking like? What's the values? What do you stand for as a brand? What do you stand for as a brand? And what's the experience? How do people feel when they interact with your brand? So we can go to the next slide. I give us an example of 3 brands here. Right? Number 1, Burna Boy. Identity is constant everywhere. Right? Identity is constant everywhere. Like, you know that this is the African giant. When you see his artwork, if you check any of his artwork, you'd see things around Africa, Nigeria. You will not see Burna Boy. You know, there was a time Coachella wrote his name in small letters. Yeah. And he refused, that they had to go and change his name to capital letter, just emphasizing the fact that my brand is a giant. It's the African giant, right? You know that with him, there's a promise of high energy, Afrofusion excellence, right? If you listen to the reason why Burna will do a show and sell out every single time is the excellence of his performance. Like, if you've been in a Burna performance, you will know that this is excellent, right? The aesthetics, you understand, is cultural. It has that cultural angle to it, right? From his song to his brand, he has a cultural angle to it. Contemporary, and his unapologetically African experience, world-class performance and storytelling. Another brand is Nike. This is not even a music brand, right? Nike, you know that there's a promise of excellence and personal achievement, right? When you see their slang, is just do it, right? Just do it. If you see the ads that they do, you see Nike run ads, and in their commercials, you see a sportsman wearing a Nike shoe, like running. Whether it's an old man or a small or a young person, right? It's still the same consistent messaging. I discovered that majority of us, what we're trying to do is, with every release, there is a change. Like, we're constantly changing with every release. Oh, I tried this. It seems like this is not entering. I moved to this, right? I tried to do this. This is not entering. I moved to this. This is not entering. Or, oh, let's try out this. There's something that, there's an affinity that people need. And the affinity comes from having, like, proper brand identity, proper brand value. So that's very important. Nike also localized stories while keeping the brand energy. Mr. Beast is another example. This is a personal brand. Now, Mr. Beast is unarguably the biggest creator in the world right now, right? And you know that Mr. Beast, whether he's coming to Nigeria or he's in the US or he's in Europe or he's in the UK, the brand is consistent. You know that with Mr. Beast, you're expecting two things. You're expecting extreme generosity, not just generosity. I mean extreme generosity with Mr. Beast. Extreme. Like Mr. Beast will give you the money that will make you deny your parents. Like that's how. Yes, if you watch any of Mr. Beast's content, like, or he's doing challenges, the brand is consistent. And consistency about a brand is not when your brand becomes the biggest. Consistency starts from your first step. You need to understand that this needs to be consistent. Then scales across continents because the value is universal. Yeah. Second thing I'm going to be talking about. So I said the first building block is your brand, right? So I expect that right now you're beginning to look at it that what about my brand is consistent, and what are those things that I could always play around, those things that I could tweak about my brand, but what do I need to move forward with from today that needs to be consistent about what I do. It needs to be consistent about, like, it's so consistent that even in your product, that's the music, it's there. Like, you would see Johnny Drew sit down. He's not singing. You see Johnny Drew sit down, and it's still the same emotions you will get from listening to Johnny Drew's song to just watching Johnny Drew's. He's shooting a video and he's literally walking across the street. There's no song. Like, you know that this is different from everybody walking across the street. What is that thing that is consistent, right? It's not about just, oh, I want to push. A lot of people come out. I've seen artists come and spend $100,000, put it on a campaign. It does not stick. And I tell people, when you do that, what happens is that as long as you have the money, you'll see a little bit of traction. But immediately the money finishes, like, it dips very fast. Like, and it's like all the work you've done, all the money you've spent is down the drain. So what about your brand needs to be consistent? Like Mr. Beast, you know, like, and these things is, once you find it, it works regardless wherever it is. The same thing Mr. Beast is doing in the US, that's the same thing Asha Kine is doing, right? Every single place. You just need to find, there's no right or wrong to it. You just need to find out what is that thing about your brand. That's the first thing. So what I'm doing is, at the end of this, we're going to try to bring all these building blocks together and see where we get to. Also important that audience growth is very, very important. Like, growing your audience, growing your community is super, super important, right? And I say that global growth or growth requires intentional audience discovery. Like, also you need to understand where you are in your artist journey. For you, at this point, what is the most important thing? Like I said to everyone, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's different from each artist, and it's different from each campaign. Where you are, do you need a discovery campaign? Right? A lot of people go into releases, you're putting out your first song, and you're saying, oh, I want 1 million streams. I'm like, no. Like, it's entirely wrong. Like, you're putting out your first single. For me, my metrics is going to be around building maybe your first 5,000 followers, right? I'm not even interested in your 1 million streams at that point. I know that whatever is getting you that 1 million streams is probably bots or it's fake, right? Or you've just wasted money at the end of the day, right? What I want to see at that point, so you understand your artist journey. What I need at this point, is it discovery? If it's not discovery, is it awareness? Right? If it's not awareness, is it engagement? Right? You see artists say, oh, nobody is engaging with my content. You put out a content and the major concern is, oh, I don't have engagement on this content. But you discover that for that artist, in fact, probably at that point, the artist should be dealing with awareness. Right? And what you should be focused on is how many new eyeballs have seen this content. Rather than, oh, you're comparing yourself with somebody that is already having like 1,000 comments, right? And you just discover that at the end of the day, you just leave what you're supposed to be doing and facing something entirely different. So you need to understand where you stand at that point. That is the spotlight. When you can create a machinery that is able to answer to you at every point in your artist journey, that's being on the road to the spotlight. Right? It's not a viral moment. The spotlight is not a viral moment. Viral moment comes and goes. Right? The spotlight, the journey to that spotlight is that I'm able to create a machinery that can take me from point A to point B, right? If I'm starting out, I'm saying that, okay, my first release, what I want to do with this is, or a release is coming out, I probably say, I want to put out a cover, right? The cover is going to, or maybe I put out a cover for something before I drop a song, right? That's supposed to give me attention. That's supposed to give me eyeballs, right? If at the end of the day, I'm looking for conversion. So you need to understand, am I looking for discovery? Am I looking for awareness? Am I looking for engagement? Am I looking for conversions? Like, it's super important to identify what you need at every point, right? So in regards to growing the fans, growing the audience, a couple of ways in which I would sort of categorize this. You have your own base audience, right? For guys that watch football, they understand this better. You know your own base fans now. Even if you are losing, these guys will be with you. I know clubs that back to back, they are always losing, right? But the home base fans will still be with them. So for you, you need to identify, because like I said, see, it's not a find, it's a build. They ask, oh, how can they find me? No, you need to build. Like when you build, people will come after you. Like I know artists that literally they have been offering hundreds of thousands of dollars because they've done the work to build to that point, right? So the mentality needs to come away from, oh, I need a label to find me and sign me up, right? It's a very lazy mentality. The mentality is I need to build, right? Sir? Yeah, the mentality is I need to build, right? So looking at it, you have your own base audience. It's like your first touch of audience. You know, these guys will go to bat for you. If you ask them to share on their socials, on their WhatsApp, on their LinkedIn, if you ask them to carry a bell on your streets and announce that you have a new release, you know that this set of guys, if you don't have money to go for a show, these are the guys that will use, rather than eating, they'll give you their money. So you need to understand, find out who are your own base audience, who are those first set of audience. It's the lowest hanging fruit, right? Build a community around those people, right? Build a community around these people. With these people, you now go to the next set of people. That's your secondary imaginary regions, right? What are those secondary set of audiences for you? Because everybody wants to, you have a whole WhatsApp group. You have a WhatsApp contacts. They don't even know you have released a song. You are looking for somebody in the UK. You are looking for a UK stream or a US stream to boost your numbers, right? So how do you identify what's that your community? It could be family and friends. It might not be them. It could just be people that just love your music. They've come across it and they love your music. Create groups. Create groups where you engage. I so much love the way Adekunle Gold, if you check his IG, the way he's engaging on his channel with his fans, like it's one-on-one, real-time engagement. So it's important that you identify your audiences. It's important. In terms of like markets, right? Africa is basically community-driven, fan bases. You see this a lot. Go on Twitter. Every day there is a war of a fan base, right? There's a war of a fan base. I think that this is the future of music. I think that this is where music is going towards, community-driven music. And it's so important. Africa is high engagement, passion-driven, festival culture. For some artists that you feel like, oh, the kind of song I do does not resonate with Africans, like a lot more people outside of country resonate with your music. For Europe, you understand this is how their fans like to engage with music. In the US, it's basically a streaming economy, TikTok heavy. For Asia, they also like deep fandoms. Latin America, they have rhythmic culture, right? So yeah. It's also important that you understand data, right? And I say this all the time, that you're not sentimental. Don't be sentimental. Like if I give you one of the biggest releases that came out of Africa, Love Vanity. I know if you can remember that particular song.
like Love Wantity broke records, and I think it was the first song in Africa that did such by an African artist that did that. That came out of just looking at the back end and looking at the data to say, oh, people in Ghana love this song. That was where it started popping. People in Ghana loved the song, and the artist went and did a remix with a Ghanaian artist. We looked at the data again, say, oh, people in East Africa love the song. They went and they did a remix with an East African artist. Looked at the back end again. Europe was there. He said, okay, let's go to France. What's the entrance into Europe? France. Went to France, did a remix with an artist in France. And before you know, it became a global hit. But it was basically from looking at data. Like, don't be sentimental. Oh, they're not listening to my song in Nigeria. Nobody cares. If your data says that Sierra Leone is where your music is, how do I get into that market? Right? If your data is telling you that, oh, you feel like, you see a lot of artists and they tell you, oh, I make my music for mainstream people. But the data is telling you that it's alternative people that listen to your music. You need to refine your strategy and go in that direction. So it's very, very important. There are sources where you pick your data for artists, and I say this a lot, especially for those in the gospel space and in the Afrobeat space. Spotify and Apple Music, I believe that we all have claimed our Spotify for artists, Apple Music for artists, right? Very important. If you're in the gospel space, if you are in the Afrobeat space, your Spotify and Apple Music, if you're in the Afrobeats and hip hop space, your Spotify and Apple Music will give you your best data, right? That's where a lot of these communities engage. If you are in the gospel space, YouTube is your best bet. You go through all your data, but you discover that gospel communities just have a way of congregating themselves on YouTube, right? They are there, they're the ones watching the newest spontaneous worship. They know the latest covers. They know, like, so you find them on YouTube. If you are a street artist, you do street music, you discover that AudioMac is your first point of call. Like, you go on AudioMac and you see in the comment sections, people are literally fighting in those places, right? Yes, and see, and those things, I tell you, it's not even random, right? Those are for a random person, it looks like banter, but for you, that's data. For you, that's data. You go, if I see a new content on any of my artist posts, I'm going to the comment section, and trust me, the next agenda that is coming out is vetted from that comment section, because that's data. The fans are literally telling you, I don't like this. Say, oh, which kind of song you go release like this? We know they like this kind of song. I'm telling you, your next EP, don't do this style. Right? Or they are telling you that, oh, we want more of this. Oh, we want to see more of you. I'm setting you up to go and shoot content that look like that again. Right? So it's important, right? They don't know you, or they've not heard the song. That's why they Shazam the song. Right? So those data are very, very important. I'm going back to Shazam to look and say, oh, where are these people are? They say they are in Kwara State. Next week I'm in Kwara. Right? Next week I am in Kwara. And what am I trying to do in Kwara? I'm organizing a micro tour. It could be a unit tour. It could be a church tour. It could be a fellowship tour. Right? It could be a city tour. Or I'm going to Kwara to say I'm looking for an artist who's popping in Kwara that could jump on a song I have. Right? Or who's popping in Kwara, who's their biggest local influencer in Kwara that could create a content on my song. Right? That's how you build it. It's a building, like I said. That's the mentality is that you're building something. Yep. Collaboration is also very important in getting to that spotlight. Collaboration is super, super important. Collaborations could be artistic in nature. It means that it doesn't mean that the person it could be an artist that's featured on your song. It doesn't even need to be an artist. It could be a songwriter, right? I have upcoming, I don't like saying upcoming, developing artists in Nigeria that they're beginning to pop in Ghana because there's a producer in Ghana or there is somebody in Ghana that wrote a line on their song. They wrote 2 or 3 lines on their song, right? It could be writing camps, it could be remixes, it could be covers, but collaborations is super important. Cultural, it's also important that you understand the power of cultural collaborations. So if you have like visual artists, you have choreographers, it's important that these are the ways that begins to push you into the spotlight. It takes it away from your own immediate audience, right? And you have a friend that is a choreographer. He does it, and the song goes into their community of choreographers, right? It could also be corporate collaborations, brand partnerships, sync deals, ambassadorial deals, and the likes. It could be media partnerships, right? Platform takeovers, playlist collaborations, but these are things that helps to push beyond your own immediate environment, right? And takes you into that spotlight. It could be people in the creative ecosystem, right? Photographers, stylists. I know a song that blew up just because somebody partnered with a makeup brand, right? And they started using it for, and I tell these things. That's why I said, these are building blocks. It's not left for you to sit down and say, oh, this is my song, this is my brand. If I want to go collaboration, who works for me, right? If I want to go media partnership, who works for me? Dolapo just left here. We Talk Sound. You could hit up with Talk Sound. Oh, I want to do this stuff. As you're doing that, on one side, you have maybe another partnership with a makeup agency, right? And what they are doing, is that whoever comes into their studio, they're using the song to do the makeup for them. The song is playing in the background, but the makeup is there. Trust me, she's sharing that video, right? And the number of people that does makeup every day. She's sharing that stuff. So what it does is that your song just keeps going. And before you know, you're like, oh, what's happening? And somebody's like, oh, Ori Wololu, what song did you use on that, especially if you now understand your brand and it works well. It could be a local footballer in your area, right? It could be a local footballer in your area. Does your brand have the energy? Does your product have the energy if you collaborate together, right? You look for something that works together, right? It could be a fashion brand, right? It doesn't have to be big. It could be a photographer, right? It could be a content creator. But what kind of collaborations will help push you to the next level? So it's very, very important that we look at this. In terms of artist-creator collaborations, it could be upwards. That's you're looking at a bigger artist, right? It could be lateral. You're looking at somebody on equal footing with you. It could be cross-cultural, different regions, right? It could be different regions. It could be cross-industry. Like I said, it doesn't have to be, you see Mr. Easy now on LinkedIn. Mr. Easy is pushing tech, right? And anywhere he goes preaching the gospel of tech, he's carrying his music along with him. And you're beginning to see the numbers he's doing in East Africa. It's there because of tech, but the music is also coming in. So that's where you have things like cross-industry collaborations coming in. Case studies, I believe Pharrell and Louis Vuitton, Pharrell being in music, Louis Vuitton. This is an example of like cross-industry, right? And it just brought the whole fashion into music, and you discover that these things are constantly happening around us. You can recreate it on a mini scale, right? See everybody now, everybody understands that Europe is the next frontier, right? Everybody wants to go into Europe, so they know that France is where they need to enter into Europe, right? And that's why you see every artist now, every year, they want to do Paris Fashion Week. Everybody's at Paris, everybody wants to do Paris Fashion Week. We have Lagos Fashion Week happening. What did you do to plug your own song? It just tells you that the building block states that music and fashion will work, right? So how do you now recreate that for yourself, right? Imagine blowing up from GT Fashion Week or Lagos Fashion Week, right? So these are like building blocks that you could work on. We have Wizkid and Drake, very super monumental period for Afrobeats on the One Dance song, right? This was cross-continental, right? Africa into the US, US into Africa, like it was a cultural collaboration. So basically, I think for your brand, you need to understand what your brand is, who are your audiences, what are the collaborations that could really, really work. How do you explore? Like I said, my goal here is that I'm able to drive you back to the point where you go back and look at it and say, oh, with all these things, what do I do on this point? What do I do on this point? How do I expand this? How do I break it down? We don't have all day to look at the strategy in total, but the goal is that you sit down and say, I take this, how do I now make something out of it, right? How do I expand this? Yes, please. Media partnerships is also very important, super important. I think that visibility is compulsory for every artist. You stay relevant because of visibility. You'll be shocked. You know, a particular year they released, I think it was Google that released the spend on ads, and I discovered that the biggest brands are the ones that spend the most, right? And the reason why they keep on spending, they are big already, but the reason why they keep on spending like that is because they understand visibility. To them, it's no more just awareness, it's top of mind awareness, right? You say you want to buy noodles today, you get to a shop, most likely what you say is you want to buy Indomie, right? Because Indomie is no more just pushing for awareness, they're pushing for top of mind awareness, right? And it happens like that in a lot of things. Growing up, you say you want to buy Close Up or McLean. Meanwhile, that was just a brand, right? But you discover that they had moved away from awareness into top of mind awareness. So visibility is compulsory. You need to put yourself out there. It's compulsory, right? So a couple of media exposures, like I said, the flow could be from local media to national media to pan, African regional media. And like I said, this is based on the level in which you are now. If you have scaled Nigeria, you know that the next thing you should be looking at visibility-wise is Pan-African, right? And you're looking at platforms that speak to like African audiences, right? If you're going into Europe, you know that you're looking at global audiences. But if you get to the point of the legacy, the BBC, the Rolling Stones, you know that yes, you have it all. So a couple of media exposures that is important. Interviews is super, super important. Like interviews is super, super important. Performance videos are great. They do well now. Documentary content, like super important. If you can even fuse a couple of these things in your documentary content, you're reviewing a food, you're reviewing a place that you've been in, your song is there, you're documenting your journey, those things are nice. Press releases, influencer-led audio discovery, then playlist pitching is super important. Playlist pitching is super important. I tell a lot of artists, like, you need to be strategic towards your releases. Very strategic. You don't just wake up one day and say, oh, I want to put out music in the next 2 weeks, right? Because for DSPs, they have the particular time in which you need to pitch, right? There's a time you need to pitch to even be able to get on New Music Friday. You get on a New Music Friday, like go on Twitter on a Thursday into Friday morning and see the word that is happening on Twitter. People are literally talking of new music, just listening to New Music Friday playlist, right? Give yourself those opportunities of getting to New Music Friday playlist. Pitch, understand the DSP end of things. Touring. I know that this seems far-fetched, but super important. Like, it's super important. You want to go beyond your audience. You want to go beyond your immediate community. This is super important. You don't have to do a US tour, a UK tour. Like, there are micro tours. Like I mentioned the other time, it could be a city tour, right? It could be a city tour. You pick a particular city based on what the data on your back end is saying. Pick a city, go and do a tour there. If you're in the gospel space, it's even easier. Like, you could do a church tour, right? You have a new release. I feel like you said? Exactly. So you could do micro tours, right? If you have it, the cultural exchange tours, festival tours. Yep. This is your run through. Digital platforms, very important. As you're doing the media, it's also important that you're doing the same thing on digital platforms. TikTok, like I said, for discoverabilities, the number of songs that have popped out of TikTok, super, super important for discoverability is TikTok. So if you know that at this point, discoverability is key for you, I think you need to sit down with your TikTok strategy. Instagram has become a little bit super saturated, right? So it's difficult to break through there, but TikTok is important. YouTube, if you're into documenting and storytelling. Spotify helps your data and playlisting. It helps you look at your data. We talked about that earlier. Instagram is important for your visual branding. Super important for your visual branding. Twitter is important for your fandom, as well as conversations around you. A lot of the things that people move to IG, move to TikTok, the conversation starts on Twitter, right? So if you're an artist that you have a lot of things that, when we started, we talked about the brand. Like, if your brand is one of those things about your brand is there are things to always talk about. I think that is important, that Twitter is key into your strategy, right? Like we said, Audio Mark and Boom, Africa First, Twitch Live. A lot of people are still new to this. People have started jumping on this. It's important. Anybody that goes into this now will have like first mover advantage, right? You have first mover advantage in this. Patreon and the likes there. Okay, let's just run through this. Let's skip this. Yes, skip this. Yes, skip this. Okay, so we mentioned, I know Dolapo ran through a couple of these things. Revenue models, right? Touring, publishing, sync licensing, streaming, merch, brand partnerships, digital monetization, IP licensing, live recordings. Yes. And okay, I think I'll stop there. So basically, like I said, the goal of this session for me is that you're able to identify the building blocks. The spotlight is not a moment. The spotlight is a journey. Like, that's the first thing. It's not a moment, it's a journey. How do you now take a couple of these things and fuse it together to get to the whole point where you're going to? So thank you so much.
I hope you're not tired because we still have one more session. And while we wait for that, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We're going to take a few questions. Please summarize your question. Hi. Summarize your question, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So my question is, you mentioned there is no one-size-fits-all strategy. What works for A might not work for B and stuff. So you also mentioned something, and you were like, if it's like you're repeating in marketing, if a strategy has worked for you before, you can repeat that strategy. So this, how do I differentiate if there is no one-size-fits-all strategy, right? How do I do that? Okay, this has worked for me before. How do I still reuse that same strategy for that? That is one. Then the last question, which is for starters. Sorry, I can't remember. So let me just do that. Let me just do that for that.
Okay. So when I said what has worked for you, I'm talking about the building blocks, right? So I give you an example. Sorry, can you go to the framework? I think it's like a chart at the beginning. Right. So I give an example. I want to build something, and I discovered that I applied a couple of these things. But what works for me is community activations.
So you try it first.
Yeah, I try out this based off my brand, based off what I want to achieve. I try it out and I feel like, oh, my brand will work better with this, right? And it's community activations. I try it and I get results. It means that next time I want to do a community activation plus something else. But my community activation can be different the first time. It could be different the second time, right? It's still the same community activation. The first one could be a meet and greet with members of the community. The second one could probably be an event with those same people, right? It could be a show with those same people. The third one could be maybe sending emails to those same people in the community, right? Sending emails to those same people in the community, right? Somebody that does this very well is Johnny Drill, right? Whenever he sends his email, like you see Twitter buzzing, a lot of the ladies are like, oh, I got an email from Johnny Drill, blah, blah, blah. But basically what he's doing there is community, right? Reaching out to his community. The next one, he could do a Johnny's Room live and invite a couple of his fans to that place. It's still community, but in a different way. But he has identified that what works for him is community. I don't know if that... Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. My name is Ben. I'm an artist,
Awesome.
gospel artist. This question might not be specific to what you said.
Yeah.
You said you've spoken about the industry itself.
Yeah.
But I have this one question I want to ask you. If you observe that you're in a situation whereby a lot of important people, let me say important people in quotes, kind of know you and you know them, you have access to them, and when they see you, they engage you, communication, and you just go about doing your own thing. So there's this, it's a personal struggle where I am right now. I don't know if I should engage them in a certain way, and it's not because I'm trying to take advantage of the asset that I have, or I should just, because I actually be in a situation where I'm overthinking it. So I have a project that I know that if this person hears it, or this person can actually do something about it, but I know that this person knows me, this person is aware to some extent. So should I still put a foot, or just keep walking, or just stay on my own and keep putting in the work and wait for these people to reach out to you? So it's something that I'm actually in a loop. Because some people sometimes you're not passionate enough, you need to disturb people, but sometimes there's a very thin thing, because sometimes you be in a situation where you ask for something and the person you're asking for something from actually planning something better for you, and because you're not patient enough, so I'm in that loop right now. I'm trying to resolution.
Okay, so I'd say this: visibility is important. Like, be visible. Like, be visible. Anything that makes you stay hidden, or that you're not speaking up, or you're not pushing yourself out there, like, if you look at it and it's not helping you be more visible out there, strike it off, right? The way and manner you now approach it is what matters, right? Are you approaching it like are you constantly on the person's neck, or are you finding creative ways of doing that? Like, it could be in a gathering where people are talking about you and that same person is there. It could be in a gathering whereby you're inviting the person to come to listen to. You're doing a listening party, right? And the person is invited. And people are there. Everybody's excited. The person comes in. The person does not even see what you're saying. But there's a lot of energy in the room and everybody's excited and they're jumping up, right? I give you an example. When artists do listening parties, a lot of people that are in the front, they are core fans. You see a Burna Boy will pursue you away from the front because you don't have the energy. Like, people are just coming in, but the energy in the room is infectious and everybody jumps on it. So what creative ways have you used to reach out to the person, right? Rather than just constantly being in their DMs or 70 missed calls or stuff like that, right? So there are creative ways that you can do it. But to stay muted kills. Exactly.
So you talked about knowing which community exactly is coming from.
Yeah.
So how do I know that? Like, which platform would I know that, okay, I'm gravitating towards, gravitating towards industry and stuff? How do I know?
Data.
I use Tito. Tito just tells you that you have listeners from this country and stuff.
So So you need to claim your Spotify for artists. You need to claim your Apple Music for artists. You need to open your YouTube studio. Right. At the back end of those things, it helps you break it down into this is where people are listening to your music from. They listen to your music for 4 hours at a stretch. Or they listen to your music after listening for every 30 seconds, there's a drop-off, right? So those data helps inform you about what they like, who likes it, where they are. So you find it on the back end. A very typical one is, we're entering December and everybody's going to be talking about your Spotify Wrapped, right? Go to your back end. So you need to claim those back ends. So you, as an artist, as a producer, once you have music out, you can claim it and own it. There you access your data.
My name is Sansunel. I'm an artist, and I have 2 questions.
Okay.
So you mentioned something about using a strategy that works for you. So I have 2 songs out. The first one, I didn't do any adverts and all that, but I think it did a little bit well organically. And the strategy I used was basically people I know talk to them, then maybe they also reshare, and of course, it's later moved on its own. But I tried to use the same strategy first for the second song, and I don't know, maybe people are just tired of yes. So I don't know, but it looked like it didn't work. I just want to know if you have something to say about that. Then the second question is, you said something about if you want to release a song, you probably have an artwork, and then you're playing the song underneath. You didn't, I don't know if you finished that illustration. Are you saying that is not a good approach to announcing a song release or something?
Okay. So I think that,
like I said earlier, it's important to understand your point in your artist journey, where you are in your artist journey, right? Because if you're going for one metric, the metric needs to align with where you are, right? I wouldn't expect that you're looking for the biggest number of streams at this particular time, right? You have streams, but that's like maybe 40% of your KPI. The remaining 60% of your KPI, I think, should be around community building, right? I think that's number one. It should be around community building. Super important, because you discover that you keep on being in that loop if you're looking for the wrong things, right? You're trying to create a machinery that, the goal in every marketing is that we create a machinery that when we have a song, you can just drop it into that system. And it's like a processing line. You're very sure. And when you get to that point, you know that you've arrived, that you can just watch it. And once I achieve that for any artist, I know artists that say, I want to release today. I don't show it. I just need to get budget. I know what I need to put it into. I'm not jumping up and down, right? So it's important that you understand where you are in that artist journey. What is the KPI that you need to be measuring, right? It would really, really help. It's not like people don't like it, but at that point, streams might not be, it might be that what you actually need is even happening, right? But because your eyes is focused on the streams, you feel like it's not success. Meanwhile, there's success. Like I said, the spotlight is not a viral moment. It's not a moment of 100,000 streams, no. Because you discover that by the time you get to 1 million streams, as an artist, for you at that point, it doesn't work again. The moment you get to that 1 million streams, nobody's taking that as a spotlight for you. You do it the second time, they feel like you're chasing the next spotlight, right? So you need to understand that. So it's super important. Build your community. Then it could also be the way you engage it, right? If you identify that community is key, right? The way you engage them the first time, creatively re-engage them the second time. It doesn't, if I'm doing WhatsApp chats, next time I'm not going to do WhatsApp chats, right? I need to do something else that makes it more interesting, but it's still built around community. I don't know if that helps. Oh, that was the question of... Yes, please. It's important that you're able to sell your brand, sell your emotions when you're pushing out stuff, right? Those artworks and the song layered under it, it doesn't work. No matter how much you spend on running ads or saying, oh, I beg, help me post down for your stories, it does not work. See, I would rather watch I see a boy jumping a big gutter that I know he cannot cross the gutter. A small boy attempts to jump it. I would rather sit down and watch that content than just look at an artwork. So that's how, you see, that's how people, I give you a very typical example. You might not have noticed it, but on blogs, you discover that, oh, there's a news of, oh, something is happening, but there's a song playing under it, right? You're like, oh, I like this content, but the song is subconsciously entering. And by the time you are able to hit somebody between 4 to 7 times of the same song, like I'm meeting you today, you are seeing a boy jumping a gutter, in your mind, you're like, this boy will fall into this place, right? And you're watching the video to the end to see if he actually falls. The song is playing under. The next day, I now see you sitting down and singing the song. The third day, I see a group of people, right? Maybe a performance video of the song. Those are the things that, like, it begins to stick, right? But the artwork is a no-no.
So you said discovering awareness. So I just want to ask the difference. So, at what part of your artist journey did you want to discover? And at what point do you think awareness really comes? Because I think those words seem like synonyms.
Yes. So they're very close.
They're very close to each other, but they're different, right? The circle for that old one is discovery, awareness, impressions. Right, that's a whole stage one. Now, you need it when you're coming out new or you are entering into a new market. You can be an established artist in one market, but you're about to enter into a new market. You're going to need you're starting afresh, a whole discovery, awareness. Discovery is first contact. It's like in sales. Oh, first contact, right? That's discovery. So I'm entering a new market, or it's been a very long time I've released my song. I'm not saying I want to come out and do 1,000,000 streams. I'm saying, what's my discovery rate? Those are the things so that's discovery, that first contact. How many people discovered me? How many new people discovered me? Then awareness, how many people know? Then impressions, how many times have I been impressed upon the same person? If somebody's coming to tell you that, some people, I give a very typical example. There's this guy, I think it was the middle of this year, Big Banjo. If you're on Twitter, Big Banjo literally terrorized us. Like, yeah, Big Banjo literally terrorized. You are not doing you're scrolling 3 times, 3 contents, Big Banjo is there. You know, at a particular point, when people started abusing him, they changed the ad to Big Banjo Day for you, right? So when you are complaining, you are reading a Big Banjo Day for you, right? So there's awareness. So at that point, they had moved away from discovery. People were now aware of him and they were talking about him. They moved into impression. And somebody say, I saw Big Banjo had 7 times today. When they went to Snapchat, they started the same. At a point, I was forced to go and check out the music of the guy. Like, who is this Big Banjo, right? So it's important that you're able to understand how to enter into a market. Thank you.
All right, so
Okay.
my question is just trying to bring everything together in terms of what are the practical tips to building a community from the grassroots, and what are those major elements of a brand that artists should portray to their audience?
Sorry. Major elements of a brand. Yeah, the next slide from this.
Practical tips to building a community from grassroots.
It's at the top, at the beginning. Yeah. Yes, this. Yeah. So, major elements of a brand that needs to your identity, your story. Like, relatability is very important, right? People need to be able to relate with you. They need to be able to relate with you. A lot of people that started out as Whiskey FC, they started with the Oju Elegba days. Like, people could relate with him that, we know he literally said it that they know his stories, right? Yes. He literally said it that they know his stories, right? So you need to put your story out there. That's a very important lever of your brand. Like, people need to be able to resonate with you, or else you discover that, and you have this happening so many times, that a song becomes viral, but nobody knows anything about the artist. Like, you don't know anything about, you don't even know what the artist looks like, right? That's, the product has grown, but the brand did not follow it. And you discover that when the artist is releasing a new song, he will not be introducing himself as, Nami get that song, right? Nami get that song, we blow. I met an artist and he was telling me, Nami get that song. I was like, no be you. He said, Nami, because the elements of the brand was not properly developed. So the things that need to be developed with your brand, the identity, the aesthetics, these things sell your brand. If you're a street artist, let's know. If you're an hip-hop artist, what are those things about, and like I said, you need to sit down, and it's going to take a little bit of work to sit down and break this down, to yourself to say, oh, I need to sit down. If I'm a hip hop artist, what are those things that defines hip hop that needs to be a part of my brand, right? If I'm an R&B artist, what are those things that define R&B? What are those experiences, the emotions that it carries that my brand needs to carry, right? What are those things I can portray about it, right? So it's important that for the brand identity, talking about your story, talking about your cultural roots, it's like super important. The aesthetics, the values, the experience, these are like important. In building a community too, it's engagement, engaging with that community, like constantly engaging, finding ways to engage with the community. If it's through newsletters, engage with them. If it's through one-on-one, engage with them. If it's through like creating content, engage with, like if it's through networking, meeting them in places where they are, like engage with them. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
One more. Somebody say one more. One more. Let me just give you people my introduction from a professional point of view, right? He is the co-founder of Maxstream. In all honesty, he's really been pushing music business education for a couple years now. I think as way back as 7-8 years ago, right? And as at the time, the strategy that they were employing was music business education in like smaller cities, you know. So outside Lagos, there are people that need this knowledge, that need this understanding in like the Uyo, the Port Harcourt, the Benin, that kind of thing, yes. Today, he will be talking about living a sustainable life in music and entertainment. I think that this is a very good way to end today. Yes or no? Yes. Yes, right? Yes. So, without any other ado, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the one and only Mabel Umar, aka the leader of the greats.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Is it coming though? Okay, when you're done, I get the phone. Sorry. Thank you for such an introduction. I'm so glad to see everyone. How many persons were in the last year's session? How many persons? 1, 2. Oh, you're right there. Awesome. Any other person? Okay, this is good. It almost feels like, I wanted to say I want to continue from the last thing that we had a discussion about the last time. But I am so grateful that you're still here. This is the last session. I want to make this as fast as possible. I always try. So my people, please help time me. Yeah, help time me. Because I want to be done with this in 20 minutes. Yeah. So I'm just going to rush through a lot of things. I'm so sorry I have to. We respect your time. You have to leave, right? But I'm just going to rush through things. So beyond the geeks, sustainable life in music and entertainment. First, let me say this. I need us to lock in. Very important. 2, I love to interact a lot. So I would love that you speak back to me. How many of us are music execs? Let me start there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Music artists. Okay. Awesome. Any other thing in between? What was that? Producer. Background vocals. Okay. Awesome. So we're trying to do this because we have seen a lot of artists who started out in the music business, right? Now think about it. Before now, you would think of one of the first things you're going to think about is touring, performance, live performance, what we can also call gig, right? That's going to be the first thing you're thinking about, right? When I do this, I want to perform. How many of us think about it that way? Yeah, you want to jump on stage and do your thing, right? So, but we are doing this so we can understand that gigging, touring, performing is just one thing. There are multiple ways you can sustain yourself in the music business or in the music industry, anyhow you want to call it, beyond just gigs, beyond performing, beyond doing live shows and all that. That's part one. The second part is how you can maximize your influence as an artist, right? You as an artist, now you are popping, everybody knows you, or maybe 1,000 persons do know you. How do you maximize that beyond just the song you release? Does that make sense? Right. So, but let me ask a question. Who is that one person who you have seen diversify? Let's talk about Nigeria. In Nigeria, one artist who's diversified. Mr. Easy, Johnny Drill. What else does he do? Production? Awesome. Mix mastering. Victoni. What else does he do? Awesome. That's beautiful. He makes money off that? I'm just asking. Okay. Zlatan, yeah. Fashion. Food, actually. No, I'm saying fashion. He also has Ibile. We know Ibile, yeah? How many of us know he's aware of his food brand? Oh yeah, he has an entire Lekki Face one. Ibile has an entire Ibile thing going on. Yeah. Any other person? White money. Yeah. Don Jazzy, White Money. Okay. Oh, Shayman, okay. Ricardo Banks. Yeah, has restaurants and real estate. Nobody mentioned Olamide. Nobody mentioned Olamide. Level is just one thing. Words on the streets, he has some investment in oil. Real estate. Yeah. Don't quote me. Okay, keep going. Okay. Next slide, please. Can you help? Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, let's talk. What's your expectation of this session? What do you expect from this session? You're trying to leave. No, I'm not holding you. I'm just saying. Go ahead. Yeah. Diversify. Okay. Awesome. Any other person? Okay. Okay. Great. Next. I don't want to waste more with this time. Go to the next one. So let's talk data a little bit. I love data. Let's talk about it a little bit. There's a company who did a survey of 1,000 artists at each career stage. So the superstar stage, the mid-level stage, and the emerging. And around the share of mid-level touring artists fell from 19% in 2022 to just 12% in 2024. Right? If you were in my last class, you remember one thing I love to say. Who can remember that? One, that's one thing I love to say. The next thing, when the numbers talk, you listen. Right, so that's important. Why am I pulling this out? I'm pulling this out so you can understand that touring as a way generally is going down. Right, people are not touring again. And I don't like to go far when I talk about things like this. So let's look at Nigeria. Who is the guy who was touring, or guy, girl, who was touring and then is not touring again? Or just paused for a minute? Whiskey, CK. Burn is still touring. Kiss is still touring. Okay, let's just hold it down on Wiz. Now, Wiz is a top artist. Okay. I love it when you talk, but let's talk first, then you can talk later. Wizkid is a big artist. I think the last time he did a tour was in 2023 or 2023. About that. That was after the mom died. Yeah. Right. Some people say it's not because of the mom, and haters are just going to hate, right? Right. But Wiz is not touring. A couple other persons are not touring globally. And that really gets us to ask ourselves and say, if we're not really touring, what are we supposed to do with this music that we have? Because of course, touring gives you good money, right? Like if you're performing in a place, when you're at the level of a mid-level or like superstar, when you perform in a place, you are sure to go home with some cool cash. I mean, I'm talking like 20K dolls and stuff. We are aware, right? Yeah, some cool cash. But think about it. If you are not even touring at all as a big star, how do you now make money? Okay, so let's use Wizkid. How do you think Wizkid is making money right now? Streams, brand partnerships. Is that? What if Wizkid has investment in real estate? Right, so I'm just showing you an example of somebody who's not touring, but he's still surviving. Right? And he's doing features and all of these different. Do you think that those features are free? Are we getting it? Right, the next slide, please. Okay, we've already, go back, please. Go back. So, no. So when we talk about a touring artist, we're talking about somebody who does like 10 shows in the space of a year. So in 12 months, you do 10 shows. At least 1 month, you're doing a show. Right, next slide. Just for context. Okay, let's look at Rihanna. There are a lot more persons. We've already spoken to a couple of other persons. But let's look at Rihanna. Rihanna sold her album sales worldwide, right, as at 2023, was at, now when you do her splits, this is what she gets home. Right? Are we seeing? $55 million. Now the same human being, when she said, listen, I'm just tired of this industry. And then she starts doing fashion and cosmetics. This is how much she went home with Fendi alone. Fendi. We all know Fendi. Offend them in your Fendi. Right. So Fendi alone did 1.39 billion pounds. Hello. Because it's like I'm talking money, you guys don't understand. Hello. In 1 year alone, no. Is it making sense? In 1 year alone, this is how much she did. And then the Sikpo of how many years she has done albums. This is how much. Is it making sense? I'm not saying you should leave music or these people. Now, the way I'm looking at me like, Maybe make I just leave this thing, move on with my destiny. Now the point, and there is something important that I want to have us see. Think about it. Rihanna woke up in the morning without doing this, and then she starts having ideas of a Fendi product. What are the chances that she was going to do these numbers? The chances are like this. Make sense? But what did she do? She started out with the music. So the music is still important. The touring is still important. Your influence is how you get here. Whatever you do here as Rihanna, as the bad girl Rihanna, is what brings you to this point. So how hard are you going with your music, first of all? Before you start thinking about diversifying, how hard are you going with your music? What is the influence you are accumulating? How many persons do know you? How many persons stream you? How many persons listen to you? Now, I think that about 2 classes that did touch on community building and stuff. How many persons are in your community that you deliberately build? Now, I think last year I had given us the differences. You have a fan base, you have following, and you have a community. Amongst the 3, the ones that you deliberately build, as it were, is the community. That's very important. That's the one that you curate, you are serious about, you don't play. Right? The fan base, they happen. They love your music, they see your music, they start following. The followers are the followers. Facebook, Instagram, and the rest. Right? But your community is the one that you deliberately curate. So, how hard are you going with curating your community? I'm not here to now talk about that because you've had a lot of classes on that already. To the next. We are going to come here. But let's look at the chart a little bit. Right? So, remember the touring thing I was talking about? Please, can we help and mute our phones, please? I am easily distracted with things like that. Right, so, of course, 44%, the red is the touring, right? And the not touring is the orange. So superstars, they were doing great, you know, they were not touring, like the percentage was 56, and the touring. So what this means is that 65% of superstars were not touring in 2022. Now see the difference. In 2024, how many of them are not touring? 64. Maybe next year it keeps going. It keeps getting to a point where it now gets to 19. I'm not threatening you with these stats. Nobody me do these stats. So this is to tell you that, guy, wake up. There are other places you need to look at. Next slide. Next slide. We don't have time. Okay, so here is the core of sustainability. You have to first of all do what? Diversify your income, right? So creating multiple concurrent revenue streams beyond live performance to buffer against market volatility. Now, this is important. I've explained this multiple times, right? It's getting crazy, I'm sorry. At least for now. I'm not going to know what will happen in 2020 and 2026, right? But at least for now, touring has really reduced. Again, this starts, is the company that, go back, let them see the company, please. I'm not the one. So pick a fight with them, not me. So yeah, we can now go forward. So it's very important that we all wake up to that, right? So you now think to yourself, and we're going to go into that real quick. What are the other things I can do? Right, so we also have asset creation. That's when you write music, when you play the instrument, when you produce music, that is your asset. Now, you can sell a part of your assets. Now, that's something we have to also think about. Again, these things that I'm saying, I'm telling you industry things. I'm not directly advising you. Don't wake up and say, Marvel say we should sell, right? So, just like, think about your assets as your real estate. It literally says property, right? So, which means you have built this house, or you've bought this land, right? And you can say, well, I'm not using this, like, I think I can lease this land or I can rent this land for like 5 years, right? And if your catalog is doing well, you can say to a company, listen, I have a catalog that's doing great, it's doing amazing. You can have the license to exploit it for 5 years. And then they come to the table, if they look at it and it makes sense, they look at the trajectory of your career of the album, the CD, the whatever it is, the EP, the entire work. They look at it and say, okay, I think we can put some money on this. They look at the music and they say, because of the network I have, if I do this and do that, I can make a lot of money out of these assets. And so they give you some monies, $2K, $300K, whatever. You give them for a couple years. That is the only way I can tell you to, when it comes to your intellectual property, that's the only way I can say go about it. I will not tell you to sell an outright sale of any of your intellectual works. Thank you. I will not advise that you do that at all, right? So what you can do, like any other thing, like a property, you can lease it, you can rent it out. We understand that, right? Do we practically understand how that works? Yes. I want to be sure that you do. Awesome. Long-term planning, of course, you have to. Brand equity is something that Riri, we know Riri, Rihanna. It's something that Rihanna leverage on. It's something that Wizkid leverage on. It's something that Burna Boy leverage on. It's something that, who else? Davido. I think Davido has more endorsement than any other person. Yeah. So they don't come to him because he can sing. They come to him because he has influence. That's brand equity. That's your social capital. Oh, the same way you can exchange these for money, you can exchange these for money, your brand equity. That's very important. Now, the day you understand that, and guys, everything I teach you, go home and study on it, because it's very important. It can change your entire career for life. Now, this brand equity is very important. If you've not heard anything today, I know that many of the other things you've heard them. But you see, your brand equity, it is one of the easiest way to sustain your career. That's why people still want to feature Two-Face. People see feature Timaya. Feature who else? D'banj. People still want D'banj to come to their show. They still pay him heavy. They still want him to endorse something. They still pay him heavy. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Everybody, please echo. Brand equity. So you have to invest in your brand. You have to invest in anything that is going to make people know you. I mean, in a good way, invest in it. Invest in it. Don't be shy about it. Don't kill yourself. Don't say, I've put in so much money in this thing. We don't have time. I can tell you stories. Let's go to the next thing. I mean, think about, although a Mr. Easy was already like a business guy and a tech guy, right? But think about what him being Mr. Easy has done for him in his businesses. Does that make sense? He can walk into a room. Now, guys, let me tell you something. Why do you think people, okay, amongst many other things, Why do you think people invest in artists? Somebody give me an answer. If you give me an huh?
Yes,
ROI.
ROI. Because of the influence they have on general people.
Say it again.
The influence that they have on the wide amount of
The influence of the artist. Yeah, that's great, but this a word I want. Who's that? Who said that? Value. Okay, great. Influence on people. Both of you are thinking I like. Okay. The word is access. 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 Access, you ask me. Now, if I invest in an artist, I have access to different places. Do you understand? First of all, the IP is for the most part, is a shared IP. So the artist is, quote unquote, the product is also his. Right? So he can go into rooms with that. A businessman who has sense you can go to the bank with that. The bank, they don't understand what IP is. They know how strong and how valuable it is. Guys, with your IP, you can actually get loans. I'm not saying you should get loans. Intellectual property. Thank you for that. There's also somebody here in this room who does not know that. So you just serve the person. So, and I can stop the class here. If you are not going to do anything after this class, please invest in your brand equity, in your visibility, not just visibility. It's like, and how do you build? One of the ways you build brand equity is through associations. The people you relate with, the people you do your albums with, your EPs with, the people you use, actually, even to the people you stand with to take pictures. I'm sorry. I had to say this. I hate it. I don't take pictures. I'm in very powerful rooms by the grace of God, but you not see a picture. But I'm telling you guys because it's very important. Even the people, I'm not saying you're going to rush and take pictures, but even those pictures are important. It builds. Have you noticed, guys, because we have all taken pictures with one celebrity or the next, that in your normal picture you will have five likes. But when you now snap with Don Jazz and you post, it's like 500. You're like, where are these people before, man? Where were they there? No, they are there. Do you get? So you have to understand how important your equity or how important your brand equity is. How many of us followed the situation between Ubi Franklin and Ianya? That was how many years ago? Maybe 3, 4? Around 2020 or so? Yeah. How many persons followed the conversation? Remember the time where they were speaking of somebody they were co-owning a company. And of course, the internet started talking about, that Ubi had to, this guy had to be this guy so that we can use his social capital to get different business deals. Is it making sense? Now, the truth is, people who are not artists, they do know that, of course, they are business people. It's also important for you to know that. And that's why we're talking about this. So, do the content. Stop being shy. Stop doing whiskey in 2025. Have you checked what whiskey was in 2010s, in the 2010s? He was crazy. He's deleting his tweets now. I'm sorry. Hope that's not on record. So I'm saying that to say, go hard. Like stop being timid and shy and careful. Stop being careful. Go ahead, post. Post every day if you have to post every day. Do your content. Look funny. It's okay to look funny, guys. You are too broke not to have visibility. Yes, now. So go hard. Okay. So I think your hands off. Let's do this. Let's do this. We're going to do two things right now. This event, I'm happy that I know the process. I was there from when it started out. So this event was supposed to be for 50K each. Last year was how much? 20. Oh, you were here last year? Canada, okay. It was 20K last year, right? This year it was supposed to be 50K, right? So this event is free for two reasons. One, the organizer and the organizers, as Teresa Omo, and of course Rhythm and Revenue, Builder Circle, Zavest, and much recently, Fidelity Bank. They looked at it to say, I think that this thing can really be for free. So this information, as much as it is for free, and other persons who have, given towards this event, because this event really costs. It might look like it's simple, but it costs money. It costs money. So I'm grateful that every one of you are still here right now, listening to me. And if there's any give back to us, as it were, and to those beautiful volunteers who's been here since morning, if there's any give back, is that you put into practice everything you've heard. Right? Like, that would be the greatest joy, that you put into practice everything you've heard. Right? So let me ask you for a testimony. Between then and now, what has changed for you? Can you give him the mic?
Alright, so okay, between then and now, I will say that.
Please, I need this on record.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Alright, yes, I'll say thank you, Teresa, and to everyone that was part of the first time and this. Yes, I'll say I gained exposure. Personally, I'm not someone that I want to be disturbing people, but I can still remember the image of almost everybody that spoke that day. And there was this Daniel, the guy that manages United Scars. So Daniel, I know you spoke, and one of the things you emphasized was about numbers. Yes, I'll say this year I've not really done so much, but this week I put out a song in June, and with that I was able to realize that it's not about like how much money you put like into a song as a budding artist, like as a growing artist, but efforts. Like I distribute with Zavest, until Teresa. Yes, and we were able to run it in such a way that she was able to pitch the songs we had, like generated playlists without having to get a private playlist. Yeah. Yes, for that song. So I learned a lot from that session, and it helped me navigate the next line of project, and even up to now. Yes.
Awesome. This will clap for him.
For all of the partners and the organizers. How many of us have heard Zavest? Have you ever heard Zavest? Okay. So Zavest is a... You want to talk about Zavest? Think about your next project. You should think Zavest. You should think Zavest. Let's put our hands together for them. And they have I'm not even sure, their money is not plenty, honestly. I think it's the best in the industry when it comes to pricing. It's easy, right? It's not a lot of money. Because if you come to my table. Okay, So, like I said, I promise this is the last thing, and then we're gone. And then we'll play. There's one game I love to play. You know. All right. So, live performance. Right. All right. So, live performance. Right. Live performance. If you're going to survive, it's like at the time 90% to 40% persons were surviving from it. Licensing, royalties, and licensing. I spoke about that. Then 5%, it was not a conversation, but now 30% of persons in the music business are beginning to understand. Now this, if you remember the last class, that's you and, oh, he's gone. Merch is very important, right? Kanye West did it. Lost almost everybody who stopped, they sell merch, right? And I actually even gave us some, I don't know, can you share, is there a way we can share the things I taught last year? Because I think if there's a way to buy it, can you find that out? Is there a way they can buy to watch it? Because I think it's one of my favorite speech, even as an educator in music business. I love it. I've listened to it more than 5 times. It's hard to listen to yourself, but creatives, it's hard to listen to yourself, right? Yeah. And you're surprised that I'm saying that, right? Like, yeah, it's so good that I had to listen. I listened to it more than 5 times. So, merch is very important. This is actually a merch, right? I designed this. Yeah, thank you. Direct to fan is very important. Now, guys, the last thing, brand deals. We all know brand deals. We all know brand deals here? Yes. But one thing I would pitch to you, I would leave with you before we go. And I will ask that the next time we have a class, we're going to bring an actual finance investment guru to speak about some things. Because you have to learn to invest your money, right? For the ones who are Christians, I don't know so much about Islam. I would have said, any Muslim here, do you pay tithe in the Islam religion? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, you give to Saudi Arabia. Okay, awesome. Right, in Christianity, we have something. Christianity is pop culture, so you kind of know that we have we have tithe, right? It's like 10% of whatever you have. You just give to the church, your local church. And we all understand why that is important, right? Just to facilitate the work that they do in church and to give to the poor and the needy and stuff. Great. So, if you ever think about your business to say, okay, great, when I pull out my tithe, for the ones who are Christians and really want to do it, they pull out their tithe. One of the things, amongst other things, to plan your money, one of the things you should plan is your investment. Apart from reinvesting in your music business, which is whether you want to buy equipment, you want to invest in art, whatever, marketing and whatever. Invest, like look for something, maybe a property. There's something called land banking. We know that. Yeah. So you can invest in land banking. Like I said, plenty of these artists, I think Kiss Daniel is a big investor in the real estate, from what I heard. Plenty of these guys are investing in different things. And that's how some people are, and Kiss Daniel really bragged about it in one of those songs, that he really have it. It's not one of these guys who just, one is like your favorite. That is his last album? Yeah, I think. So, he really has it. And I'm saying that because I don't want you to only fake it to make it. But I want you to actually make it. And you must not only make it in the music business. Keep this in mind. The music business is for you to build influence. Please write that down. Please write that down. the music business, apart from you doing every other thing, I want to touch lives, is also for you to build influence. When you are done building influence, you diversify. When you are done building influence, you diversify. Very important. So that your children will not point their hands to other artists and say, Daddy, where were you? All right? So, lastly, and I'm done. We all know that Facebook, Instagram, all these different platforms, they are now paying money in Nigeria. We are aware. Hello? Hello? Are we aware? Yes. How many of us are monetized on any platform? Mama, where? What platform? Facebook. She's cashing out chill. Hey, you see her personally. You ought to hear things for free. Mama, charge them. Now, that is important. I need it. I'm happy because we have somebody. So, you have to try to monetize your platforms. Now, what does that say to you? It means that you have to be not just be an artist, you have to be a creator. You're not only doing artist things, you have to be a creator. Learn how to actually create content that works, that catches fire. You have to be a creator. Bro, I can't lie. Your Facebook might pay you more than your Spotify and the rest. I'm honest. I know this for free. Your YouTube can do same. Because think about it. You would go to the studio, put all of your energy, and then you do your streaming. It's like 5,000 person stream, 10,000, 100. And you need like 1 million streams to actually make sense. But Facebook, you carry your phone and you do whatever you're doing, you put it out there and like bang, it's like 100 persons, 100K persons, and your little thing is coming in. And understand, it's accumulative. Lastly, volume is important. Whatever you do, I would advise, this one, take it from me, quote me anyway. Whatever you do, think about volumes. So, if you only post on Facebook, Instagram, and all of these different platforms, just so people can see you, think about it differently. Post so that for every time you post, and maybe you have 100 persons, I have all of those details, I don't want to go into it. And you have 100K persons, and maybe that 100K gives you somewhere around $50, just an example. Now, think about if you have multiple videos every day, that gives you $50 every other day. Is it making sense? So, volumes. Does that make sense? So when you start seeing music or entertainment or whatever you do like it is a business, you approach it differently. It's like saying, oh, I sold five canned beer today, or I sold 5, why was canned beer the first thing in my mind? I sold 5 shirts today. I have a boutique, I sold 5 shirts today. Right? It is about the volume. Now think about it. You are done selling 5 that they like, and then they come to you to buy another 5 and you don't have. You've missed that opportunity, right? So volumes. Right. That's why I'm going to end today. Take me to my game, and then we take questions if there is any. Take me to my game. Right then. No, go back. Right. So guys, a question for you. If you must perform to save your life, who are you calling? If somebody, Johnny Drill is not here. If someone must perform to save your life, who are you calling? Like perform music. That person have to perform well. You say whether wipe Whiskey picture small, no vex for me. Whiskey. Rema. Nobody mentioned Niniola. Who else? Asha. So nobody go call Tim Godfrey. Nobody go call Davido. Nobody go call Tim Godfrey. Nobody go call the band. Flavor. Boda from. Just enlarge at me full everywhere. Okay, that's gonna be the end of my session. Yeah. Any question? Huh? Why did? Oh, it's just a game, really. It's just a game. I love to play games. Any question? They said they could text me the question. It's like, I'll text the question. Don't worry about it. Let me get home.
So, you were saying volume, right?
Please listen to him. Oh.
So, you said volumes, right?
By the way, my class was the
fastest,
fastest,
So, do we do quantity over quality? Because don't you think authenticity, seeing that I want my people to see that this is how I am, and to build content like that takes quite a lot of time, and then you now schedule, but then if you're now focused, because the business side of it, right, we are now looking at the business side of it, does that not compromise me saying that I want to be an authentic audience and authenticity? So why focus on quality over quantity?
First of all, as creatives, we actually overthink things.
Let me clear that out. I understand your question. But what you would consider to be less quality might actually be the thing that will take you out, blow you up. At least more than 50% of the songs that have blown up, they did not want to push it. I can tell you, we know this song that was trending. Me, you, us. How many of us know that song? That's our artist. Swervy. That was just a skit. He was really playing. And the song is really like 1 minute and how many seconds now? Even when labels came for him, they pushed that, can you make it longer? We said no. He said no, not me. I would have said, let's do it, but he's like, I love it at the original state. I'm saying that to say that, again, he was just putting it on, what's it called, TikTok, just, when you do content that is not official release, that's what it was. Just a half fun time in the studio, bang. So I'm saying that to say, as creatives, we overthink. Yes, I do overthink too, so I know, I understand you. Yeah, so disabuse yourself from that. Like, do a little delulu for yourself. Right? So just say, listen, I don't care how this is. I'm going to send it out. And lastly, please, don't, sorry, I've said lastly 4 times now. Don't stop thinking about how many persons are liking your video. Don't do that to yourself. Yeah. Yeah. Don't live for the likes and the shares. Do your thing. Haven't you seen videos that catch up 1 year after? Yeah. So do your thing. You don't know when the rain is going to fall. Yeah. Right. Yeah, okay, the mic.
Yes, so investments.
I'm not a group.
So at what point do you, as a music artist, at what point do you begin to invest in other things? And because subconsciously you just know you're not blown yet. You need to continue reinvesting into your music, right? So at what point do you begin to say invest in some other, business entity, like you said?
Day one.
Because, subconsciously, like I said, you are thinking about putting the music, the money back into the music?
Because you are thinking of investing 1 million naira. You really can invest 10 naira. Sorry, 100 naira. Sorry, 10,000 naira. There are investments that are as low as that.
5,000 naira.
Nine, how much?
5,000.
5,000 naira.
Mutual benefits. Mutual fund.
Mutual funds. Yeah.
But I'm sure everybody can relate to what I'm saying.
Oh, I do. We are all human beings. Of course. What I'm trying to do for you is disabuse your mind on how you think about investing. Do you understand? Learned investment wrong. Do you get? Is one of the things I am even doing for myself, trying to learn like finance literacy. If you have not done any course on that, there are plenty of courses on YouTube. Just do it for yourself. Help yourself. Do you get? Because we learnt it wrong. We always think investment is like some heavy big money. It has to be heavy. No, like she said, 5K. 5K, right? 5K. And it's just a dump. I dump money in, is it Piggyvest? And I forgot about it. I went to, it did its thing. You get my point? So it's like, put the money. You see the way you're saying 5K. Your mind is playing 5K, it will be 5K. Dump it, just keep dumping it. In 1 year, 12 months, in 12 months, you'd understand why. You'd see the dividends. So until you start now having the big money, then it's like life. You say, oh, I'm living in a small house. Don't worry. I for like, is it your entire income is like $1 million, and you're saying, you see that penthouse? I for like they on for like live for that penthouse. But are you going to walk on the streets because you cannot live in the penthouse? You're not going to sleep in the street, Abby. You're going to get a place that your money can afford. It's the same thing. That's how to think of investment. All right. Any other question? Try, everybody understand this class. Okay, so I have questions. Anybody has anything that you want to say that you learned? I need just 2 persons.
for, for being in the class. That was my time serving you today. Thank you.
Hey guys, can you hear me? I'm actually doing this because of the people that are streaming. So after the session, so did we? I think I might just let me get my family. Yes. Can we? People streaming live, please. On the comments, indicate that you can hear me. Thank you. Me asking question, right? Okay, please, can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. So we have come to the end of our session. I would say it's people that cost that we are still by the side. So you were asking questions. People who were asking questions, which is a good thing, which is an absolutely good thing. You look like an artist from South Africa. You look, there's you that's on, yes. Yes, there's an artist based in South Africa that he has an amazing sound. But
check him out.
Yes, you should. So we've come to the end of our session. Come, just come on. We got you. So we have come to the end of our session, and it's important for me to say this. Rhythm and Revenue was created so that people can have could gain access to knowledge and take actionable steps to be better, right? It is a sincere urge, sincere plea that even if it is one thing that you do differently from today, please do it, And my DM is not really far like that. If you look for me, you will find me for accountability. It's important that we have accountability partners, so to speak, put us in check and remind us, hey, this is what you said, though, can we go back there? It doesn't necessarily have to be me. You can find those partners here, seated beside you, But can we stand just in usual fashion, like to please? One of the so I'd just like to say a prayer and we end. And I thank you all so much. You guys, a fine number of us here, we're here since 10, and I don't take that for granted at all. Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves. So, yeah, let us pray. Father, we thank you for bringing us to the end of the day. The journey to this moment, it was far, but you were with us at every step. You were with us at every step of the way. And Lord, we really thank you. We are grateful to you for a successful day. Our desire, Lord, is that everyone here will go home with something that they have held on to, something that is precious to them, and something that that will make their lives better from this moment forward. We cannot take the glory, but we know that the glory will always be yours, today, tomorrow, and forever. Thank you, God, for journey mercies. Thank you, God, for power of wisdom. Thank you for capacity to execute. And thank you, God, for clarity and bringing the right people to us. We know that our lives and our journeys will be successful because, Lord, we are in your alignment. Be thou exalted, Heavenly Father. And we end Rhythm and Revenue 2025 in the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we just like to say pictures. Yes. Not sure what the people say. you know the usual, talk to somebody, say something nice, so yeah. So guys, can we come on? Let us take pictures. Okay, guys, let's go and take pictures now.
Pictures, guys.
Don't be
Pictures.
shy now.
Pictures.
Are you shy?
Are you going?
Okay, look. Let's not do it. Where?
I don't want my baby to.
It's yours, you know. Somebody can help her.
Yeah, if someone can.
She can send me yours. She can
Just
send me yours.
someone. Maybe it's Lord. Just the case of she not be there.
All right. So guys, we'll say redeem my revenue in 3, 2, 1.
Redeem my revenue.
I'm gonna do a video now. So redeem my revenue and then. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Redeem my revenue.
But.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming.